Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jer. How are you?
Good. How are you, Darren?
Good. We're excited for another day full of fun. Oh, you're on the wrong side.
Oh, do I need to switch back? Okay, let me switch back.
Jer to the other side so it looks like we're actually looking at each other. Won't that be exciting? Let's see. We are now, look at that.
Look, now we're looking at each other.
Yep. Hi, Jer. Hi, everybody out there. How are you doing today for this National Quilt Day? Right, Jer? Happy National Quilt Day to you.
Yeah, same to you.
You know what else it is today?
It's Papa's birthday.
It's Papa's birthday. It's Pat Mulqueen's birthday today. We're very excited to be here celebrating with him while he should be off gallivanting in the woods or, I don't know, watching a movie. He's here with us today at work. We are hopefully streaming all across the universe. If you don't mind to just comment and say hello from wherever you are at. We always like to see where our customers and our friends are at. And we have 4 different segments today. Did you know that, Jared?
We do.
Yes, we have.
What? No.
No. We have a
special guest. So we almost have 5 segments.
Yeah. We have a special guest coming on at noon today to unveil a new class that we're doing. We're very excited for that. We're going to start off this morning here in a few moments with Alba from Janome. So we're excited for Alba. We had her on in January, and she is such a wonderful sewer and educator that we're excited. But it'll be a few moments before we start with Alba. At noon, we have our special guest and my brother Ken Mulqueen. He's going to show tips and tricks on using a serger. He's going to show you how cool different feet can be on a serger. You don't want to miss it. He is a guru when it comes to using a serger. And at 2 o'clock, anybody that owns a Baby Lock or a Brother embroidery machine, we have a company called Durkee Hoops. They'll be on, and they make these way cool hoops for all sorts of embroidery. And it is something that we've been talking to Brent for a long time about his hoops, and we just love them. We showed them for the first time at our Southwest Embroidery Conference. And if you guys were there in 2019 at our Southwest Embroidery Conference, maybe give us a shout out saying if you enjoyed that event. We are going to do it again at some point, hopefully this November. It's a 3-day in-person event in Arizona. And hopefully people from all over the U.S. will come to Arizona and spend some time with us. And at 4 o'clock today, we have the one, the only Rob Appell, formerly of Man Sewing, and he worked with Missouri Star Quilting. Did you know that, Jared?
I think you told me that. That's actually really cool, though. Now he's out on he works for what, Michael Miller Fabrics?
Yep.
He's the manager for Michael Miller Fabrics.
So he's going to show us a lot of cool stuff from Michael Miller Fabrics and quilting, because he is an avid quilter, an amazing quilter. He's an exciting guy, so we can't wait for that. That's at 4 o'clock. So set your timers so you don't forget. We are not going to leave this live broadcast all day, so we're going to be right here. Hopefully you'll just have us on, and we're going to be here all day. Right, Jared? We're going to be great friends at the end of this, if we aren't already. I know that a lot of you out there are customers of ours. Hopefully some of you out there have never heard of us before, and you're wondering what we're doing here. We are a family business in Arizona. By the way, my name is Darren Mulqueen, and my co-host here is Jer Mulqueen. That's my nephew. Jared's the third generation in our family business, working full time. I'm second generation, and mom and dad are still working 6 days a week. So
I can count to three.
Third generation.
It's crazy.
Yep, Jared is our third generation. So it's a lot of fun here. We all kind of hang out at our Mesa location. If you're ever in Arizona, make sure you stop by.
Do we hang out or do we work?
You know, a lot of people say, I would love to work there because it's all fun and sewing and playing with all this stuff, but it is kind of work sometimes. But doing this is, I love doing this.
Yeah.
I love doing these virtual events, and hopefully you guys like it too. So yesterday we asked people to comment on who you would like as guests. We are toying with the idea of just doubling up the guests and making it one day so everybody can kind of watch all of our guests in one day. But we already have our April schedule kind of scheduled, so we'll give you some hints on who's coming in April. There's a lot of fun guests. We are still playing bingo, so if you guys don't have a bingo card, go to mulqueen.com. Jared will show you real quick how to do that. Just go to mulqueen.com, click on the balloons, which is our live event page. That's where you find all of our specials. And to kind of let you know, yesterday morning we had OESD. The specials are still going. If you weren't able to join us yesterday, if you don't mind going to this same page that Jared's going to show us here in a second, to go to our YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe so that you are notified of these events. But you can watch yesterday's. It was quite interesting. Yesterday morning, we sat with OESD and all of their designers. So the people that actually create all of the embroidery designs, we talked to them how they create them and how they digitize. It was quite interesting. They showed some sneak peeks of designs that are not even available yet. And everything is pretty much 25% off. So Jared's got our website on our screen. All you have to do is click those balloons when you get to mulqueen.com. And that very top YouTube link, that's our YouTube channel. If you click that link and subscribe, you can watch yesterday's show. And right below that is our bingo card. There's still a few cards left. And we're using the same card as yesterday. So if you guys already have a card from yesterday, you can go back to that same link and reprint another card. Or the same card. It would be your same numbers. We're just starting over with a brand new set of draws on that. Those are ads that Jared's scrolling through of all of our companies that we're live with today and yesterday. Just know that everything is still on special. If you order an iron, we did sell a lot of irons. If the ironing board from yesterday sells out, then I promise to lay on one during our next live event in April. And believe it or not, I think we were almost sold out. So it looks like I'll be laying on an ironing board for, I don't know what reason. But
we're going to have EMTs standing by?
Yeah, we'll have EMTs standing by just in case I roll off. But this ironing board is so massive and sturdy that it looked like a person could even lay on it. And so I mentioned that. And we are almost sold out on the ironing boards, although we can get more. So keep buying those so that you force me to lay on one. And we're giving a free gift. I left it out in the our event area outside. But if you do purchase any of the irons, you get this little zipper bag with some goodies inside it as a bonus gift. And that was the Reliable Iron Company. So on our website, if you click on that, all of our specials are there. And Gina Perks. Did you guys see Gina Perks last night? Wasn't that amazing? Jared, she's like a computer.
Yeah, I know. We were both blown away by how it looked like a computer was doing it, but she's just phenomenal at free motion.
Yep, Gina Perks is, she has cool rulers that you can use on your domestic machine if you have a ruler foot, but it's ultimately designed for long arms, any long arm. And she had this grid using pounce powder, and what she did on that freehand with the grid was pretty amazing. So you can always watch that back on YouTube. And today's event will also be stuck on YouTube forever, probably. Right? I don't know if you.
So if we make like funny faces or something like that.
Oh, you should also watch yesterday because Mr. Mulqueen was wearing a bunny outfit.
I was.
It reminded me of the Christmas Story with Ralphie.
Yeah.
Ralphie had to wear a rabbit costume or a suit, and he didn't want to. And Jer was kind of the same way.
One thing to add too, the bingo cards from yesterday, if you just basically erase what you've written down, like checked off your numbers, I wiped our board clean, like our call board. So you can use the exact same card that you had yesterday and basically just play it on today.
So you can go right back to the same place where they emailed you from. If you search your emails, unless if you keep your emails clean, it might not be there still. Hopefully you didn't erase that link because you could go back there ultimately and just reprint that same exact card. It's red and it's different than our February one. This one is just numbers. There's a few cards left. And Jared, why don't you start drawing some numbers real quick?
I already got 2 of them right here waiting to go.
We're ready to start our bingo, and then we need to get to Alba. I can see Alba is patiently waiting for us. And so
the first 2 numbers are B6 and 062. B6 and 062.
Just so you know, once we don't have to wear masks and we can get out and about, Jared wants us all to get together. Every one of you out there, all of our families to get together and play bingo somewhere.
Darren's paying for everyone to go to.
All flights will be not paid for by me, right?
No, they're paid for by you, yeah.
So that's our first 2 numbers. We really need to get to Alba, so hopefully Alba has her bingo card. I'll have to find out.
All right.
And after Alba, we'll draw some more, so make sure you check us out all day long. We'll be drawing bingo numbers all day long. And we'll have 4 or 5 winners because once we get our grand prize winner, a $50 Mulqueen gift card, we'll continue to play with that same card and we'll get a lot more winners much faster, it seems like.
4 corners are not a bingo.
Not on this one, unfortunately. We're just doing any direction, straight across, diagonal, up, down, and you can use your free space. And here is the one and only Alba. Yay.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, Alba.
Hi,
how are you?
I am absolutely wonderful. I'm excited to be here again. I have some phenomenal product to show you.
I love the quilt on your walls. Those are very bright. Are those yours? Did you make those?
One is mine and one is Miriam Coffey's. So yes,
cool.
I just love bright, beautiful quilts. So I'll be showing you some more items like that.
Very nice. Are you in New Jersey still?
I am in the Janome headquarters, so I am in the Janome office in the sewing studio showing you all of this product.
Awesome. Is that Sam behind the camera again?
That is Sam behind the camera. I am so grateful that I have a camera person. So as always, thank you, Sam. I always appreciate that help.
Yep.
It makes it a whole lot easier.
Tell Sam we say hi. Hi, Sam.
Hi.
We love Sam's a Janome educator as well. So we love the Janome company. I should have put on the table because I do have one here. The history of our family sewing business was we started as an exclusive Singer dealership. And I can't remember exactly how long ago, but it was about 15, 18 years ago. My brother, Ken, who will be on later, he's called me up and he said, we just did it. And I was like, what do we do? And he said, we broke our exclusivity of being a Singer-only store to start carrying Janome. And that was probably the best decision that in our business that we have ever made. So it's wonderful. We have some of the products you're going to discuss here on the table, so I'm excited to see you show those. And if it's okay, Alba, I'm going to gracefully bow out and you can take it over.
Absolutely. Again, thank you so much for having me. My name is Alba. I am one of the Janome educators and I'm joined by Sam behind the camera. Today I'm going to be going over 4 products that I think you'll really enjoy. And I'm going to start with the cushions. So these are the So Comfortable cushion sets, and there's 3 options available. And just bear with us as we move around. This is the backrest, and I want you to see how just cushiony and soft this is. I keep one of these in my car. It's just curved beautifully to give you that nice support while you're sewing. But the one that I am really in love with is the bottom seat cushion. Normally, when you have memory foam seat cushions, they flatten out really quickly and they get really hot. And these do not. I am going to put my full body weight on here, and it still is not flattened out completely. So I love that these are just very supportive, and they come beautifully boxed. There is also a footrest pillow that I did not take out. So this is a great gift. If you know a sewer and you're always, what do I get them? They have every gadget. These are a great gift to give for that sewer in your life. Mother's Day is coming up. Just a great gift to be able to give. And they have that anti-grip or anti-slip material on the back, so they stay put. They're just really nice and firm, very supportive. Here is the backrest. Here is the lumbar back, and the seat cushion. And as I said, it also comes in the footrest as well. And they're just beautifully boxed, ready to go for gift giving. And I'm going to drive Sam crazy. I'm going to turn around so that you see the pictures of how that works. So wonderful gift ideas for gift giving coming up. And as I said, I'm going to be going over 4 different products. So I'm going to be moving over to the Elna press. Now, the Elna press has 4 different models. This one is the model number 150. And I am just checking. I am going to just activate and turn that on. It shut off. If you do not use it and pay attention to it, I love that it has the auto shut off safety feature. But what I like about the press is that it is 25 by 10. It has all of the curve lines for garments so that you could do your sleeves, your shoulder lines. For anyone who does t-shirt quilts, vinyl, the heat press vinyl, this gives you 150 degrees hotter temperature than your average iron. And what I love is when you look at that upper plate, there are no steam holes to this press. So you will not get those pock marks and water splatters and anything like that. So I love that there is no water and no steam coming out of that non-stick surface. When you lower the handle, it is 150 pounds of pressure that it puts evenly across that whole surface area. So this just gives you a beautifully large surface area. I love, again, no steam coming out of that top tray. It is a non-stick surface to this. And the construction is all marine grade wood. It's a combination of birch, different types of birch. So it's marine grade. So it's able to take all of that heat, all of that pressure that you're giving on a press without being damaged, without becoming warped. So again, as you press down and you lower, that's 150 pounds of pressure that is putting on it. And I'm actually going to tilt this up so that you could see the controls on that. Is that better, Sam?
Yep.
So I have 3 temperature settings, a low, a medium, and a high. The high would be your cotton linen setting on your iron, and the lowest would be for your synthetics. But you'll see just that large area that you're able to press. And I know Sam was recently pressing a lot of fabric, and he got something like 15 yards of fabric in here. And you will see that where my arm is back here is what gives you all of that space, so that when you are pressing something larger, like your quilts, you are able to get all of that material in that back area. So if I were pressing, I am able to just bring that area and load that fabric back there. I'm able to lower and just keep everything in its place. Now, if you are a quilter, I know especially with something like this, with all of the diagonal edges and doing a lot of bias edges, our quilts will tend to get wavy and not lay flat. And the press, with all of that pressure that you're putting on it and that higher heat, just makes everything lay flat and crisp and just really gives that a beautiful finish. If you long arm, I like to press all of my quilt tops before I load them onto my long arm. For that same reason, my borders sort of flatten out, everything lays nice, and it gives me a better result with my long arming. So whether you're a quilter, a crafter, or you're just pressing garments for people in your household, I think you'll really like that Elna press. I don't know if we were going to stop in between starting with the machines, if there were any questions on the 2 products just sewn. But if not, I'm going to get started on the machines. I do encourage a lot of questions. When you are typing in your questions, please put which product it's on, because sometimes there is a lag and we're not quite sure where the question is being asked. So I am just going to put the press down to make room for my Elna machine.
Someone asked if you put the seat cushion on your chair, will it make you too high to sew?
It depends on your chair. So depending on the height of your chair, it may. I always like to sew with an adjustable height, but the height of that seat cushion is not terribly high. So I'll bring that forward and let you see that. So at its highest dimension right here, that's about 3.5 inches, I would say, without a ruler in front of me. And it does, as you put weight, go down a little bit, but I'm giving this a lot of force. It really doesn't flatten like a pancake, because a lot of seat cushions, as I said earlier, you're sitting on them for 10, 15 minutes and they flatten like a pancake and get very hot. I like that these stay cool, so I think you'll really enjoy that. And not seeing any other questions, I'm going to move on to the Elna Ef1. I'm going to pull over my chair so that I could get really comfortable in front of this and show you some of the wonderful features to this machine. So for those of you who are not aware, Elna is the sister company to Janome. So if you're wondering, you heard that I was from the Janome company and now I'm presenting 2 Elna items. This is why. So the Elna by Elna Ef1. This is a high-speed, straight stitch only machine. This is used by quilters, by garment sewers, the crafters, the tote bag makers, the leather workers. This has really crossed a lot of genres that really love this machine. And I'm going to point out a few features, and this one being for the quilter. So I am going to remove and open up and show you where that bobbin case loads. So that if you're putting this on a long arm or a mid arm frame, you are able to do this because the bobbin is right in the front of the machine. I could open up that area, put the cover on top, and I always have access to my bobbin as this is on a frame. So I love that for the quilter, that if you may not want to go into a full-fledged long arm and you may want to do something of a mid-arm range, this machine can handle that. I love that the reverse button is all the way in the back, so that if you are working on a frame, you are not going to accidentally hit reverse or that scissor button. And I'm just tilting that so you get the best view and best light on it. With the EF1, as I said, this is a straight stitch only. It will go forwards, it will go backwards, and that is all that it will do. And just bear with me. My power went off, so I am just checking why I do not have power. There we go. It helps to have power to run a sewing machine. So you know that this is live because everything does happen when you're live. And my press just went on. So before we have a fire, I wanted to turn that off. And now I'm back with you with the machine. So as I said, this is a straight stitch only. This does go forwards, it goes backwards, and that is it. For my reverse, I have the lever on the side, and I am able to go forward and backwards. What most people like with this machine is that everything is a manual control. I have my tension, which is completely manual, and I have my presser foot pressure dial, so that you're able to do all of that and really get it very specific to the fabrics that you're doing. So I am going to go really nice and thick. So I have 2 layers of a heavy denim. So here's 4, 6, 8, 10 layers of denim, really nice and thick. You could see between my fingers, that's a little bit more than a 1/4 of an inch thick there. And I've used this machine for denim, for leather, for a lot of different materials. And I like the fact that on a straight stitch only, I do have that scissor button. And this is probably the one feature that I love. If you're using this for the handbags, for upholstery, for that heavier work, being able to go to a stitch length of 6 is really important. Most domestic home machines have a stitch length of 4 or 5, and with that heavier material, you do need to go to that longer stitch length so that you're able to do that. I love that you have that speed control, which is like cruise control for me. It will allow me, no matter how hard I hit that pedal, control the speed that the machine is going. Now with this machine, I am able not only to use a standard cotton or polyester thread, but I can use some of the nylon threads and upholstery threads, which a lot of the standard home domestic machines have a hard time dealing with. So I like the fact that I can do that manipulation. I still have my bobbin winding capability right on the machine with beautifully diagrammed pictures of that threading path.
Someone asking, does the feed dog drop on this machine?
It has a plate covering that covers the feed dog so that you're able to do free motion quilting on it. And again, I love that it's able to handle that thick. And I'm going to go from those heavy layers right onto thinner layers, and it just handles it beautifully. But again, I really like to point out that additional stitch length. So I'm going to show you, I could go from 0 for free motion and that type of work and adjust all the way to 6. That is a really nice feature to be able to get that really long stitch length on that machine. Just perfect, like I said. If you're doing a lot of tote bags, if you're doing a lot of heavy work, there really hasn't been any material. If I've been able to put it underneath this foot, it has been able to do it. This does take that metal bobbin and is a side load bobbin. So I did want to show that bobbin case and that it is a metal bobbin and that it is a side loading bobbin on that. So pretty typical of what you may be used to. And I am just going to turn that around. Loads in, clicks in place. So again, if you're putting this on a frame, having that be able to be open and having that flat surface, because on that long arm, this is the way you're seeing that machine. So you're able to get to that bobbin area. And if you are sewing that the machine is turned around and you're doing straight forward, you are able to get to that bobbin area very easily. I was showing you here, I go to lift and then I have extra high lift so that you are able to put in those heavier items and really be able to work with the machine well. That beehive tension unit gives you complete control of your stitches very, very easily. I'm going to give it a brief moment just to have questions and everything catch up with me. And seeing that there are no other questions, I'm going to go to the machine that is probably going to take us the most amount of time. And I'm just going to do a little bit of movement. We were showing you so much product that I just want to be able to show you everything that we have. So the next machine that I am going to show you is the Memory Craft 14,000. And this machine may look very familiar to you. I'm going to give Sam a chance to get in and just get a nice close-up shot of the machine. So this is an 11-inch throat space from the needle all the way over. It is 5.5 inches of height. So that amount of room in this machine is absolutely beautiful with a really nice stitch package of 400 built-in decorative stitches. But I know with here, you're probably saying we don't have enough light. And I love the fact that it has that pull-out light that tilts. And you could see here I'm focusing the light up high, and I could really shine that light and exactly where I need it. For me, it's the little things that get me excited, and I love having that extra light. That door completely opens, and I have a light to the right and to the left of my needle. So that just gives me a nice, big, wide open area to get to be able to change my needles and just thread the machine very easily, very effortlessly. There are 26 feet that are included with this machine, and we're going to try and really focus in on the feet. Going from our AccuGuide, which is our cloth guide, which Janome and Elna are the only companies that utilize that embroidery arm in sewing. So I'm going to bring that cloth guide onto the machine momentarily. But look at all those feet that you are getting. Just such a wide variety. I'm really hard pressed to think of a foot that you're going to absolutely have to get because it isn't with the machine when you're first getting it. So a beautiful package of feet, including the straight stitch plate and a zigzag plate. So I love when you get that extra plate included with the machine. Those get very expensive. And our straight stitch plate, what I like about that is that there are 3 holes in that. So I can use a center needle position, which is standard, but I could also move to the right-hand side and be able to do a scant 1/4 of an inch. And I could do left-hand needle position if I chose to. And you may have also noticed an extra bobbin case. So this bobbin case is actually really very special. This bobbin case is 2.5 times tighter tension for when you're using very, very fine bobbin thread. And 4 hoops are included with the machine, and I'm going to go over those 4 sizes of hoops. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to point to them and try to lift them up for you as well. So our 5.5 by 5.5, and I think they're going to be able to see it better looking down because it looks like it's hooped on that quilt. So the one in the upper corner that's oval shaped is 5.5 by 5.5 inches. Right underneath it is the square 23 hoop, which is 9.1 by 9.1. We're going immediately next to it. 9.1 by 11.8. That is a huge hoop size. But I love that Janome not only thinks about the big items, but they also think about how small can I go. And that particular hoop is 3.9 by 1.6 as the smallest hoop size. So I really love this complete package that you're getting. And I know there's a surprise add-on to this machine that I don't know if I could spill the beans on quite yet. But what I wanted to do is go over the sewing portion of the machine and show you a few things directly on the machine, and then we will go into embroidery. So right now I'm in embroidery mode, so I wanted to show you how quickly and how easily I can jump back and forth. By a touch of a button, I am in sewing mode. I didn't have to get any tools. I didn't have to clear the table. I didn't have to remove any huge attachment, put on any big attachment. So I love that quick changeover. Now, I mentioned, and I'm sorry about getting right in front of that camera, the Acu Guide. This is a cloth guide, a seam reference guide that is included with the machine that I absolutely love. Now, Janome, if you're not familiar with the product line, the embroidery arm is in the back of the hoop. And we're going to use our embroidery hoop to put on that cloth guide. And I am going to let the machine know I want to use that cloth guide. And with the touch of a button, it's saying, keep your hands clear. Everything is going to move. And I'm just going to move the machine down a little bit so that I do not knock anything over. Perfect. So now it is, our embroidery arm is going to move out, and we are now at a 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And I'm going to put fabric down because I know this is all white and clear and it's really tough to see. But here is that raised lip that my fabric is being guided by. So that just gives me a beautiful area. And on my screen right now, it is saying 5/8 of an inch. And I know with electronic screens, it's tough to see. But I want to go to my quilting mode. So I am going to go to 1/4 of an inch. And my pattern says I need to have a scant 1/4 of an inch. So I am going to move a 32nd of an inch at a time. And I'm going to do 1 thread over. So I have a seam allowance of 7 32nds of an inch. I'm going to go another 32nd of an inch and have a seam allowance of 3/16 of an inch. And I know someone is asking about the measurements of the Alnita, and I will go back and measure that for you. So the cloth guide is my seam allowance guide that will allow me to get perfect seam allowances. Now, Sonia asks, what is the difference between the 14,000 and the 15,000? The 15,000 does have a 3 or 4 more extra feet, including a third plate and foot that is not included. They have 500 built-in decorative stitches. They have a few more built-in embroidery designs, but probably the biggest difference is that the 15,000 is Wi-Fi enabled and this one is not. So my embroidery designs can be sent by USB, and there are 2 USB ports on the machine to be able to transfer designs. But other than that, it is very, very similar to the 15,000. So now we're just going to move up back a little bit. I'm trying to make sure Sam doesn't trip. So I am showing you right now on that seam guide, and I'm going to just do some quick sewing. Doesn't matter which foot I'm using, I am able to use this. I also have the pivot function. And what I like about that pivot function, this is a feature that's I like to use a lot for applique. So I am going to go to one of my applique stitches. And with applique, it's that turning the corner and getting that perfect corner that's really hard. So I'm going to stop, and you'll notice that with that pivot feature, my foot is up, my needle is down so that I could turn the corner. But I also have a perfect corner feature on the machine. And the button looks like the letter B for beginning of pattern. And this will ensure that I never get that backward step. So I'm going to finish that corner and I'm going to show you that, how beautiful that is. So that gave me nothing coming out of the edge and that perfect corner. Janome is really known for how smoothly and that superior feeding system. So again, I am in that applique stitch, and look at how easily I am able to turn and get a curve without stopping, pivoting, and I'm going to show just how beautiful of a curve I can get on that. So that maneuvering that I am going to get is just beautiful. Now, some of the feet that are included are 2 AccuFeed feet, and I'm going to bring them up by the machine so that we could get a closer look at those. And not only do I get the standard AccuFeed foot that you might be used to, I also get the narrow AccuFeed foot. And these have interchangeable parts to them. So I'm going to put that purple fabric so it makes it a little bit easier to see the white feet against that. So I have the narrow and the wide version. So the first one that I'm going to show you is that narrow version. That bottom does come off, and it has included with the machine. So for our garment sewers and bag makers, they're going to ooh and ah. A zipper foot attachment that is with that built-in walking foot. There, that's a little bit better. So I'm able to utilize that built-in walking foot or the AccuFeed system while putting in a zipper. I am going to I'm going to remove my standard foot, and I am going to put on that AccuFeed foot, and I'm going to tighten up that screw. And what AccuFeed is a built-in walking foot. So I am going to go to a straight stitch to show you this, and I'm going to really slow down the machine. And you are going to see that upper feed dog system guiding that fabric. And it looks like those feet are just walking along. There we go. I slowed it down to slow as a turtle so that you're able to see those upper feed dogs. And with regular speed, look at how easily I am able to maneuver. Now you would think pulling the fabric like this, I'm going to have, as Sam would say, a hot mess. I don't even have a skip stitch. There is my top. There is my bottom. I did what should cause ugliness on the machine, and it is able to handle it. One of the questions that I get asked a lot is when I'm going from thick, and I'm going to do that again on air. I'm folding once. So that's 4, 6, 8 layers of fabric. I'm going to start sewing and go directly down to 2, and not even a pause, not even a hiccup. Look at how beautiful that went from one to another without even skipping a stitch. So I really do like that AccuFeed system. Now I mentioned that 2 plates were included, and this is our straight stitch plate. So right now I have a zigzag plate, and if you look at our screen, everything is visible. I am going to change plates, and I'm just locking my machine for safety. I'm going to raise up to that extra high lift. But by pushing a button, I am able to remove that plate and put on a second plate, snap it into place, and I get a message. The machine knows that that straight stitch plate is on the machine and only allows me to use the stitches that are available and usable with this plate. So I'm going to go back to my standard plate. And just as easily as that comes off, the new plate goes on and just snaps into place. Again, I'm going to have you take a look at the feet, at the wide variety of feet that are available on the machine. I love that Janome just gives you a really good variety. One of the things that gets overlooked that is included is the magnifier. And the magnifier snaps into the machine. And when it comes up that you are sewing, magnifies and intensifies not only the light, but exactly what you are sewing on. So I'm going to pull that out of the way. You'll see what that looks like, and I will give you a view with that magnifier. So this is a 20-time magnification. Now I notice that I'm starting to get some questions about embroidery. So I am going to move into embroidery. But before I do, I wanted to show this particular sample right here, and I'm just moving the feet out of the way. So 9mm decorative stitches is my maximum width on my decorative stitches. So here I've done some stitch outs of some of those stitches that are included in on the machine, but look at how beautifully wide, what gorgeous stitches that you're able to achieve with this machine. And because I'm able to do those 9mm decorative stitches, there are 91 needle positions in on this machine. So 91 needle positions, and I'm going to show that right here. So when you look at that needle and I adjust, it is going to go all the way over. And I'm going to go all the way to the other side. And if I do that one at a time slowly, you barely see it. So I'm moving that nice and fast. And I'm actually going to probably be easier without the sample. Is that better to see? So I'm going to move that needle back and forth. "91 needle positions." Sometimes it is just easier to move that needle position than move that fabric or project out of the way. So I wanted to show that. I am going to return my machine to its home position, and I'm going to move it over so just to give us a little bit more room to do that. And I am now going to show you again how easy it is to go from sewing into embroidery, because we had some questions about embroidery. So I have an icon, it's a double machine, and that toggles me back between embroidery and sewing. And right now I am in embroidery mode. and I am able to go to that edit screen, and I have a lot of editing capability. I wanted to give you a reminder again of the 4 hoops that are included with the machine. But I know one thing that I really like to do is what I've done on this sample on my table. So I'm going to bring you to that sample, and I'm going to remove some of these hoops. Now you're going to look at that sample and see all of that quilting that was done on that sample and think, oh, Alba did that on the long arm. And this is all done in the embroidery machine. There is an optional hoop that is available that is a magnetized quilting hoop, but I'm going to let you in on a nice secret. That AccuFill system is normally a $500 add-on, and Mulqueen's is adding it in to the package. And I think that is just incredible. So this is the hoop, and it has an insert, and I have one of my templates that I put right on that acrylic. And there are a couple of ways that you could do that. You can print a template through your editing program that you get with the machine, which is AccuTools. That will allow you to view your designs, print your designs. But my printer ran out of ink, and I know if mine did, yours might as well. So I used the cutaway stabilizer and actually stitched this particular template. And this happens to be the template for the sample that I've done right here. And how this hoop works is that with the magnets, you are going to attach this. So if I were working on this particular quilt, I would put my quilt in here. I would line up my beginning and ending points, and I would be able to hoop my whole quilt sandwich. And I'm just going to extend this out so that I could be on a flat surface. And I can, with my grid marks on my template to the hoop, line up and match up perfectly to where I am going to stitch. And my larger magnets ran away from me. I think they dropped on the floor, but you get larger magnets with this that are about this size and allow you to hoop and hold everything in place. And you're able to do that on all 4 sides. I do have a sample that is in progress that I'm going to give you a better idea of how that works. And just bear with me momentarily. And I am going to bring an actual quilt that I am working on. So this, I have spray basted my quilt, and I have, you can see, I have some spray basting, and I have some basting that I've done with a needle. But you will see my start and stop point where I'm able to now determine where my design I want it to stitch. And a lot of you are saying, oh, I know the instructions say start in the middle and work your way out. I know me personally as an educator, I have found that doing this long arm style and starting at the top and working in a row like I do on a long arm allows me to really get better results and faster. Now you will see this is just shy of being a twin size quilt. So, and I am moving this around. This has been maneuvered a lot. I have it clamped, But when I work in this fashion, I'm able to not have to roll my quilt on 4 sides. I only worry about the section that is not done. You need to have 4 to 5 inches extra fabric all around, and you get a complete layout program with this hoop. So I love the fact that Mulqueen's is putting in this hoop and this system. And Sam was very nice and found my magnets for me. So I am going to show you how that clamps into place. So I have extra high loft polyester batting, which is usually a nightmare to work with. Look at how easily, and these stay on. They're nice and firm. And even here where I've already quilted, and I'm going to go all around and just put that into place, and I could see exactly where my stitching is going to go. And this is included in with the 14,000. This is normally an extra purchase. This is included with the 15,000. So I know someone asked what the differences were, but that allows you to get the look of long arm quilting very, very easily. And that is what was done in the hoop. So this allows you to get the look of long arm quilting on your embroidery machine, on your domestic machine at home. Now I'm going to go back to the screen and I'm going to show you some of the editing functions that you're able to do on the machine in embroidery. And I'm just going to move that so Sam could get a good view of that. Do you want to put that flat and tilt?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, perfect. So here are the 4 hoops included. You are getting the bonus buy of the ASQ 22. There are 2 additional hoops that are available. The one to do baseball caps and an RE18, the 5.5 by 7.1. Your 5 by 7 embroidery designs are the most commonly the most common size of embroidery designs, so that you're able to do that size. I have built-in embroidery designs in the machine, and I am going to show you some of those. I am able to sort by category or by hoop size, and I will let you see some of those categories that are in the machine. And these are folders of designs. And you will see a really nice selection, and there's 400 built-in designs on this machine. And I am going to go to some of the quilting designs. So just really nice, really versatile. Some of those stippling designs are in there, as well as block style designs. So a lot of capability there. And I'm going to go back to my functions, and I am going to go to my cross stitch designs. And I am going to work with one of the smaller designs. And I'm going to show you some of the other features. So I'm able to maneuver my designs either with a finger, with a stylus, or with my arrows. And I have a quick auto center function as well. I can reduce and enlarge 20% up, 20% down. I can copy and paste. I can rotate my garbage can, which is my best friend. Can't forget him. I could move horizontally or vertically. And lots of different functions. So I had mentioned, now I want to build a quilt block. And one of the things that I like to do is have 4 images in there, or 4 designs that are mirrored and copied to corner. So I have a mirror and copy to corner function that places everything evenly, symmetrically, and it did that with a click of a button. Now, one of my designs right here, I'm also able to adjust and change color. Well, color number one is white. I really don't want white. I want black in that area. And number two is that brown color, but I really want to go deeper brown than that, so I could adjust the hues, and I could also name that color for my thread color. So I can alter my designs drastically. I am able to color sort and combine colors, a lot of editing capability. This machine does have two USB ports, and I'm going to turn the machine so that you could see the two USB ports, plus the direct connect with a cable to go from my computer to the machine with the AccuTools Edit program that you're getting with the machine. So I know that was a question earlier. Sam, were there any other questions on the 15,000 that
Nothing.
I did not see? So I wanted to take a quick moment and go to the Elna and measure that front four. And I apologize, I forgot the name of who asked, but I am going to pull out my ruler and measure that front of the machine. So it is measuring right around 17 inches from edge to edge, and the depth of the machine is 7 inches, 6 3/4.
Asking about the arm, the width.
The width on the arm, and I'm going to double check that. It is 9 inches. So from the needle to the edge is 9 inches.
Someone was asking earlier, what's the height when you raise the pressure foot? How high?
On the Elna or
Yes,
on the Elna. So we will do that as well and measure it. I'm going to come from behind the machine to do this because this lift is, you do need to hold it. So here I am flat. I am going to extra high. Can you?
Yep, they can see it.
So there you're getting that with the ruler behind it
Can't see
of that height. It's about 3/4 of an inch. The best that I could judge. And I've gotten 5 layers of cowhide and been able to sew through that. So when this machine was first released, we were testing it as an educator. I like to see the limits I can go. So we cut up a man's cowhide belt, and I was able to put 5 layers of that underneath the foot. I struggled to get it under there, but it went under it and sewed through it. So the biggest thing with going through heavy is making sure you have the proper needle and the proper thread to be able to do that. And I don't know if you wanted to finish up by having any words to say. It looks like I've answered all questions. I'm really excited about these 2 machines and the other products that were shown. But these make a great duo in a sewing room. They're a great companion, and they're great on their own. With the 14,000, getting that quilting system and program with the machine just makes it a beautiful, complete package.
Yep, we all of those machines, the EF1 that you have your hand on there, and the 14,000, the embroidery one that you just showed by Janome, we're offering special gifts with them. I have them here on this fancy paper. So I'll discuss that in a few moments. But we're always amazed at how much that Elnita will stitch through. Kind of like a semi-industrial.
It really is.
And on the Janome, the 14,000, having the ability to do quilting, that would save a lot of money from having to have somebody else quilt your quilts. And Alba, I always say, like, when somebody's piecing a quilt and taking all that time to do all of the putting together of the quilt, and then you give it to someone else to finish it, like, it would be so nice to be able to complete the whole project yourself. So if anybody's thinking about it, we are giving that AccuFill kit for free with the purchase of the Janome MC 14,000. And we're giving away a plethora of extra feet. So it's a gift that's worth around $650 with the purchase of the Janome MC 14,000. And on the one that you have your hand on there, the Elna Ef1, we have showed it before, but it's such a popular machine, we decided to show it again. We have a plethora of extra feet that we're going to give with that, with the purchase during this event, so either today or tomorrow. If you have any questions, you can always email me, darren@mulqueen.com, and I can answer any of those questions that you might have on the specials. What did you guys think about the cushions? If you don't mind to comment, I thought, I want that footrest cushion.
I love that footrest cushion, and if you are a shorter person, as I am, sometimes it's really difficult getting comfortable and your feet being able to reach that pedal easily. But I sew with the stop start, so my feet go up on an ottoman, and that cushion under my feet is just really nice and comfortable. And they come beautifully packaged. So like I said, to be able to give this as a gift, they're just beautifully packaged, nicely done.
Here's the lumbar one. We have the lumbar one always at our store on a chair, and it's wonderful to sit on, and it's amazing how it makes you feel like you're sitting proper when you have that in your chair.
My husband has taken mine over, that he leaves it in the car and just absolutely loves it, even in the car.
I think you should take that one home. They won't even notice, I don't think, out of the New Jersey.
Shh, Nancy's watching.
Oh, Nancy's watching. I'm sorry.
Nancy's going to tattletale.
Hopefully Sam won't tell on me.
And I just want everybody to know that we do have some of the fabric left for with the Janome logo on it. I don't know if you guys have seen that fabric. I'll hold it up to the camera a little bit closer. There's only 4.5 yards left, but it has the Janome 100-year anniversary logo on it. And if you, if our viewers don't purchase this up, then I'm going to make Nancy sew Jared and I button-up shirts with this fabric.
Oh, look, she has a quote with it on there.
Oh, do you? Oh, there it is. Yep. And my brother Ken moved this to our Janome event area. It's kind of a cool fabric for all sorts of purposes. There's a lot of huge Janome fans. You know what? A customer was just here, and she has, I don't remember the model number, but she has a Janome that was one of the first electronic machines ever produced. And she just picked it up from service. And I should have asked her if I could bring it on to show everybody out there, because it was pretty cool. And it had to be 30, 40 years old, but it was computerized. So everybody out there, if you have any questions while Alba's here, anything about Janome, and I guess anything to do with embroidery with Janome, or the straight stitch machine, the press. These presses, this is the model 150 by Elna. It is a dry press, and I know that Alba talked about that, but it's actually better to have a dry press so you don't ruin this under the iron plate with the water and the scaling of that. You just mist your item and then you press it and it kind of steams within. This is on sale for $4.99, which is kind of a nice price for a press, and that includes free shipping anywhere in the U.S.
Do they make replacement covers for the Elna presses?
Yes.
Yes, we do. So the replacement cover is available.
It's just tied on with on the side. You kind of cinch it tight to suck it down below. I think the replacement pad might even come with a new cushion. I can't remember if it's in the same package or not. You know,
I
Alba?
don't believe so.
No, it's a separate item. The new cover though.
The 14,000, does it come with access to the apps on the iPads or like on the App Store?
So the only app that you would be available and able to use is the Acu Design app. And that is an app that works with any machine model and brand. But the MemoryCraft 14,000 is not wireless. So the rest of the apps would not function with that machine.
But the machine does so much.
It
That's
does.
okay.
It is a phenomenal value machine, and especially with that quilting hoop in your package that you're adding.
Margie says hello from Las Vegas.
Well, hello back from New Jersey.
Rainey Brown, the cover I don't think is on our site quite yet.
I'm looking right now.
Jared's actually looking on the.
It's not on there.
It's not on there. Rainey, just let me know. Rainey's one of our favorite regulars here at Mulqueen Sewing. Just let us know if you want one, and I can get it on order for you, Rainey.
And Bev Sperling, if you want to, you can look on our website. They're on the Janome section. I'll show you in a little bit how to access that, but all of the cushions are all on sale. And then the best way to clean the press plate on a press.
We have iron cleaner here. What do you recommend, Alva?
An iron cleaner works great. I simply use a microfiber cloth with some water and wipe it down. And I tend to do that with every use so that it doesn't get a large buildup. But using the silicone pressing mats, the artistic pressing mat, is a good barrier between what you're pressing and that plate to keep it nice and clean.
Yeah, the Facebook user says that she's been using her Elna press since the 90s. I remember we've had Elna presses for a long time.
Yes.
They've been around a long, long time.
Can you use Best Press or any starch with the press?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the gal that has her press from the 90s, she did bring it in, and the cord from this one actually fit it. So we offered her the cord. I don't have a cord right now on this one because she has it, and I ordered a new cord. But it's kind of cool that the electronics hasn't changed. One thing I do. Go ahead.
That I was referring to for the press that really keeps all of that gum from fusible products, starch from getting on the plate and on the cover.
And you can press like silkscreen shirts and stuff like that with it, with that cover.
Yes.
Here, will you take a note? We need to get those in.
The Teflon covers?
Yeah, for a press. Because we have Teflon applique sheets, but not that big. So that would be
these
nice.
are, I'm going to put that for me. So I'm 5'2". So this is a nice size mat. So whether you're using it on the press, on the ironing board, just a really nice size mat to be able to use when you're pressing. And I love this for all my fusible interfacing stabilizers. I utilize this a lot when I'm doing t-shirt quilts.
Oh, yeah. And when you're talking about cleaning this under portion, if you maintain it before it gets bad, because once it's bad, it's hard to really get it off. So keep it clean as
So
you
if
go.
you really do have like a horrible mess on that top plate, I have used the Mr. Clean Magic Erasers as well because they're non-abrasive. You just don't want to use anything that will scratch that surface.
This particular press, Gail is asking how much it is, and we have it on sale for $4.99, and that includes free shipping. And if you're out of state, it's $4.99 out the door. There's no tax on it right now. And the cushions, I think, are around. They're 20% off the cushions, actually. And
Yeah, I think they were like originally like $42. So
the cushions are on special today.
about $35 or
You have
so.
to purchase those on our website, and Jared's going to show us here in a little bit how easy it is to shop on our website. And if there's no more questions out there for the wonderful Alba or Sam, who's on the other side of the camera. Hey, Sam, will you come on the other side, or are you not? Are you wearing just shorts?
No, it snowed.
Sam,
It snowed yesterday, so definitely
Oh, yeah.
no shorts.
I didn't want to put Sam on the spot, but I just want to say hi to Sam as well. Sam is a national educator for Janome, and we've had him here in our store as well as Alba. And just want to thank you guys. We love the Janome company. We have a great sales rep in Nancy. Nancy is in the background in California, right?
Yep.
Yes.
She might be out kayaking. Do you think that she's out kayaking? Or
I hope not without us.
Yep. She's an avid kayaker. But if there's no questions for Sam or Alba or Janome in general, just so you know, we did put up some other Janomes on our site that are also on special. But we were focusing today on that MC 14,000, which is an amazing machine. It's on sale for $64.95, which is, you know, a higher price point. But the 15,000 is almost double that price, and
Yes.
you don't miss out on a lot of features for the amount that you save in dollar wise.
It's just a tremendous value machine.
We only have two right now in stock, so if you're interested in it, two people will get it right away, and then we might have to wait after that. We have some on order, but two will go out right away if you're interested. And you can also email me if you have other questions on it. And if I can't answer it, I have Alba's direct email address. So I will email.
We're going to give them Alba's personal phone number too, right?
Yep. Alba, is it okay if I share your home phone number?
Come on over. We'll chat and have coffee.
I'll have some coffee. So thank you so much for being here with us on National Quilt Day.
Absolutely.
Happy
Happy National Quilt Day, everyone.
Thank you, Alba. Thank you, Sam. We'll see you guys soon.
Yes.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you. So that was cool.
That was fun.
I need to go on the other side. Oh, no, I'm right. I'm on the right side.
Yeah, you got it.
I was going to say that, yeah. Jared and I have this worked out to where, it's backwards. Everything's backwards. It looks like we're actually looking. I wish that your image was bigger, maybe half the screen or something.
I can do that.
But we do, we've been around Janome now for 15, 18 years, and they have been a rock solid company. Anything you purchase in the Janome world of sewing machines, whether it's a small travel machine like the 3160, where it comes with the whole quilt package. It's only 12 pounds. It's on sale for $599, all the way up to their big guys, the 14,000. You'll never have a problem with it. They're rock solid. They have great warranties they're guaranteed anywhere in the U.S. And if you are here locally, we would love to sit down with you with them, because we can show you the ins and outs of them. Right, Jared? And if you don't live here locally and you buy it, we will ship it to you at no cost, and there's no sales tax. So you do save quite a bit by purchasing it with us. And if you have any questions on it, we're always here by just a quick phone call away. And cushions. Hey, Jared, will you show how easy it is to locate these items on
Yeah.
our website?
Why not? Let's do it. So if you go to our website, mulqueen.com, it's just Mulqueen. There's no S. So just mulqueen.com. This is our home screen. So you'll go right to here where the balloons are. You go ahead and click on that guy right there. And then it brings you to this page. If you click on that link, it brings you to our YouTube channel. On our YouTube channel, you can select to subscribe and then get notified when we post any videos, if we're going live. And then this next one, if you don't have your bingo card, you can go ahead and type your email in when you click on that link, and they'll email you a bingo card. In just a few minutes, we'll probably pull another few numbers. Then as you go down, there's advertisements for what we did yesterday, more as to what we're doing today. But then if you go to the Janome link, which is this banner here, click on that, and then it brings you to everything that we've talked about today, as well as last time, everything that's on sale from Janome for this week. So right here is the 14,000. Then we have the cushion, and then the two presses. So the Elna Press 150 is the $499, and then the 450 is the one that we demoed last month, and that's the $999. Then the So Comfortable footrest, that's on sale as well. So take advantage of it while all the supplies last. Darren himself actually just placed an order on our website to buy that cushion.
Footrest. So, yep. And, we have a certain amount in stock and coming for the first wave. So if you order sooner, we do get our orders out in a timely manner as fast as we can. We never know how much to order for these kind of events. So we do put in a starter order, and then we replenish that order right away when we see the orders. Just know that usually orders take about 7, at the most 14 days. We have run into some back order issues on cabinets and the sewing chairs that we have shown in the past. Those are taking a little bit longer. Just bear with us. We will get everything out as fast as possible. And I noticed that the cushion, I need to ask my brother to move the seat cushion onto that section, because I didn't see that on there. I only saw the backrest, the lumbar one, which is our biggest seller. I had no idea about the footrest one, and so I quickly ordered a bunch of those because I know that'll be a big seller. Even if you're not sewing, just sitting at your computer, be able to put your foot up and rest on a soft cushion, I think that's kind of cool. I'm going to get one.
All right.
Yep. And
but you never take your shoes off. So what's the point?
That's okay though. I mean,
don't you sleep? You sleep in shoes too, right?
And just know that the AccuFill quilting kit that Alba showed, I know you can't see this, it's kind of far away, but this AccuFill package is actually free with the purchase of the MC 14,000. You don't need to add it to the cart or anything. It'll just automatically be triggered to be sent out along with a whole bunch of extra accessories. It already comes with a ton, but we're adding on top of that to make it a special for buying it during our event.
Darren, how much is the 13,000 or the 14,000 on sale for?
It's $64.95.
And it retails for what, 10,000?
Somewhere right like that. I don't have that in front of me, but yes, it is $64.95. You get the AccuFill kit, that's around a $500 item, and then a plethora of other feet.
And then
extra bobbins, all that kind of stuff will be sent automatically.
Just a quick little side note. OESD is closed right now, so I can't check on the scissor tails. Yeah, I can't check on it right now, but what we'll do is just ask them to extend the discount come like Monday or Tuesday. So that way you guys get an extra couple days to look at their website, because they didn't expect Kimberly to tell you that scissor tails was also discounted, so they didn't have it activated. So give them until Tuesday.
If you don't know what we're talking about, go to that YouTube link and watch yesterday's event, because we had OESD doing the 12 o'clock, or no, the 10 o'clock section about the embroidery designs and other goodies. And then at 12 o'clock, all about stabilizers and threads and special bundles for this event. So we're excited for all the specials. We see a lot of orders coming in. Our family appreciates that, and I know that you'll have a lot of fun with everything that you get with us, right?
Yes, sir.
We do have 12 o'clock p.m. a special guest that is going to pop in with us to talk about a new class that we're going to do. This class will have 3 Zoom sessions. So we're going to work with you on this new class 3 different times.
How long are our sale prices good for?
Well, ultimately, it's this weekend. But if we see a lot of orders coming in, then we do generally extend it a little bit, just to let people, because people are watching the replay. And so we don't want to cut them off right away. So it may extend into early next week. So, but shop while you can. Don't leave something in your cart if you get to $49, you might as well close that order out, or build it up however high. $49, you get free shipping. But if you have something in your cart and you come back tomorrow, it may not be in your cart because somebody else might have already closed out and purchased that item, because some items are limited but on their way already into our shipping area here. 7 to 14 days is like 14 days. We feel really bad that some orders have to be that long, but there's a lot of crazy things going on out there. So it is taking a little longer on some items. 12 o'clock, we have also this gentleman. His name is Ken Mulqueen. He looks like me, but he is not as nice as I am, or as young as I am.
Yeah, no, he's old.
He's a lot older than I am, about 2 years older. No, my brother Ken is coming on at noon, right after our special pop-in. So it'll be around 12:15 maybe.
Yeah, we're adding the seat cushion right now.
Are we?
I texted him.
This table will be covered with sergers here on our next segment. He's going to show cool functionality of sergers and cover stitch machines. So that'll be exciting. He is a serger guru. And then at 2 o'clock today, Durkee Hoops, the company Durkee, they make all these aftermarket hoops that work on brother and baby lock machines. If you don't own one of those machines, that is okay. It is still going to be quite interesting in case someday down the road you do happen to get into embroidery. I know half of our customers are strictly quilters, half are embroidery, and a lot of times embroidery is now infiltrating our quilting side because of all of the in the hoop quilting that you can do, and these hoops that Durkee has will make quilting and any kind of embroidery easier. And that's at 2 o'clock, and then the one and the only Rob Appell from Man Sewing, formerly of Man Sewing and Missouri Star Quilting. He is here at 4, and he's going to do what is called Making It Fun with Rob Appell. He's going to show us a lot of cool samples that he's made. There's a big argument whether he looks cuter with long hair or short hair amongst customers that are excited that he's coming on. But he will be here at 4 o'clock tonight. Without further ado, let's do some bingo.
Alrighty.
What does without further ado mean? I don't even know why I'm saying that. Anybody out there, if you can comment what without further ado really means.
So
I think it just means get on with the next thing, right?
yeah, like quit jabber John and no. So our new numbers are I-16, O-64, and I-19. So if you get a bingo, go ahead and put bingo in the chat, as well as your card number. So
think it took
What it,
about 10 calls yesterday before our
Yeah.
first bingo.
I think, yeah, it was call number 9, I believe, is what it
So
was.
we're getting close to someone having our first bingo.
We've got 5 so far.
Anybody got bingo? That would be pretty amazing if they got it with just those 5 numbers.
Oh, no more delay. Without further delay.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like,
Without further delay, that would be a better way of saying it. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, whoever. Who was that?
there's a few people.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
The numbers are at the bottom of the screen. I-16, O64, and I-19.
Here's one of those Uber lights that we showed yesterday.
Brian Van Ort's watching.
Mr. Brian. Brian is the manager of our Tempe store. If you haven't been to our Tempe location, you should check it out because it is by far one of the more modern stores in the U.S.
We should do a nice little walkthrough of like all 3 stores and show them next time. So
Yeah.
people that, yes, bingo did start over from yesterday. So people that are from out of town can kind of see. So that way they can look at what they're. Anna Delask said yes, like yay bingo. She didn't say that she had a bingo.
Nope, not yet. So on those Janome machines, just again, actually Elna, the Elnita, the straight stitch only. If anybody's a bag maker, just a quilter where they only need straight stitch, that machine that Alba just showed, I just want you to know that if you do check out and purchase that machine this weekend, we are going to automatically give you a gift card to purchase like a shopping spree of Janome / Elna accessories for it. We can pick out those accessories for you, or we can give you a gift card so you can choose your own accessories. Because that's what we do here at Mulqueen Sewing. We give you options. Right, Jared?
Yes, sir.
So yeah, if you haven't been to our Tempe store, it is on Kyrene and Warner in Tempe.
All of the numbers that have been called so far are on the screen. All of the numbers that were called yesterday have already been won. So everyone's starting their screen or their new. They're starting a new card. So any number that was called yesterday is completely irrelevant to what we're doing today. So it's just a whole other card basically. So look at it as another game.
If your card is already marked up, just choose a different color to circle so that you know what's from today.
We're playing by diagonals or one line.
Any all the way across. Doesn't matter what direction.
Yeah, so no corners, but everything has to be at least in a line. So you can do diagonals or just a standard line.
And just so you know, if you're on the west side of town, we have a store at 59th Avenue and Northern as well. We have a great crew out there that's willing to help you with all of your sewing needs. Anything you need from embroidery to quilting. If you don't mind, let's do a gift card.
Do a gift card?
Yeah, we're going to do a Mulqueen.com gift card, a $15 gift card. All you have to do to be entered to win this is just
share it.
In this just short little segment here is just to let us know, have you ever been into one of Mulqueen's locations? So you can just say yes or no. I'm interested in how many people are actually watching, because there's quite a few. There's a few hundred people. How many of you have been in one of our stores? And we're just going to randomly select someone with our random generator. That's what Jared's over there. He is like a computer.
A lot of no's.
Well, if you
We've got to change that.
If you haven't been into our stores, we do thank you for being part of our family from a distance. If you ever get to Arizona, we hope you stop in. We are kind of a destination store. We're going to go ahead next time in April. So we're going to do this again the third Friday, Saturday of April. If you want to mark your calendars, we will do walkthroughs of all 3 of our locations just so you can see all of the fabric.
I'm going to get a walkthrough for today, actually, of the Mesa store.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So when we take a break right here, I'm going to get us a walkthrough of this store.
Maybe we should. We got to pick a winner.
Yes, sir. I'm just getting my lines ready.
And then at 12 o'clock, right now it is, oh wow, it's 11:40. Holy cow. Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow, we better take a break.
Yeah, we're gonna, when we come back from this little break, we're gonna let you guys know who won, and you'll see who our secret guest is.
And the only reason why we need to go real quick is we got to get Sergers put on this table for 12 o'clock, and that's going to take a little bit to get cameras reset for that. And so we will be right back at 12 o'clock. When do I bring this out? Hey, Bridget. We're going to go live here in about 2 minutes. You can. You don't have to, though. Whatever. Yeah, bring it in. Because everybody gets that.
Yep. 20 seconds, so just be quiet.
Check. We don't have a mic on you.
Yeah.
So you can just wave or whatever. When are we going to talk about?
Yeah, so Bridget, stand over there until Hope comes on. You'll know when to come on. 4 or 5 seconds. You're already ready.
Hello, hello. Check. Hi, we're back for some more excitement. I got a table full of Sergers. My brother Ken will be here in a few moments. He is, I think he's brushing his hair out and brushing his teeth. So he'll be with us in a couple of minutes. So if you're ready for this, maybe if you don't mind just to do a quick comment saying whether you use a Serger. Are you a avid Serger user? Have you ever used a cover stitch, which you'll be showing that in a little bit. We got a lot of fun to come up here. He's going to show different feet usage. But first, we've been talking about a special guest that's popping in with us, and we have a new class that we're going to start. We have our educator that's going to come on, that's going to do our personal event, and I guess whenever, I wonder where this, our special guest is. I'm getting nervous. Where is she? Hope, it's you.
Hey!
Hey, Hope.
Hey, did you brush your hair before you started?
I did. It was getting a little bit long, though, and I need to do something about it.
It is.
I was just like, oh, there's a little note there that Darren needs a haircut. Yes, he does.
Darren, I'll fly up there. I could do it for you. I think I've cut your hair once before.
Yeah, that I would trust you.
I mean, Hope scissor hands. I'm good with scissors. I have my own scissors.
You know, I think that everybody needs a little hope in their life, and so we thought, how cool is this to have Hope pop in here and discuss our new class that we're going to do. And here you are. You popped in.
I popped in all the way from Sarasota, Florida, where it is now 3 o'clock my time, and sunny Sarasota, nice and warm.
Anything exciting happen that we should know about between our 12 o'clock time and your 3 o'clock? No?
No, I had coffee, so I'm ready to go.
Had coffee. Yeah, very good.
Coffee.
Coffee. All right. So what do you have going on? This is intriguing to me. I'm not quite sure what it is.
Well, I have this really big box, and I like really big boxes because you never know what's inside of it. Let me show you. We have a brand new subscription box, and can you see this thing? I feel like a hot dog vendor. You're outside selling it.
Hot dogs.
It looks a lot bigger in my hands than it does yours. And then inside of it is we've got all kinds of goodness in here. And this program I'm so excited about. It's from Embellish, which is from R&K Distributing. And I want to tell you what it is, and then just the reason behind it. And then I have some images to show you. Well, yours is all neat and organized. And who's that standing with you?
This is our educator, Bridget.
Bridget.
Yep.
I hear you're going to be teaching.
Bridget Brucker. And we were just impromptu here. We need to get a microphone for Bridget. Actually, Jared's going to pop one on real quick. But we're excited to have Bridget be part of this too with you, Hope, and our crew. There we go. A lot of you might know Bridget. She was she had demonstrated a number of things with us in our past events, and so she is really embroidery minded, sewing minded. She was teaching a lot of kids classes here. which we love teaching the young ones
Yeah.
because we need a future in this sewing world out there. So it's always cool to share that. So thank you for always doing that.
Always, yes.
But Hope, I'm excited to see some of the samples. I heard you have samples. And by the way, your
yes.
background. Look at your set. Look how pretty that is.
Isn't that pretty?
Yep, it's so bright and modern.
And the hair light.
And the hair light. Oh, that's right. I heard about the hair light.
Oh,
I need to get a hair light. So,
You have
I'll
four
tell
of
you.
them.
Well, I'm actually filming from my home, and I've been out to do events in your store, several, but it's been quite a while. And we decided, since everything's being done virtually now, we made a little spot. My children are older and they've left home, and it's just my husband and I. So sad. I really hate it. And you know, one of the bedrooms, the day they moved out, I have a big quilting machine with a frame. And 2 days later, they came back and not to move in, but they're like, wow, Mom, that hurts a little bit. I'm like, don't be sad, honey. I'll make you a quilt. But then we decided to add this backdrop here where I can put all of our samples. And if you noticed how pretty those samples were, they're the samples from License to Create. And this is a new exciting program that's like us bringing an event to your customers. Since we're not able to travel and do what we did, we have actually 4 months worth of projects in this box. So if you've been to one of our events or an event at your store where you come in for a couple days and you make these amazing projects, that's what's in the box. And the idea behind it is, if you want to learn how to sew or learn some new techniques because you've been sewing for a long time and embroidering, we're going to teach you everything inside of this License to Create box. So first of all, it comes with you only need a 5x7 embroidery hoop, right? So that's pretty easy. If you have a bigger hoop, great. We have some bonus big hoop designs, but it comes with a color instruction book. And this is like having 12 events for just a little more than the price of one event that you might have attended at Mulqueen. So you have all the directions, all of the machine embroidery designs. If you're into digital cutting like I am, all of the SVG files, and then the sewing patterns, directions, videos, and more. So that's kind of all in there. And then we've got all of our consumer products from Embellish. So in that box, Darren's pulling out the stabilizers and the underlays and the toppers and the tape. What is that? That is R&K cork fabric.
You get cork with it? A roll of it.
Cork. There should be some foil in there. I like something shiny. Is there anything shiny in there?
Yep, there's foil.
There you go. You've got foil. We have a USB stick that has all the contents on it. So not only do you get the printed binder, but they're going to get a USB stick with everything on it. But we've got batting, we've got sticky printable template, everything that's going to make embroidering and sewing easier. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. It's like, I wish that was in a little clown car and you could climb in and pull it out.
Yeah, have somebody underneath that keeps putting more in. Look at that, you even get watercolor paper.
Oh, yes. There's a new rag watercolor paper. I'm going to show you those samples. Look at that. They're like full packages. If we used a lot of it, we just threw in a whole full package. There should be a little bag of some threads too. So we gave you a sample of our best threads so that you could try them. And we know that you're going to love them. And the best thing is Mulqueen's carries all of those threads. And then the baggie.
Look at that.
We should have put a pack of Lifesavers in there. I think that would have been fun. So there's
lots of thread in there.
Thread.
Ooh, a glue stick from Alex Anderson.
Yeah, I love Alex. Her glue stick. It's really cool. It's green so you can see it. All kinds of goodies in there.
Tapes.
Tapes. You got to have tape. Who needs Hollywood tape when you have R&K Perfection tape in there?
Oh, there's Mylar.
Yep, Mylar.
Holy cow.
That's a lot of stuff. And again, it's just there's 12 projects, Darren, 12 projects. So they can redecorate their whole living room or their bedroom making these projects. And it's spring sewing and summer growing. So it covers the spring and the summer season. The only thing that really isn't in there is the fabric. And I think your customers have a little bit of fabric. I'm quite sure they do. But the inspiration behind this is really, there's so many people that started sewing for the first time last year when they learned to make masks. And where do they go from there? So this has skills that are going to be perfect for them to last a lifetime for sewing and embroidery. So I really love the fact that it's more than the projects. It's about how do you embroider mylar, or how would you make a rug for your house? So I have some videos to show you, but before I share my screen, let's see, let me stand up here. A couple little projects, but can you see this? This is actually a quilted rug. And it has this adorable applique with a beehive. These are so popular, and hexagons jumbo, but I don't know if I would want to step on it, but I would because it's machine washable. And I love the fact that it's so pretty, but it's practical as well. And I don't know who goes to the farmer's market or to the grocery store and you use reusable bags. I think this could double as a purse. And so when you see them in the picture, I want you to really see how nice and big this bag is. And then on the back, I love the pocket. So we're going to teach you to gather a couple different ways, your cell phone, but the caliber of the projects. I mean, to me, they're just amazing. I'm blown away by how amazing they look. Now, I didn't sew all these. We have a team behind us that have designers, and I get to work with them, and they're just so amazing. And I know that you're going to love the projects in here.
I was blown away by when I saw the first video of all the projects.
Yeah, I'm going to show that in a minute. So Bridget, you're going to be teaching and helping. So the customers from Mulqueens that buy these kits, there's a very limited number of them. And so when they're gone, they're gone. So if you're interested after you're seeing this, I know that they'll post a link in the comments here on where you can purchase this spring sewing and summer growing kit. But again, it's like you can do the event in your home. But Bridget, what are you going to be doing to help them?
I'm going to be sharing all the knowledge that you share with me.
Yep.
That's a great answer.
Yep. Bridget will definitely do the project, so she's familiar with them and able to help out. And
right. And we have a consumer Facebook group. And so, Bridget, I just put you in there, by the way, in the dealer and the consumer one. And so you can interact as you're making your projects at home or through some of the Zoom events that Mulqueens is going to do. If you need to ask some questions, you know, there's a place where I'm going to pop in and do some live videos to talk with you and make it more personal. So I love that. So should I show the little screen of all the projects, Darren? What do you think?
Yeah, that would be great. Yep, because I want everybody to see how nice they are.
All right, let's do it. Let me make sure here I'm sharing my screen and I'm getting it all up. Whoops.
And your hair looks wonderful, by the way.
Oh, thank you. That hair light really helps. I know. I wish I could travel around like an IV and it was just behind me all the time. Because my mama always told me to put my best points forward. And I think that's my hair. So I just want everybody to see it. Oh, gosh. Okay. So here is the license to create kit box. And obviously you're going to be able to make all of these samples. You have everything except for the fabric and the threads. You've got a sampling of threads so you can decide which ones you want to use for that, but showing you how big that box is. And I'm just going to show some short clips of each project and kind of talk through them. So this would just take a quick second.
We know it's been a long winter. For many, it's been really hard. But we have good news. Spring is coming, and we can look forward. And we can feel free to create for your home and for your family. Let your creativity bloom with our latest License to Create projects coming this spring by Embellish and Hope Yoder. Just as the spring season brings new life to trees and flowers, We packed our latest spring sewing summer growing kit with a fresh set of sewing projects to breathe new life into your home. Enroll for this season and you'll receive all embellished products needed to make 12 amazing projects. Your kit includes an easy-to-follow manual to use while your instructor guides you. Here's what you can make. When it's time, you can welcome people back to your home. This banner is easy to personalize and features lovely florals. Brighten any room with this happy bee rug. Add summer charm with this bicycle pillow. Bolster your spirits with this beautiful accent pillow. This circular quilt is nestled in a wooden embroidery hoop, creating a three-dimensional way to hang mini quilts. Spring is a time for cleaning up the house and getting organized. A great place to start with these hanging organizers, cute and clever. Plan your week with this project set. Using chalkboard vinyl and corkboard, you can create multiple places for posting reminders, grocery lists, and love notes. Embellish an inexpensive notepad with a spring notebook cover. Fresh food and outdoor fun is on the horizon, so get ready to head to the farmer's market or local grocery with this beautiful and durable tote. This lovely woven cork basket can help keep things organized. And add botanical flavor to your walls with this embroidered paper art project. When friends do arrive, serve up smiles with this scrappy quilted tray liner. It's time to feel good again. It's time to create. Join us for our spring sewing summer growing season and contact us today.
So let me So I'm just going to show you close-ups again of each project. I love that one because there are actually about 15 designs that come with the little pouches. And if you don't have a tray that you use like this, then this would make a perfect table runner. And what you probably can't see here are the leaves are fringe and there's applique, and you're going to learn how to do some simple matchstick quilting with jelly roll strips. And this notebook is just a notebook that has a cardboard back. And on the back of the notebook, it's an embroidery design that looks like ruled paper. So you can make these great gift ideas. Now, I love this project. When I was helping with editing the directions on this project, I remember years ago, I tried to do real basket weaving. I'm a dental hygienist, and the dentist wife was into basket weaving. She pretty much told me there was no hope for me, but this cork fabric makes it so easy. And we actually have a video on here, and let me just pop out of that screen. And just to show you real quick, part of the video that comes with this over and so we've got we're going to show you each step of the way how to weave that basket. And then what you're seeing as well is an applique patch that you can create freestanding and top stitch on there. So you can hold sewing notions or whatever you like. Now this pillow, what I love about this pillow is we have a little more cork, but if you don't have a digital cutter, we've also given you the embroidery file for 5x7 hoops. So you can embroider the word relax, or we've got some of our heat transfer foil and the cut files so you can use your digital cutter. But if you look at that quilting, even Darren could do that. Because it's straight stitch quilting. If you have a free motion quilting machine, you can certainly use that, but it's just a presser foot and straight lines that aren't straight to give it that organic look. And then the market tote that I showed you, the lemons are actually sparkly with mylar behind them. This is my favorite project. So we've got this is an interchangeable frame holder. And with that, you would be able to pop it out and put another design so you can recycle that wooden hoop. It's just a wooden hoop that's glued onto a shiplap board, or you can, buy one of those at a craft store. This is that watercolor paper that's so pretty. We've got some techniques, and we're going to teach you how to embroider on paper without it tearing or ripping. Really beautiful project. And this behind the fabric is just some canvases that you can purchase anywhere. Now, for those of you who do have a larger embroidery hoop, we've given this bonus large hoop design, and that's actually chalkboard heat transfer vinyl, a new product from Embellish that you can use just traditional chalk to mark. And then some more cork, and then you can just use your stick pins or thumbtacks to make a little office center or love note section. You can see that we use a lot of bees and honeycomb. And the last project in here is a welcome home banner. And this one comes in 3 or 4 sizes with all the numbers so that you can put your zip code or your house number. And I really, really like this project. Here's the palette that we've used for our projects, but you may have a different color palette that works with your home. But this is one of the pages in our binder that you're going to receive. So Darren can talk a little bit about this, but this is my last slide. So this subscription box, again, includes all the sewing patterns, the embroidery designs, the SVG files, all of the R&K kit materials and Embellish kit materials. And if you happen to own Craft and Cut software or Embellish Maker software, I'm going to give you some videos showing you how we created the machine embroidery designs. And that's going to be really helpful while you're at home to watch a little bit a day so you can learn how to digitize in Embellish Maker with the one-click mouse features. All of this is $3.32 a day, or actually it is $2.49, because you know what, you guys, Darren has the price here at Mulqueen's for $299 for these 12 projects. And that's a little bit more than if attending a 3-day event in person. And you're going to have so much more in this box. We also have a consumer group that I mentioned where you can interact with me and a team. And if you don't own Embellish Maker software or Craft and Cut software for digital cutters and you want to, well, Mulqueen's has the opportunity to add this onto your subscription really for just $1 a day. And then I think that's a pretty incredible deal. That was a lot.
That was awesome. I love your color.
Excited. I can see it. Yay.
Yep.
So
I think I might be able to handle that quilting on that one project.
I can teach
I'll
you.
make sure he does it.
Yeah.
Well, what's good about it is people look at the pillow, and all last year we were doing an event where we had a lot of that type of quilting where it's real organic. And I use the word organic because it sounds sophisticated, but it means you're just quilting right over everything, even the embroidery design. And you're not even quilting, you're just sewing rows that shouldn't be straight because it looks better when it's not. And it's all raw edge and it's fused down with our webbing, and you just can't go wrong with it. You can't mess it up.
That is the word of the day. You can't mess it up. That's actually 3 words, or is that 4 words?
Can't mess it up. That's 4 words.
4 words of the day. So we thought it was way cool when we saw this box. We were like, holy moly, look at that box. And we opened it up.
Big box.
It is. And you get the binder. I think, did you have a binder there? Bridget has the binder here. Just to show you that everybody gets that binder.
Well, here's the cool thing. So you're charging $299 for 12 events, basically, that they can do on their own at home or with guidance from Bridget. But what's really cool is in that box, you guys, there's more than $900 worth of product alone. So if they just came into the store to buy all of that from you, there's $900 worth in there. So between those two, it's an incredible deal.
Well, we do. So thank you for coming on, showing your new light that you got. And what's that?
Does the light make my hair look big?
No, it looks great.
I mean, because the bigger the hair, the closer to God. How am I doing?
Oh, you're doing good.
Yeah, we're Jerry, you can come on too.
I can come on. Oh, if I come on the screen, I'm going to be right over your face.
Oh, there.
Oh, I like it. Go back on there, Jared.
All right, cool. I'll go back and cover. Well, Hope, when you and I were talking earlier, we hinted at something and kind of plan something in the next month or so for basically a month from now when we have our next virtual weekend.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I might be popping in more than a pop in. I think I'm going to do a special event just for you guys with some of our embellished product. And so I've just kind of been thinking since we talked a few hours ago, but Darren, would it be okay if I came in and I did an hour presentation with some techniques, how to get pucker-free embroidery, how to digitize real quickly, how to take an image from the internet and turn it into stitches, a copyright-free image, of course. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that sounds great.
I can send you some pictures of Darren.
Oh,
Yeah, those are copyright free. That would be great.
Who's the youngest grandchild that you guys have? Because I think we need some crayon artwork, and I could totally do that.
I think the youngest is Darren's kids, and
I do have an owl that he did with. Can't remember the name of it, but they would come into the school, paint masterpiece or something like that. I'll share that image with you.
I'm only allowed to use crayons. They don't give me Sharpies.
Yeah, that's bad. Sharpies are bad. I could hook you up. I have a whole warehouse full of oil-based ink Sharpie markers.
Oh, wow.
Worse. Well, I want to thank you for letting me pop in here and let me know what I can do for you. If you guys have any questions about the kit, I'm here to help. And Bridget, I can't wait to see what you do with that.
Oh, I'm excited. Thank you, Hope.
Thanks for giving us this opportunity.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Hope. Everybody needs a little hope in their lives, right?
That's right.
That's cool.
While you guys get that ready, do you want me to show them how to find?
Oh, yes.
I can do that. So cool. So I'm going to switch over to me real quick and then bring in our. Go ahead and mute your mics too, just in case. I know when we had the countdown timer earlier, it was my mistake. I didn't realize we weren't muted. I hope Darren didn't say anything bad.
Yeah.
But if you go to our main page, mulqueen.com, you can click on our live event specials, which is this balloon right here. Go ahead and click on that guy. And as you scroll down, you'll see all the advertisements for everything that's going on. And when you get to the bottom, you're going to see license to create. So you have the little license plate. Go ahead and click on that. And right here, the license to create, it's the only thing in there. So if you go ahead and click on that, you can add it to your cart. And then as soon as the class is kind of being put together, you'll get the emails and everything. You'll get the kit sent to you, but you'll get the emails with the links for the Zoom classes and whatnot and the schedule. Earlier, we picked a winner for a $15 gift card if you had if you told us that you've been in our store before. So let me go from here and type this in real quick. So I have my winner selected. All right. And the winner is Susan Nelson. So Susan, if you email me at jer@mulqueen.com, that's just GER@mulqueen.com, you can go ahead and email me, and I will make sure sometime in the near future you get your gift certificate emailed to you. So thank you so much for everyone commenting, going back and forth. It was good to see that a lot of you had been in our stores, but another cool thing is to see that there's a lot of people that aren't even from this state that wish to come into the stores, and we welcome it. We have people that travel from all over coming into our stores. We're international. We have people coming from Canada, a couple people coming from overseas that come visit us. So we have German customers, Australian customers, and we do ship to Canada. So if you call the store, if you have items that you do want, you can call the store and we can ship there. Keep in mind, most of our fabric is about $7.95 a yard, and that's not a 36-inch yard. My grandma forgot how to count up to 1 full yard, and she counts to 37 now. So you get an extra inch, and that way it accounts for any slight errors you may have. So other than that,
we'll look at your walkthrough in a little while. probably.
I hope it's good.
Yeah, Jared did a walkthrough of our Mesa location, and so we might show that later if it looks okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it in a little bit. Well, presenting my dad, Ken Mulqueen. There's Ken.
Howdy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oops. Oh,
Hi, everyone. I'm Bridget, and I'm presenting Ken Mulqueen.
okay.
And I just wanted to tell you, about maybe 3 or 4 years ago now, I took my first Serger class with him. He's an unbelievable teacher. He's got a good sense of humor. And best of all, he's really handsome. So, hey, how can you go wrong with that, right?
And he's my older brother.
Oh, yeah, Darren's handsome too.
And he's my older dad.
Yeah, he's your older
Older
dad.
dad. Cheers.
So, no further ado, here is Ken, and enjoy it. You will have a really good time.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Bridget.
everybody. I am enjoying in the background working on the website, and Darren and Jerry, I think, have been doing a phenomenal job with everything up here. But I get to play around with Sergers. One thing first, I don't know, I'm sure Darren's already mentioned, but happy birthday to Dad. I know he's back in the office watching us, so everybody wish Pat.
He's nitpicking you.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he? All right. Well, I love Sergers. My whole growing up in the business, Darren and I, since we were 7, 8 years old, and Keith, one thing that intrigued me was how a Serger worked. If you actually had your sewing machines worked on back in the 70s or 80s and early 80s in Tempe, it was probably child labor of Darren and myself and Keith servicing your machines. But we got to learn the machines, and I just really fell in love with the mechanics of Sergers. Along the line with Sergers, it is the single thing that we sell, most frustrating piece of equipment that's in our building of what we sell, can be. So I'll help and hopefully help simplify that a little bit today on some of the Sergers. But Sergers do, and as anybody that's already ran a Serger or uses one, you've seen or you've had your threaded up and you break your thread and then you thread it back again and you fight it for an hour till you unthread the whole thing and rethread it from scratch. And then if the thing finally works, it's like the discount tire company. It's throwing the machine through the window like the tire. So there's a lot of things that have simplified over the years. The big one, I don't know if you can come over to this camera that's in front there. So the big part is this on the lower loopers has always been the hard guy to thread. So they're making special catches to pull our threads through to catch that lower looper to make it easier. Upper loopers are still about the same, but I'll go through, if you want to come back out to the full of all the machines. So just that little attachment that's down the bottom will make the threading the lower looper so much easier. And Juki is the best sergers on the planet in my mind. Juki still hasn't figured out how to make machines cheap. They're still all metal mechanical parts. You may have plastic covers, but all the mechanical parts are still metal. Then you go from standard sergers where you have to thread and you have your threads that are whipping around to air threading sergers. And air threading sergers from Juki, there's two models. We have one that doesn't have an LCD screen and one that does have an LCD screen. But this is the best serger, period. Nobody can argue with me, and I'll go through and show you some features of all of them.
I'm going to give you my mic.
Oh,
That's
coming
okay.
up? Is it not coming up good?
It's only one side. So I don't know if you're getting half the sound.
Oh, okay. So now I'm on two microphones.
Yeah.
So hopefully you can hear me all right. So between the three sergers that I have out, the ones I've picked to show today, and then I also have a cover stitch serger or cover stitch machine in the back. So to explain sergers out just a little bit. Sorry, I thought I had all this in my head, how I was going to go through it, and now I'm bouncing around. But to explain sergers, they have 5-thread, 4-thread, 3-thread sergers are predominantly what's sold. 5-thread sergers tend to sell a lot because they also have the cover stitch, which is this machine in the back, built into it. Now, if you don't use your serger every day, I guarantee you, if you buy a 5-thread serger with the cover stitch, you will do cover stitch once, and you will never go back to cover stitch because it's awkward and it's difficult to do it. Juki sells one, and it's phenomenal, but I don't normally sell it unless it's someone that does a lot of sewing professionally, that's going to be switching back and forth all the time. Oh, I see Beckstead, Verna. Verna loves her MO2000. So the ideal way is to split up the machines. You've got a serger that does everything really well, and you have a cover stitch that just does one thing well, and it's perfect all the time. And you're not spending 15 minutes trying to change your machine out. Say a prayer to hopefully the thing works. And then have to sew your 10, 15 minutes, and then have to change everything back to go back to your regular sewing. So with a 4-thread serger, traditionally you'll have your 2 needles. Always you'll have your 2 needles. So when you drop to 3-thread, you're basically removing one of the 2 needles to finish the edge of the fabric, 4 threads to sew your seams together, 3 threads to just finish off the edge of the fabric. And then some of the machines will have little adapters that'll go on to actually drop the machine to a 2-thread. And I'll show some of that on the machine. But our biggest thing, the mic. Whoops, mic. Uh-oh. Sorry. Is that better? Okay. So our standard 4-thread sergers, $400, $500 for a standard 4-thread serger. Juki does make it easier, like I said, with that lower looper threading. But when you go to the MO2000, which is our Cadillac of all the sergers, your ease of use. And when I start the class off, usually, we're going to start doing, I'll film some classes, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, on operator lessons on the serger plus the feed as well. But on the MO2000, when I start that class, I usually have 6, 8, 10 when we were doing classes in that classroom at one time, and I'd ask them to raise their hands who was the first-time user of a serger. This is what they're starting with. And you'd always have 1 or 2 raise their hand, and I'd let them know that it's not fair. They had to go back and buy a regular serger to go through the torture that we've done for all these years. Otherwise, they'll never truly appreciate an auto-threading serger. The biggest part to auto-threading is my threads are going to stay inside these tubes. Whoops. You're changing me? Sorry. Okay. So the threads stay inside these tubes. Your threads don't whip. They're not catching on each other. You want to zoom in onto this one? Onto the MO? Or is it on the MO2000? So bring it over to the MO2000. So on the MO2000, the primary difference with the LCD screen, the screen itself doesn't do a whole lot to the whole machine, but it doesn't do anything to the machine changing wise. But it shows you every single stitch, and it shows you exactly what to do and how to set the machine up. So for a 4-thread stitch, let me go ahead and cut the threads out of this machine and show you from scratch. Those of you who've never seen an auto-threading serger, this is, and it still is fun. If anybody ever wanted to upset you, it's all they had to do is cut your thread off your serger. But for the MO2000, when I go into stitch number 1, which is my regular 4-thread stitch, if I go in there, it shows me to have both my needles in the machine. It tells me what to set my tensions and everything at. So I know I'm going to need all 4 threads. So to thread, let's do the lower looper first. So to thread my lower looper, get that one out of the way. There's one, that's all the threading you have to do until we get to our air system. So our threads, since they all stay in tubes, I'm going to push a little button that's going to blow the threads right through. So as I rotate my hand wheel, those tubes will connect. And as soon as those tubes connect, we want to feed about 1/4 of an inch. There's a jet inside there. So I need to get my thread past that jet. Past that jet to blow the thread through the machine. So if I just stick the part of it in there and roll my thread in, this is the fun part. So what I'm doing is threading that lower looper there. So if I hit this button, boom, it's threaded. Hopefully you can see that on TV. Now my upper looper, I wish we actually could hear everybody at home, because as soon as I hit that button, I'm sure we heard a major gasp of everybody going, I am so sick of threading a regular serger. And we'll go ahead and feed just 1/4 of an inch of thread in there, and now we're threading our upper looper. So that easy. So upper and lower looper are threaded. We'll disengage that, the air threading, and just send our threads. It doesn't matter if one's on top of the other, just send them out the back of the machine, and that's done. Now for your needles, we go ahead and bring our needles up to their highest point. Then there is, the top of it threads just like a regular serger or similar to a sewing machine. I'll bring the needles down. There's a little thread guide to catch, if I catch him. Now, there is a needle threader on the machine. I'll bring it down to see a little better. You hit one needle threader, but you just move it to the right or the left, depending on which needle you're going to thread. So if I'm doing the right needle, I'll push it over, just bring him down. Take your thread and just go wide, and you'll see it right in the middle. As I push back, it clicks and catches. Now, if I let go of the thread, this floor model is at least 2 years old, and that is the original needle threader on the machine. So by letting go of the thread and let the needle threader do its work, that needle threader, you'll never ruin it. But if you keep a hold of that thread, you're going to replace that needle threader every 6 months. So we'll go ahead and move that to the left, bring that down, and that needle's threaded. Quick and easy. So some of the quick features while I'm down in this area, our blade, it's a pull down blade. You don't have the big blade in front, whoops, like the other machines. I forgot the cameras on the other one. It's a pull down blade, so it's a strong blade, cuts through, this guy will actually go through 6 layers to 8 layers of denim. It's also one of the closest blades to the needles. By that, if the blade is up, so a lot of machines, the blade's an inch and a quarter away from the needles. So as you're sewing a curve, your fabric, as you're coming in, your fabric swerves away from your needles and your needles miss the fabric. So this is just over ½ an inch from the needles. So being that close, it's not going to stitch a coaster as far as diameter or circle. That's still too extreme, but any curves that you have in crotch seam or setting in sleeves, no issues. So nice and easy. You can drop your blade out of the way. Those in class that have come in my class know that it's your machine, you own it. Don't drop your blade. We've got a few other levers and I'll show you what they are, but let's go ahead and just stitch real quick. So I tend to say that too much, I know. Let's grab another scrap there. So in our window, our display that shows, it shows both the left and right needle. It shows our tensions at 4, 4, 4, 4. So I have my tensions all set displayed at 4. The hardest part on this machine is to figure out what these symbols down below mean. And the pair of scissors is our knife, and that's adjusted by turning this dial. It's telling us to set it, give us a setting for it. Our length, these images here are painted on the side of the machine. So we set our length of stitch. We set our differential feed. I'll cover differential on all sergers and cover stitch machines here in a minute. These last 2 items are for doing, there's a little lever that you used to have to replace your needle plate in order to do a rolled hem. Now all we do is pull this trigger back or forth. Now I will show real quick. Let me just pop that foot off. This is something I think is really important on the Juki machines, and I love to show this in my demos. You can see that little piece of metal that's waving back there by the needles. Hopefully you can see it back there. When that's positioned forward, that's my stitching finger, and that's what the machine forms all the stitches on. When I pull him back, it exposes a needle, and it's still a hand sewing needle stamped into the needle plate to do the rolled hems on. A lot of the sergers anymore, they're making the plates one piece, and they can't get it as fine as a hand sewing needle, so it's just a metal finger sticking out. So in a minute or a few minutes, you'll see us do a rolled hem on this, and nothing does a rolled hem as nice as doing it off those needles in the Juki machines. But back to that little finger. As that finger is positioned forward, Juki Sergers, their tensions are adjusted on that piece of metal. So it's not the fact I've got whatever fabric in the machine. The tensions are all adjusted to that finger that's there. So my tensions for regular sewing are 4, 4, 4, 4. They'll always stay at 4, no matter if I'm on denim, if I'm on canvas, if I'm on silk or satin or tulle, my tensions are still going to be set at 4. The only thing I'll adjust is I'm going to adjust my blade either in or out, depending on if I have loopies on the edge of the fabric or if I'm getting too much fabric into the seam. So your tension adjustment nightmare of sergers in the past is gone. If there's a stitching issue, it is move your blade in or out. That's it. Don't touch your tensions. If the window says set your tensions at 4s, set them at 4, and you have every confidence it'll sew every fabric the same. So that being there, if I go ahead and stitch after playing with it, the whole window is set just like the machine set, just like the window says. So as we sew through, and there is a bucket that comes with the machine to catch your scraps, but I'll be opening and closing the door so much that so you can see a perfect stitch. Excuse my tails there. Right off the bat, just set up exactly what's in the window. Now, the biggest one, there's other stitches, flat lock stitches, there's tons of different feet attachments for it. But the biggest 2 items I see is everybody does the regular 4-thread stitch and they want a rolled hem. So if I scroll over to number 8, number 8 is our 3-thread rolled hem. And when I go in there, those are the 2 stitches you'll bounce around the most on. Now I could go back to my book and look exactly on the book to see how to set everything up. But having it right here in the window is amazing. So right off the bat, you can see that the left needle's disappeared. So on that left needle, we'll raise that up, get that needle out of there, and then I like to just store the needle in the foam pad underneath the thread in the back. Now my tensions are at 4, 3.5, and 6. So 4, 3.5, and 6. We'll go ahead and move our cutter, which is our blade here. It wants it at 1. Our length of stitch, it wants at 1. Differential, we're going to leave it at N. I'll explain that here in a second.
Zoom in like that.
So, okay.
I zoomed out to show where you put your pin.
Oh, out in the needle up the top. That way you always know where it's at. Otherwise, you're always opening up needles, and then you find 10 or 12, at least here in the store, you find 10 or 12 scattered around the counter.
Okay, go back on those. I'm gonna
So, okay. So the left needle's gone. So we go ahead and pull the left needle out. So since the left needle's gone, there's a blank spot for the tension. So this guy doesn't matter. So he's no longer threaded. Then we have 4, 3.5, and 6 for our tensions. 4, 3.5, and 6. Go ahead and set our cutter at 1. So as we roll this to 1. So our length of stitch, that's what this symbol's for, and it's painted here. We move it to 1. Differential feed at N. And then on our needle plate, that's actually the 2 screws, which are those 2 screws on the plate. And the purple thing it's referring to is that finger that I had, that metal piece waving. So by pulling him back, it exposes the needle that we're going to roll and do that pretty rolled hem on. The last icon I didn't show you earlier is on top of the upper looper is this spreader. So when he's to the right, I'm doing regular 4-thread or 3-thread sewing. When he's to the left, it's primarily for sewing with 2 threads. So it's to the right, we'll keep it to the right. So we've done all of our settings exactly like they are in the window. The only thing I change for rolled hem is using this woolly nylon or poly yarn. Years ago, all we sold was woolly nylon. Unfortunately, you would do some pretty napkins for Thanksgiving or whatever, and you'd take out and you'd go ahead and get the iron out to press everything before the big dinner, and your edges would melt. So we switched to poly yarn. It's got a higher melting temp, so it'll withstand an iron. So even though it's an auto threading serger, I went ahead and tied on the top. I'm going to show you how it's just as easy to pull through on the auto threader. Since my threads are in tubes, I'm not having any threads intertangled. So if I raise my foot, my tension discs open, and there's still going to be some resistance on the thread. But if I take this lower looper, and this is the only time to go backwards on your sewing machine, but if you go backwards with your hand on your serger, if you go backwards with your hand wheel, make that lower looper go to the left side of the needle, it automatically lets go of all the threads, and I can pull those knots right through the machine. If I do square knots on the needles, the knots would come right through the needles as well. But this fuzzy thread is a 70% of the time it comes through the air threading system when you use the air thread. Sometimes it'll give you a little bit of an issue, especially if it's really fuzzy. So I just prefer to tie it and pull through and not find out, just make it work. So on the machine, we've done exactly what the window said. We made the machine look just like the window. And if this stitch isn't right, then it's because we didn't do something correct in the window. But rolled hem is the only one that I do tend to lead off. Sorry, I'm standing on the far side of the machine to get because it does build up so much inside, just to get that out. One little trick, I'm about halfway down here. I'm going to go ahead and move my blade further away from the needles. It's a little different, it's in the window, but depending on the type of fabric, I'll explain it here in a second. Sometimes you get some pokies sticking out through the rolled hem because it's doing such a fine or pretty stitch. But by moving your blade out to the right, we'll put a little more thread, more fabric in that rolled hem. And that's what you get every time on rolled hems. I don't know how, that's easy enough to see. So you'll have some of these have little pokies right off the bat. So by moving my blade out, the pokies disappeared. So now I've got them all tucked inside. One of the advantages on this machine is since I did that, so stitch on number 8 here for the rolled hem, if I hit the pencil, I can now go over to that blade and say, you know what, Juki's setting was pretty good. It was, whoops, I'll move this up here. Juki's setting was pretty good. It was on the money. And if it would have been a different fabric, but this is a fabric I sew on all the time, and I prefer this based on what I move my dial to. I prefer it at 2. So I can go in and actually move that setting so to 2, and that way from now on, every time I get to my serger, it's going to show me my new setting, and that way I don't have to try and remember what did I do last time. It's in the window. But having the LCD screen, by following exactly what's in the window, you will get exactly what it's doing. In the class, we have 8 or 10 sergers there. They're all, I've never had sergers that are all the same settings. They're always close, but never the same settings. The advantage on the Juki Sergers is they just keep everything the same by sewing the metal and not adjusting for the fabric, having to adjust for the fabric. Now I told you I was going to tell you about differential feed earlier. So with differential feed, that is the lower dial on the right side of all Juki Sergers, and on most sergers it's going to be the lower dial under length. Differential feed is the one big tool that most people don't know that their serger has. What happened is basically back in factories in the 70s or 80s, they had sewing on knits or on stretchy material. The fabric would come out warped coming out the back, or you'd have issues with handling the fabric going through the machine. So those engineers split the feed dogs into 2 pieces, the parts that carry the fabric through the machine. By doing that, I'm able to control with this dial the front feed dog and either make it gather my fabric as I'm sewing or make it stretch my fabric as I'm sewing. So unfortunately, the window is always going to say N for differential feed because it doesn't know what's happening to your fabric. It doesn't know what fabric you're sewing on. But if you're ever sewing on, I was doing leggings with my daughters, and spandex and the real stretchy was warping the fabric out. So by telling the machine to go ahead and gather just a little bit, I didn't want ruffles, I just wanted it to gather the fabric up. So that way when it came out the back of the machine, everything laid perfect. My daughter's prom dress, Ashling, if you met her in the store, now she's actually 21 in a couple weeks. So 3 years ago, her prom dress was just a satin shell and did a rolled hem all the way around the bottom of it. And that satin was puckering up. As soon as it was coming out the back of the machine, I could see it all gathering up on me. So I immediately reached over and went to a stretch. I didn't want to stretch it all out, but I wanted just to stretch the fabric while it was sewing it to offset the machine gathering it up. So he's your big friend, and that's the big deal on the cover stitch machines, which I'll show you the cover stitch here in a bit, is having differential feed. So with the 4 thread dropping down to a 3 thread rolled hem, I like to show some of the decorative stitches that you can do on the machine, especially with the 2 thread stitch. So to mess around, I'm going to go ahead. Now what I've shown you so far is on not just solely to this serger. Any serger that's a 4 thread serger, I'm going to go ahead and pop that one out. And whoops, I'll just pop them on the other side. Any 4 thread, 3 thread serger will do a rolled hem, and we'll do the regular stitching like I showed. And if you go down to a serger that has a 2 thread, and I'm going to change my settings here real quick, not settings, but in the window, it'll show for a 2 thread overlock. And we'll just take all the thread out of here for now. One thing on a regular serger, those of you that have a serger, you know what I just did there. Pulling all my thread out of the serger to change over is not going to happen. You're just not, if your serger's got all black thread on it, and you've got white garments, you're not rethreading it. You're going to have a stack of garments there until you get ready to rethread it over. You're not going to rethread everything for just one garment. But this guy, you can see how much we've changed already. When I flop through the stitching on this, I do make it look easy, but it's as easy as I make it look. And unfortunately, with the regular sergers, I make those look easy too, just because I've threaded thousands of them over the 40 years. But they are harder. Not that they're impossible. It's just more work. This is supposed to be fun, like I said earlier, and not supposed to be work. But so for this is just a metallic. I did a Christmas tree skirt, and I hate to do bindings. So I just use this as a 2-thread stitch, and I thought it'd be nice to show with the air thread system one additional little trick that I'm sorry if I'm going to credit to the wrong person, but I think it was Charlotte and Eva that showed me this trick one day. Eva, and I think, is Bruce out there watching? I thought Bruce said he was going to watch this. He was interested in getting a serger. Bruce with the...
You'll have to explain what Bruce is in a little bit.
Okay. So, show off. Did you get... Oh, obviously you did. It's behind your head. Showing off Bruce's quilt.
Yeah, show again.
Okay. So what I just did is made a little lasso, and I sent my threads through the machine, and now I'm going to go ahead and just pull my heavy, because this is a fairly thick thread. So tying it in a knot or trying to go through the machine, and it's threaded. And we'll get him through there. Bruce is there. Bruce, I love the quilt. I didn't get to see it yesterday when you guys were in here, but I'm also in a band. So as soon as I'm done here, I'm in an Irish band, and I'm going to be heading over to Wrigley West to play an Irish band to play for Special Olympics this afternoon. So, so what I've done, we'll go into that 2-thread stitching. So basically, it shows just the left needle in the machine, my needle tension at 5, and then my looper thread at 3.5. So change my width of my stitch, or the width of stitch, depending on your fabric, my length of stitch back to 2.5, differentials at N because it doesn't know how else to change it, and this finger forward. This adapter on top of the upper looper, just move him to the left, just like it shows in the window. So we changed the needle, we set our tensions, we changed our cutter, we changed our length, we did everything that the window says. So now it should hopefully, if all goes as planned, give us a pretty edge. This is a 2-thread stitch, which is used a lot in lingerie, not with this cording thread, obviously. But if you use woolly nylon or 2 spools of the poly yarn to give it a little thicker thread, if you just wanted to finish off the edge of a blanket or a throw, it makes so much prettier of a stitch. So whoops, get my threads in there. And there he is.
That Bruce is lying. He said, Ken, you're doing a great presentation.
Oh. Well, I've got a little tail of thread following through there. So the advantage of this, of a 2-thread stitch, instead of having my upper looper, like here, I have my upper looper thread meeting on the edge of the fabric, my lower looper thread is meeting on the fabric. So I have this little edge that sort of rolls around. With a 2-thread stitch, as we look inside the machine, it's so simple to thread up. And because most of your sergers are awkward or hard to thread or use, you're afraid or don't want to change over or change up the machine. So having the air threading machine allows you to change back and forth without any issues. So this lower looper has that heavy thread in it. I'm going to make a little mess of my seam here, but you can see because of this little adapter that we put to the left, he's going to grab the thread off my looper and hand it to the needle. So now instead of having my upper looper thread, let me put the fabric back there real quick. So instead of having my upper looper thread, my lower looper thread, now I've got my lower looper coming all the way around, give me one pretty edge. Whoops, Also, security of the machine. If the presser foot is up, the machine won't go. If the door is open, the machine won't go. So you don't get that balled up mess because you accidentally stepped on the foot paddle and stitched in place. So ignore that little balled up mess from me pulling the fabric out of the way, but you'll see on the rest of it. Let's see where the camera. So you can see that that is now a finished edge, and that gold thread is just completely wrapping the whole entire edge, whether it's even standard thread for seams or into some of the decorative threads for finished edges. But that was my cheat on doing a Christmas tree skirt. So so now with the 2 thread, there's one little trick one to show you here. There's a flat lock, which I'll show real quick. And I haven't tried a flat lock with this gold thread. So I'm going to change it a little bit and see how it looks. So a flat lock, another type of stitch, say you're going to add an edge or you wanted to add a lace trim to the bottom edge of a skirt for a little girl, or a lace trim to edge of curtains. You can always go and sew the seams together. And if you do, you have that seam that's going to be, you press it up or press it down, but it's never going to lay completely flat for you. So there is a little, by following our instructions. So we're got our needles, our tensions, our length, everything set. And we'll go ahead and just, if you see underneath that foot, that gold thread likes to ball up in there a little bit. So we want to make sure. Isn't Darren doing a great job as a cameraman?
Yay, cameraman.
So if we pull this through.
I'm going to move it just a little bit so Ken stops kicking it.
Oh.
That's good.
Whoops. Sorry, right in the mess there. So
I see a lot of people commenting how much they need this serger.
Yes.
We do have it on our site. Jared will definitely show that in a little bit. Somebody had talked about a trade-in. I'm sure we could do something like that, whether you're in state or even out of state. You just have to email us, Darren@mulqueen.com, and it will work out something if you have a trade-in.
So what I'm doing, I just adjusted the tension just a little bit. Now I told you earlier, you don't have to adjust tensions on the machine. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. And you don't, with the exception of using one thread that is 100 times thicker than the other thread. So I did have to play with the tension just a little bit. Now, what I was saying earlier, if you're going to add, say, a lace trim or something to curtains or girl's dress or whichever, you have that seam that you're going to have to press down or press up, and it's never going to quite lay flat. So the advantage of what's called a flat lock is I take that seam and I just pull it. So instead of having, am I in there? I am in there. So instead of having an actual seam sticking out that you press left or right, it will actually be a flat seam. You'll get 2 effects. If I put the wrong sides together, I'll get this on the outside. And if I put the right sides together, you'll see when I turn this over, I purposely left that gold thread in there so it looks nicer. I haven't looked yet, so it'll be a surprise to me as well. But there's your flat lock. Now that seam holds straight flat down. Some people will do it this way with right sides together to get, or wrong sides together to get this effect and run a ribbon through. It'll be, or decorative thread through. Also, if you do it with the right needle, it'll be a third narrower than that. But by running a decorative thread through, you probably don't want this gold thread running across on the bottom of your curtains, but it's now a flat stitch, and I should have tightened the tensions just a little bit more. But now that's a flat lock stitch. That's so simple. Done with 2 threads on the serger. It also will do a 3-thread flat lock stitch, but it's just easy to go from stitch to stitch. And now if I want to go back to regular serging, it's just a matter of go back to number 4. If I hit the center button, we'll go back over to, stitch number 1, which is our regular 4-thread stitch. Go into the window and make the machine look like the window. Now, if you go to the, actually, you want to come back out to full screen and show? Well, I'll pull this back and I'll thread it right back up to 4-thread. So I'll thread this back as a standard 4-thread serger to show you how quick or easy it is to go back. But the MO1, this is the MO2000 that I've been showing you. The MO1000 is the machine right beside it. The MO1000 and the 2000 are the same serger, with the exception that the 2000 has that LCD screen. And as I showed you, everything in the LCD screen, I had to personally change. So it doesn't change anything on the machine.
Want to answer a couple questions about the MO2000 before you switch over to the
Yeah,
1000?
that'll be fine.
Okay.
But with that LCD screen, there's nothing in that screen that changes anything on the machine. It's basically telling me what to do. So each of those stitches that I did would be same stitches to do on the MO1000, except I have to go back to my owner's manual every time to figure out how to change from stitch to stitch. So the LCD screen on the MO2000 does nothing, but it's everything. So to me, it's just makes it so much simpler. You're not trying to think of how do I set it up this time or what do I need to do for this one or that one. Just make the machine look like the window, and it makes your life so much easier. And I know we have a bunch of MO2000s, or a good few, in stock, and there's more coming. There are always more coming of these, but the MO1000s, there's only a few left of it, but more coming as well. But I didn't set the inventory to unlimited, so what's in stock is in those drop-down menus. If we do sell out, let us know. We'll change it to unlimited, and we'll let you know a date of when the next ones are coming in. And so that one was threaded. Get the other guy threaded. Get in there. Da-da-da. Helps if you don't have the threads caught. There we go. So that one blew the thread back at me because I didn't have enough of the thread in the hole. So let's line it up inside. Just to show you a couple of quick little things. If I don't have enough thread looped here and I hit go, the thread won't come out of the upper looper. Real simple. Just pull more thread into the system and then fire the button again. And then there he goes. So we'll take him, upper lower loop, lower looper, and just send him out the back. Whoops. Sorry. And get our threads. Then our needle real quick. Sorry, it's hard not to, you're trying to avoid the camera so I don't stick my head in front of everything. But as you can tell, I'm not used to that. I'm sorry. Hope you're learning something on it. So right needle, bring it down. Oops. Bring your needles up as high as they go. Bring that needle threader down. Catch the thread, let go of it, let the needle threader do the work so that threader lasts you a long, long time. One of the first things that popped up for a few customers, every time, not every time, but a lot of time in demo is how often do parts go bad on the machine. Right off the bat, when the MO1000 came out years ago, we ordered a bunch of extra pumps, so we had them in stock. So if you ever had an issue with the machine, we could get your warranty repair done right away. We've never replaced a pump. Never on an MO1000 or MO2000. What we have replaced are blades, and the blades are predominantly because people run over pins. Blades do great at cutting fabric. They don't do so hot at cutting metal. So as long as you stay away from sewing pins.
Dad, you said you're going to go play music later?
Yes.
Is this what it looks like?
Oh,
that's
you,
right there. You playing the fiddle on the right?
There's my guys. Steve Colby in the middle. He's been pictures of him. He's 77 years old. Pictures of him with a banjo on his knee, literally at 5 years old. He's been playing all his life. And Dennis McMurrow on the far right. His family's from Leitrim and County Clare in Ireland. His father was born not too far away from our mom.
One more quick interruption while it's you and not any of the other brands. Remember how we were talking about how Nana works with all the fabric and everything? She's the one that puts it all away, blah, blah, blah. Look at what she's doing out back right now. She's sitting there.
She's got 3 pallets of fabric.
She's breaking all those pallets down, putting all that fabric out. So big shout out to my grandma, Bridget Mulqueen, for everything she does to keep this thing flowing.
That fabric, the 3 pallets of fabric that came in yesterday, I put them around, and her and Nancy are breaking those down, and that's around 1,100 bolts of fabric on Monday, and that's after Monday. There was 2 pallets that came in that had 777 bolts on them that they put away. That's part of the reason we can stay at $6.95 and $7.95 for our fabric. So, and now we're back to normal. Everything, all the regular stitching, just follow exactly what it says in the window, and you're back to regular stitching. Whoops, I missed that. There we go. You got it. So to go back to the differences on the machines, it is a couple $100, a few $100 between the MO 2000 and the MO 1000. Made a bit of a mess there.
Oh, that's okay.
But they're both going to be literally the same sergers, same thread path, same everything. It's just missing the LCD panel. Now, to me personally, and no offense to our Janome auto threader or our FOF auto threader, when Janome's auto threader was first coming in, I was excited and ordered a bunch. But when it showed up, the first day it showed up, I'm unpacking it, I got it out, and it has an air threading lever. It's a little different. A few things that I have with it, but when I realized it didn't have the LCD screen, I left it alone, and I didn't sell one for at least 9 months or 10 months till I finally actually sold one Janome. The window doesn't do anything to the machine, but it does everything. So it is a couple $100 more to go up to this machine, but it's that LCD just makes it, everything's right there. You're not searching for your book. Just makes life so much easier.
And Nancy, if you're out there still, we want to apologize.
Sorry, Nancy.
I'm pretty sure I'm about to get a text in like maybe.
I love my Juki.
Sorry, 10,
Nancy.
15 seconds.
I love my Janome 9450. I tell you, my daughter's prom dress was done. All the 2 thread sewing on this was done on this machine, and then the whole entire dress I sewed on the Janome 9450. So.
Way to save yourself there,
in
Kenneth.
all fairness, that's my favorite machine in the store. So if you now I'm going to upset brother.
Sorry, Shannon, if you're watching this.
But if you do ever get a chance to sit down and sew on the Janome 9450, that thing is amazing. Amazing machine, and it's not a $10,000 machine. It's a beautiful machine for a few grand, whatever it sells for.
So why?
And the cool thing about the 9450, is this is a perfect segue to the 14,000 that Alba showed earlier today. The 9450 and the 14,000 are the same sewing machine.
Oh, are they?
Yep. The 14,000 just has embroidery. You can do all the quilting and the hoop and all.
That's what I said. The 9450 was missing. I said the only thing the machine misses is embroidery. I didn't know that.
So now you can do the 14,000.
One good question earlier was, why do I need an MO 2000?
If two parts. If you're looking for a Serger versus a regular sewing machine, versus why do you need an MO 2000 versus a regular Serger? So a regular Serger versus MO 2000 is your sanity. It's rethreading them. By all means, the regular Serger sells for around $400. We have tons of regular 4-thread Sergers. They're manual threading. They do have some assists, little levers to help you thread with the lower looper. But buy it, stitch on it for a couple months or a few months, and then you'll get everything you spend on it to go towards the MO 2000 as a trade-in. Because after you break that thread repeated times over, Nancy just
yeah.
So sorry, Nancy, but having to rethread the machine over and over again, you break that lower looper thread, you rethread it, you know it's right, you step on the pedal, you break the thread again. Anybody out there that's got a Serger, they can raise their hand that's happened to them more than 1,000 times with their Sergers. So to curse your Serger out, to get mad and angry, to walk away from it, to have your husband come and he'd have to try and rethread it, or the neighbor to come over. Or we have one lady that's been in a few times, she doesn't thread her Serger, she comes in and pays us to rethread her Serger. Air threading surgery, like I said earlier, is supposed to be fun. We don't want to fight this. We want to enjoy sewing or serging. We don't want to dread to come into the room. So if you've got white thread on your serger and you know you got to change over to black, if you have this serger, there is no way on a regular 4 thread that you're going to rethread that machine because you need to do a different color garment. You're going to stack that garment on top. And then a week later, you have another garment, you're going to stack that on top. That's still not enough. When you get to 3 or 4 garments stacked up, then finally you'll break down, pull the thread out of the machine, rethread, or you'll try and tie on and pull through and just fight it to get it going. This one, you'd almost won't sort the stack. You'll change back and forth through everything as you're going. But just makes it easier. It's a little more money, but it's a hobby that we enjoy. So now, why do you need a serger versus a regular Burton instead of difference of a regular serger to the air threading serger? To buy a serger, if you sew any garments at all, the serger is going to sew your seam, trim your seam, finish off the edge all in one pass. So part of an issue that, or not an issue, but as you're stitching, as you're serging, your final seam is going to be 1/4 of an inch when you're done. So your trimmings, if you went and bought a McCall's pattern or a regular sewing pattern, all those patterns are called for a 5/8 inch seam. So when I'm done, I have a 1/4 inch seam. So I want to make sure that I'm removing all the excess fabric, that I have a 5/8 seam worth of fabric. Otherwise, your garment's going to be a lot bigger than what you planned it to be. But if you like to do strip quilting, I have, unfortunately, next to Ammo 2000 at home, I have a ladybug quilt from Cuddle.
Shannon Fabrics.
Shannon Fabrics. And it's all done in strips and simple to do. And I just keep forgetting to pull it out of the closet and put my wife, Bernie, who love my wife, Bernie. Happy anniversary tomorrow for Bernie and myself. We're 23 years. 24 years?
I'm 23.
24 years. I'm going to pay for that one. Thankfully, she's not watching this. But
yeah, she's up front cashing
she's not
out.
the cashier. Yeah, she's not watching. Where was I going with that? Oh, doing that cuddle pattern. So she put it, I had it at home up on the counter ready to go, and she put it all away on me, and I haven't dug it back out. But doing strip quilts, I've seen tons of beautiful quilts done sewing, and this is actually a 1/4 inch seam. So the trick, if you're going to do a strip quilt on this guy or on a serger, is don't remove fabric, but don't remove your blade. Leave your blade in play, and as you're sewing, all you want to do is just turn the edge of the fabric to fuzz. So you're really not trying to remove fabric. My seam wasn't cut very straight there, but it's just to turn the edge to fuzz. Since your 1/4 inch seam or your quilt pieces are already set up for a 1/4 inch seam, there's my 1/4 inch seam. So running strips left, right, and center, nice and easy. But for regular sewing, it just makes things so much easier. If you made a pair of pants, you'd sew all the seams together, you'd sew the pockets together, but the pocket you would you need to sew the pocket in or top stitch down the pocket with your regular sewing machine. So there's a major use for the serger, but then major use for the serger, major assist in garment construction, but it's not going to replace your sewing machine, but it's going to replace a lot of what you're doing on your machine. And they're fun. They can be. This is fun. Not so fun. Beautiful serger. Sorry, Juki, I'm going to upset somebody there. Great serger, but it's just work. And it's the same as if you bought a Brother serger or standard serger, any regular serger, unless you go to air threading. That makes it easy. So I wanted to sort of, actually, Jared's got more questions on this, but I wanted to go and show the cover stitch real quick. So go ahead.
Can even show the
Damn, I lost my bet.
Uh-oh.
Remember yesterday?
What was your bad?
You remember?
Oh, that you.
I knew what your opening line was going to be, and you didn't say it.
What's that?
A serger is the only thing that we sell that can be considered a torture device.
Oh, I forgot my line.
I know.
That's
See?
my line.
I knew that's his line. I knew he was going to say it. That's what I said yesterday.
But I think I started saying it, but then I forgot my train of thought.
No, you went the roundabout way of your demo. You started somewhere else than you should have, is basically where it was.
Oh, yeah. Actually, Jaron just showed me one thing. If I just take a quick second while I'm here, let's put the ammo back up here real quick.
Yeah. Will you explain the price and what's available with it?
There's 8 different feet that you can get for the MO 2000, and the ones that, well, all the Juki Sergers. Juki's great with all their feet. But I explained something to you earlier about the differential feed in the machine. And this foot here takes advantage of that differential feed. If I just snap him on there real quick and show you. And I just saw my cut fabric pieces. So I'm going to sort of guess at my top and my bottom here, see how close I can get. See if I can have to buy a lot of, get sharp scissors. So this, doing a standard 4-thread stitch, I'm just going to max my differential feed to make it gather like crazy. So as I send my fabric through, you can sort of see that it's gathering up in there as it's going. But with this foot, it sort of splits the fabric. There's a metal piece there. So if I lift my presser foot up and take my top piece that I do not want gathered and run him back towards my needles there, now it becomes sort of a balance act of the bottom layer is moving twice as fast. And this, by adjusting my differential, I can adjust to put more gather, less gather. I can also, if my fabric, obviously it's not going to gather denim. It's too heavy or too thick. But fabric that's wash versus fabric. And I'm going to be close. I'm off. Good guess. So now I've got one layer that's laying perfectly flat. I have one layer that's gathered. But with that foot,
Is that how you make your skirts?
that's, yeah, all your dresses as when you were little were all done with.
Ah, that one blew on me.
I had this foot, had the Sergers. I could do all this gathering, and I couldn't wait to have little girls. And then my firstborn daughter, the firstborn was Jerry. But my firstborn daughter, Aisling, and she was named Aisling because I always dreamt of having a girl. And Aisling is Irish or Gaelic for dream or vision. But finally, I got my little girl, got my gathering foot. I can gather, I can make some ruffly dresses. And then come to find out that Bernie, growing up in Ireland, wanted absolutely nothing to do with ruffles and refused to put ruffles on her daughters because every care package that came over from America when she was little had ruffled dresses and she couldn't stand it. So, so much for being allowed to make ruffly dresses for my daughters. But as they got older, I was able to make prom dresses. But so this foot, another foot that goes on the machine for adding elastic, and we can do use in conjunction with the differential feed to gather the fabric to the elastic. And then I've got this little thumb screw in the front that I can actually make more stretch or less stretch to the foot as I'm going. This little mouth, you feed your elastic right through the mouth of the foot. But as it's going, you just run, and it's going to do all the stretching and gathering up for you. There's a little fence you should adjust on the front to keep the elastic straight. But once he's done, I'll just stitch that elastic out of there. And boom, my elastic is stitched in, and it's all the exact same stretch and nice and easy. So we use clear elastic. We use this white elastic, a little thinner or a little narrower band elastic.
That's how Kenneth makes his shower caps.
That's it. And then I was going all around. I was back in the shed trying to find any kind of cording, any kind of twine that we had. And I couldn't find
Take an old power cord.
Something to do. Where's that? I'm going to steal a foot back off of this guy.
Dad, they were wondering how often would you have to oil that machine or get it serviced?
Depending how often you use it, if you're going to use it all the time and get a service once a year, otherwise every couple of years. It is all metal. So the instruction manual, the DVD, and then also I'll show in class the few spots for you to oil the machine because it is metal on metal pieces. If you look in the side of the machine, you'll see some plastic covers that are on it, but the whole casting of the machine is all metal. All the shafts are sticking out through. But drop of oil, anything that moves, drop of oil.
Tiny drop.
They want to see the prom dress. So next month we'll bring the prom
yeah,
dress in?
Ashling as well. Yeah, we can have Ashling bring it in. Then the other part too for maintenance on a serger, doesn't matter what serger you have. If you grab the lint and fuzz out of it, it's going to be oily because it's sat in there and all that lint and fuzz is sucking the oil out of your machine. So every time you're done using your serger, blow it out. Use a vacuum cleaner with the little mini attachments to get out of there. Ideally, if you've got a compressor in the garage, bring it out to the garage. That's what we do to clean the machines here in the stores. We have air compressors in the back, and we go and
But no canned air.
no canned air you can use. I don't mind canned air as long as you don't tip the can.
Or shake it.
So yeah, don't shake it, don't tip the can. If you do, that cold spray that comes out will not do good on the machine. Now, since I couldn't find cording, this is pre-done cording, but I like to actually make the cording itself with this foot, and then the fun part, which you can do that with a regular sewing machine, but the hard part on a regular sewing machine is once that guy disappears between two layers of fabric is how do you control it? So we take this one. There's a little groove in this foot.
We sell these feet for this machine?
Yep.
We're holding a kit of 8.
Kit of 8, and then we also have some singles.
$2.99, right?
$2.99 on their discount. I think it's $2.40 for the whole kit of everything. So this groove in my foot keeps their piping or your cording right inside there, making sure it's in there.
If anybody out there has cording at home, if they could send Ken some cording.
Oh, whoops! I'm gathering the bottom layer. I forgot the differential was still on. So,
and an air compressor, it blows lint into places that it shouldn't, but if you do it long enough, like you actually aim to get all the lint out, you'll blow it out. So, I mean, we're servicing 30 machines here between 4 or 5 technicians daily, and they leave 100 times cleaner than when they came in. So
check this out.
The air compressor does work.
So there's, excuse the gathering, that shouldn't happen. That was because I had the differential set to gather, but there's your piping. It was pre-made piping, but you can make your own piping and then stitch right in with that foot. Toaster oven covers, appliance covers, decorations into garments. Even with the cording, as the cording's there, you can always remove the cording if you've made it yourself. Remove the cording and just leave it as a fabric accent. But there's more feet that are in there. Those are the ones that I've used and I've actually played with a lot. But there's beading feet. There's a blind hem foot. The blind hem foot actually works pretty well. I didn't even think about showing that, but I will film videos just on those, just on each foot and how to use them. But what I wanted to go into real quick is cover stitch machine. Now, this is what Dad doesn't like me talking about so much, is a cover stitch is a twin needle in your sewing machine. With the exception, the cover stitch machine also has differential feed. With the cover stitch, if I'm sewing on t-shirts and I'm doing a regular stitch on my hems of my t-shirts, and my fabric starts to waffle, I can tell it to gather, just like the serger. If it's stretching the fabric out and I don't want, or gathering the fabric up, I can tell it to stretch as I'm sewing. This one also comes with this little handy dandy attachment here, which I didn't press my fabric, so I should have pressed my hem, but I'll get an idea on that hem side.
Well, it's a good thing we have that handy dandy Elna press over there.
Is it hot? Is it on?
No, it was just
okay.
a joke.
So yeah, you use my Elna press. Now I've got this set up with all 3 needles firing. So all you do is remove one of your needles. You can use the left 2, the right 2, the outside 2. And actually I have one lady that uses her cover stitch machine because it gives you sort of a chain stitch appearance. And she sews on the wrong side of napkins. Oops, let me get that guy in my hem there. Get through by finger pressing my guy's not going through there all the way. Am I too wide? There we go. Just pull that fabric. There we go. So with that hem piece, it's basically just holding my hem in place on the underneath side so I can stitch right over it. This fabric sort of, you can see through it a little bit. So I'm just trying to catch and cover that whole hem on the back. You have little adjustment guides to go through to help keep it in place. But cover stitch does one thing and does it really well. And we don't really have classes on cover stitch machines because the class will be over in about 10 minutes after we threaded it, because all they do is one thing and do one thing really well. So this is done with 3 threads. So you picture I could have used just the outside 2 needles or 2 needles closer together. But when I turn that hem over, because of that guide, that hem is completely buried in there. No edge sticking out. So quite frankly, on the cover stitch, the Juki cover stitch, I have at home, I personally have the Brother cover stitch because it does what's called a triple cover over the top of the fabric. And before that, I had the Janome cover stitch at home, and mostly because it had the bigger opening or bigger bed inside here. Darren asked me at one of the trade shows about ordering this machine in, and I said no, because it didn't have the larger opening like the Janome or the Brother did. We had one of our educators from Juki, and I forgot her name now, that called and said there was a show in Albuquerque. She had been to 49 states. Go up to full size.
But be careful, Ken.
Yeah.
Nancy from Janome is listening.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Yeah, you better walk on that tightrope carefully
Tightrope,
there,
yeah.
buddy.
So she called and said she'd been to all 49 states. She hadn't been to Albuquerque, hadn't been to New Mexico, it was her only state. Would we please do the event? They didn't have a Juki dealer there. So we said, fine, absolutely. We didn't have to do anything. We show up and all the product was there in the booth for us. We just had to buy or bring back whatever was left. So as we're setting up the booth, I realized, oh no, this machine's there and it's got the little small arm. It doesn't have that big bed like the Janome does or the Brother does. And I said, I don't want it. And the Juki educator said, set it up, get it going. This is the machine that I set up 3 years ago. And right out of the box, threaded the machine up, and it was dead on the money. It's never skipped a stitch on me. It constantly does a beautiful stitch. I fell in love with that right there. The only drawback was it didn't do that triple cover where I had that extra stitch going across the top that my daughters wanted on their leggings. So for cover stitch, there are a few other options when you go into the Janome cover stitch with the larger opening. The Brother cover stitch where you have the larger opening and you also have that trip cover across the top. And then, but for cover stitch only to do hems, sleeves, this one cannot be beat, period. And it's $600, $650.
So we have it on special. What a nice combo would that be with your MO2000?
MO2000. So that to me is a beautiful pairing, that machine with the MO2000. But any questions coming across there, Jerry? That
Yeah, let's check out.
or hopefully I covered enough.
Is a 4-thread serger the most common?
Yes.
That paired with a cover stitch.
With a cover stitch. So you can buy, Juki has a 5-thread serger, and Janome has a 5-thread serger that also does the cover stitch. But sorry, Nancy, sorry, Juki. 5-thread sergers with the cover stitch are just a pain to change back and forth. Unless it's still a pain if you do it all the time. You just don't have to get the book out and spend 20 minutes doing it. If you do it all the time, you're a little quicker. But it's not something you're going to switch from, like selecting a different stitch on your sewing machine.
You have to change out plates. And
Yeah,
stuff.
change out plates. You have to kill loopers because you've got loopers coming up. You got to stop those. So there's a lot to do to change over. And then, like I said earlier, say a prayer the thing's going to work, that you're going to get the cover stitch. And then as soon as you got everything right, now you got to go back to regular serging. So you change everything back. Another prayer to make sure it's going to work when you go back to sewing. If you're going to do a lot of cover stitch, buy a cover stitch only machine. It just makes more sense. It's easier. Yes, it's $600, and they'll go up to the top Brother ones, $1,200. So
1,100. Yeah.
1,100. So for a cover stitch machine, you're going to spend $500, $600 to $1,200, depending on the features you want. But for doing hems, nothing beats this guy. Amazing stitch, amazing quality stitch all the time.
The price on the MO2000 is $14.99.
$14.99.
Yeah. We have been selling it for $1,700 in the store for many years, but it's on sale right now for $14.99 or the MO2000. The MO1000 without the helpful screen is $12.99. And we should go to the website to show where they're at.
Absolutely.
There's our webmaster here.
All right. So
Oh wow, you got it right up there.
there's the MO2000. So you get to
How
see
did you get there, Jared?
I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna show Nancy where she can buy the MO2000.
When we did our event in January, we were giving away our prizes. And one of our favorite educators, we have a lot of excellent educators. One of our favorites is Amy Meek from Janome, and she happened to win.
I don't think that actually ended up getting sent out, to be honest.
Oh, we didn't send her.
No.
Our Janome educator won a brother's sewing machine at the.
No, she won
wait.
like a
Brother
bunch of
swag.
brother like swag.
swag.
Yeah. But okay, so let me go back. On the main page, it'll be mulqueen.com. No S, just mulqueen.com. You'll go to this is the main page. You click on live event specials, and then you'll scroll down. These are all the ads for
On
today.
the top there, if you want to rewatch this at any time, you'll click that. Just go to our YouTube channel, and you can rewatch what Ken did over and over again.
And then you scroll down, and here's Janome, which was just passed, and now we're on simplifying Sergers with Camel Queen. Oh, that's you. You're Camel Queen.
Hey,
But you click on this, and it brings up all the Sergers that we've talked about so far. So you have the MO2000 for $14.99, the cover stitch, which is $700, so $6.99. The MO1000's $1,300, and then the regular MO80, which was the first one on the left-hand side, is going to be $440. So
if anybody out there purchases the cover stitch and the MO2000, I am going to throw in a special gift. I don't know what it is, but I figured, if somebody's going to do that,
buy the pair.
buy the pair,
you can throw in some bobbins for the Serger.
bobbins for the surgery. We'll throw in a nice thank you gift for that. Ken has more items here, but we are getting close to.
Just show a couple of them.
No,
Yep.
there's.
But what I want to ask, if you don't mind commenting, would you like to see Ken kind of get more in depth into Serger knowledge for like a class? Just comment. I know we're
like next month, do like a full class on it if we have an hour.
that, or just record them and put it out there. Just comment if you'd like more info on Sergers, because I think this is cool.
Yeah, I like Serger.
What happened to me?
Serger.
I never got the Serger, the sewing gene. I don't know what's wrong with me. But if anybody out there knows what's wrong with me, also please comment that. No, don't comment that. I don't want to
He
know.
doesn't want to know.
Dad, you were gonna open or like start manufacturing swimsuits because you were so good with the Serger.
Oh,
Now,
I
here-
had.
here's a funny story.
Yeah. So back when I was 20 plus years ago, 30 years ago, I came in the store and I was I had gone to Joann's, one of the fabric stores, before we carried fabric, to get some scraps of fabric to be able to sew off the machines. And as I'm going through, I don't know if Jeff Smedstead, my buddy's watching, but he's up in Sedona, Lotte Cafe, great Mexican restaurant in Sedona. But Jeff and I grew up together. We met in the golf course when we were 12, 13 years old, and we're born the same day and within a few hours of each other. So I'm at Joann's. I find this crazy alligator or crocodile fabric, bright yellow, just insane. So I grabbed a couple yards, got back to the store. When I was in junior high school, I had made swim shorts and matching button-down shirt that was in Mesa Public Schools in a junior high competition. And then my teacher actually put it up into high school competition, and I won a bunch of awards on that. And then that turned into making a ton of bathing suits that summer. But fast forward, I see this crocodile fabric, and I go over to the sewing machine. I cut up the fabric into a pair of shorts approximately. Got over the machine to pull off the thread that was on it and put yellow thread to match the swimsuit. And it turned out to be Barbara, that worked for me at the time, was basting a quilt together. Uh-oh, you got me up there. Stop. She was basting a quilt together. So I was about to take the water-soluble basting thread off the machine, and I left the water-soluble basting thread. Summer's coming up, so here's your tip for everybody. And I sewed a bathing suit for my best friend out of water-soluble basting thread. So as you can imagine, birthday party a few weeks later, we all get together for a sewing party. And I got Jeff, I told Jeff, you got to open up your gift. So he opens it up, and he went nuts with these crocodiles. So he took off, put on the new swim shorts or whatever. And then an hour later, he's up on the diving board about to dive into the pool. And at this point, I had told the dozen or so of us around what I had did, and his bathing suit was about to explode. So he got up the diving board, dove into the pool, came back up holding 2 pieces of fabric, screaming at me as he went back inside the house. So then I just took regular yellow thread and sewed them back together. But there's your prank for this summer. You're going to have to make bathing suits for your favorite friend out of water-soluble basting thread.
Or a new business. You can
Or a business, yeah.
Great,
I actually had talked to Spencer's about it at one point. So,
Well,
gifts.
I do see that our next guest has joined into the back room, so we'll have to cut this one a little short.
Let's switch it over to Jer's screen real quick. His camera 3.
oh, by the way, and look at that quilt behind there that Bruce, I forgot, look at fabric confetti, and they've got some great designs. But to see that thing up close is amazing. If you get a chance to pop into the store to see it, or grab their pattern, the embroidery file, the embroidery designs look all stitched out amazing. They all stitch out nice. So nice job, Bruce. So you guys are,
And this is Bruce had mentioned it earlier in the comments, but this is upbeat.
Oh, it's in. Yeah, it's in. I have it on that.
I'll go back and I'll show it
on the special event page. I have a folder with just that quilt in it, so you don't have to go search them throughout the whole website. If you go to the fabric confetti icon, it's in that folder or in that section. So I'm going to duck out and go play some music for the Special Olympics. So I hope you guys enjoyed what I did on Sergers there, and hopefully we'll do more of it down the road. So, and I'll turn it back over to these two lunatics and see how they do for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you all.
That was awesome. I always like to see that. One of these days I'll take his class too, so I can learn Sergers. Right, Kenny?
Yeah. So what we will do, we're going to take about a 15-minute break until we bring up Brent from Durkee Hoops.
Why don't you come on the screen with us?
Oh, I'll do that.
There you are.
Hi.
Hi.
We're going to take a 15-minute break.
Yes, that'd be great.
And then when we come back.
You know, is it 1:42?
Yeah, so
I think there's time to draw a couple.
Do that instead of coming back? Okay. So
then we'll take a break. But we got to keep our bingo going. We got to get some winners.
All right. So let me find my.
So Jer has on the screen previous numbers that we had called. He's going to add a couple more to it. And if you do get bingo, please yell out bingo or comment bingo, actually. I mean, just move this out of the way so that nobody trips on that. And I do have a question for Bruce Allen. He's one that actually the new quilt that we're unveiling here is a fabric confetti with Vanessa, and
Bruce did. He wrote you a comment
with in conjunction with Bruce Allen. They both work on this together. Oh, look at that! Because I was going to ask Bruce, where's the bass guitar? And he did comment that he's gonna make a bass guitar.
So
cool.
How about we do the next?
We're going to draw a couple of numbers, and they are now on the screen.
So N37, G46, and B14.
Ooh, he added 3 numbers. So if you guys get your bingo cards out and let us know if you have bingo, because we want to give our prizes away. And just so you know, I've heard a little secret that our next guest, Brent from Durkee Hoops, he might even have a prize or so to give out. So we're excited to give away more prizes. But right now we're just waiting for a bingo.
Do we have any bingos yet?
And thank you all for joining Ken on that Serger. I thought that was wonderful. Cover stitch we need to do some
Okay.
full-on classes.
Maddie, you have to go to our website at mulqueen.com and click on the live event tab to get a new bingo card because you have last times. So
Go to mulqueen.com, click on that bingo link under the event specials.
all right, well, we don't have any bingos.
He's only got one number out of all those. Come on, Jerry. I think it must be a fix or something like that. No?
Maybe call one more.
Yeah, call one more. We're going to go live at 2, or we're already live. We're not going to stop being live all day. But at 2, we're going to join Durkee Hoops. I'm excited for this because I've met Brent at many trade shows over the years. We're a big brother dealer. His hoops work on pretty much all of the common brother embroidery machines and baby lock machines as well, since brother is the manufacturer of baby locks on machines.
Yeah, bingo is a straight line or a diagonal.
If you have either a brother or baby lock, or even think that at some point you might get an embroidery machine, you'll want to see this.
Oh, Bruce is giving something away.
Oh, Bruce.
So
fabric confetti.
Yeah, Fabric Confetti and Bruce Allen Designs want to give a Feel the Beat pattern to one of your bingo wins. So now instead of 5, we have 6 wins. So
Bruce, that is awesome.
That's
Thank
awesome.
you.
All right, so we will be back in about 14 minutes.
Just know we have Durkee real quick, and at 4 o'clock, Rob Appell from formerly Man Sewing, and he is now with Michael Miller Fabrics. You
Perfect.
don't want to miss that as well. And your bingo prize, Joyce, most likely all prizes will go out next week, is my guess. Hopefully we can get that all done before this weekend is wrapped up, so you can start spending your winning gift cards. But yeah, you okay if we just take a little break?
All righty.
Hello again. We're back for some more fun. Jer and I are anxious for this next round, right, Jer? We have Durkee Hoops, a gentleman named Brent, who I've seen a good few times at conventions that we do when we get together to see all what's new in the industry. Durkee Hoops is always generously there to show off everything that they offer. My favorite is being able to do hats on just the simple brother machines. You don't have to ultimately have a multi-needle machine to do hats, not with a Durkee hoop. And I've seen hat hoops and nothing quite like this one. This one is solid and it really holds the hat down. Right? Jared wears a lot of hats. He doesn't have one on today, but
No, I don't wear them at work, but I do outside of work. I got a nice little collection.
yep. And so I would love to introduce you all to Brent from Juki Hoops.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
Hello, Brent. How are you?
I'm doing great, and it's a little later in the day on the East Coast than it is the West Coast.
Oh, yes. Where are you located? I always like to know.
We are located just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. As a matter of fact, if you happen to have any people watching that are NASCAR fans, we are literally in the epicenter of NASCAR country. About probably 95, 97% of all of the NASCAR teams are located within 10, 15 miles of where I'm standing right now.
That's cool. I know Jared's a NASCAR fan. Why aren't you there, Jared?
You know, I don't actually think I am.
Brent, that's quite a nice setup you got there. And I know Danielle's on the other side of the camera, right? She's here.
She's keeping me straight. She's waving her hand saying hello.
Hello.
Oh, very nice. Hello, Danielle. So we're very excited. I'm going to kind of go away here because I want to see all of your hoops and let us know if you need anything from me. I'll be right here. But for now, let's turn it over to you.
Great. Well, listen, thank you so much, Darren. Thank you and Mulqueen stores for having us. We're delighted to be with you. As you mentioned, we met at several of the trade shows and conventions, and it's always great to have the opportunity to share our products with people that perhaps have not seen them before, and hopefully some that have them and have been using them and really enjoy them. So we'll go through and spend the next little while together talking about some of the products that we have, how they've come about, and hopefully have a whole lot of fun. Now, as you mentioned earlier, I was backstage before we came on, and that you just put me under a ton of pressure telling people that I was going to be giving stuff away. So we're going to be giving away a ton of stuff. So for goodness sakes, whether you have a multi-needle machine, a single needle machine, stay with us for the program, because I think you'll find a lot of fun products. But we're going to be giving away some pretty serious dollars worth of free merchandise. So stay with us and have fun. Give you a little background. Some of the most common questions that we're asked. The first one right off the bat: where did the name Durkee Hoops come from? Real simple. The guy that started the company about 16 years ago, his name was Mike Durkee. And he started the company, ran it for 2 years, and decided he wanted to do something else. And my wife and I were moving back to North Carolina from Jacksonville, Florida. Our daughter was having our first grandchild, and we decided we better be closer rather than far away. Long story short, we ended up buying Durkee Hoops. Now, what we bought, just so you'll know, the company started off totally in the commercial business, and most of you are familiar with just traditional plastic hoops. And that's the company that we bought. The company had 8 traditional plastic hoops, and they were all focused on the commercial side of the embroidery industry. Now, a lot of people, just general information, when they look at this, they say, if they don't know a whole lot about embroidery, and we're going to try to do a little education today, they say, well, what machine would that go on? Well, I could sit here and name about 20 machines that this would go on. Same thing with this one. You see, what makes this this is an 18 centimeter, traditional 18 centimeter round hoop. But could this be a brother hoop? Yes. Could it be a baby lock hoop? Yes. How about Tajima, SWF, Barrett? You see, the only thing that's really different are the brackets that go on the end. The brackets are what attaches the hoop to the machine. So we started off with commercial hoops. A couple of years into the business, I met some people that got me started on the home side of the business. And I found it to be a great deal more fun, a great deal more entertaining, and a great deal more challenging. one of the people that I met early on in the commercial side of the business was a guy by the name of Bob Stone. Now, on the commercial side of the business, one of the best known machines, and certainly one of the finest quality machines in the world in the commercial side, is a company called Barrett. And I was introduced to the guy that runs Barrett in North America. His name's Bob Stone. And I mean this literally in the first 30 seconds of our meeting. This is what Bob said. He said, Brent, there are only two challenges in the embroidery business. And I was brand spanking new at the time. And I said, really, what are they? He said, the first one's hooping. I said, okay. I said, what's the second one? He smiled. He said, if you solve the first one, there is no second one. And I've come to find out that that's pretty much true. Most people, their challenges with embroidery are the biggest challenge that most people face, or the thing that they like doing the least, maybe that's the right way to say it, is hooping products. So we've taken on that challenge for the last 14 years now. And we've tried to find ways, figure out ways to make hooping things easier. So with that little bit of a background, I'll kind of get started and tell you how we got started into the home side of the business, or what we refer to as the crossover segment of the industry. So we'll talk about that just a little bit. The focus of what we're going to do today is going to be on brother and baby lock machines. If you don't already know, the machines are almost identical machines. So what's going to relate to one is going to relate to the other. So if you got either one of those machines, hang with us. If you question whether or not the machine that you own, if it's not one of those two machines, by all means, go to our website at durkeehoops.com, and you can see all of the machines that we have products for. But today we're going to focus specifically on the brother and baby lock machines, because Mulqueen is certainly a large brother dealer. So with that, let's get started. Again, going back to Bob Stone's statement, if you could make hooping easier, if you could make it easier for people, because I've noticed I'm 70 years old, and a lot of people that I've seen at trade shows in the industry, they're like me, they're getting up in years, and the hands don't work as well. They've got arthritis or carpal tunnel syndrome, and trying to take one of these stinking little old thumb screws and get the tightness just right, it can be hard. Trying to hoop something with these two-piece hoops can be hard. So is there any substitute for those? In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. In some cases, you have to have a traditional hoop. But let's talk about some of the things that we've come up with to kind of go around that traditional hoop, if you will. One of the first challenges that I found was that a lot of people would like to be able to make ball caps. They'd like to be embroidered on the front, perhaps on the back, maybe even on the sides. And as we got to talking with people about what the challenges were, we came up with a product that we call a multi-needle cap frame, and this is what it looks like. Now, I will tell you that we've had more fun with this than you can imagine. I'm certainly not in any way trying to be braggadocious. We're so appreciative of all the people that have bought our products and like them. We're just extremely grateful. But this is what got things really kick-started. You see, this is the multi-needle cap frame that goes on your machine just like a traditional hoop. Now, let me go ahead and set a couple of stakes in the ground that will answer some of the questions perhaps that you might have. First of all, will this work on my brother multi-needle machine or my baby lock 6 or 10 needle machine? The answer is yes. Which arms does it go in? Everything we have, with one exception I'll talk about later, goes on the A arms of your machine, okay? Next question most people come up with is, will my machine recognize the hoop? Absolutely not, okay? And that's why it's imperative that when you put one of our hoops on your machine, that you center the number one needle in the middle of the hoop, load your design into the machine, and then trace your design to make sure that it fits comfortably within the sewing area, okay? That's critically important, because the last thing we want you to do is drive a needle or your pressure foot into the frame and damage your machine. We certainly don't want that to happen. So simple process, always center your number one needle in the middle of the frame, load your design, trace your design to make sure it fits comfortably, and you'll be ready to go. So what's so different about our cap frame? Well, we came out with it. We were going to trade shows and we were showing it to people, and I've done this so many times. I hope it comes across as being natural, but I'm promising you this is exactly what happens when I'm standing in a trade show. Someone comes up and I'm standing in front of the booth. I say, hi, how you doing? Great. Hey, what kind of machine have you got? Well, I've got a brother 10-needle machine. Great. Do you do caps? No. Why not? Hate them. Why do you hate them? You got to take the stinking arms off the machine, and you got to put this round thing on there, and then you got to digitize the round, and when it's all over with, all you can do something about that big. I say, really? What if we could make it a whole lot easier than that? And with that, I pull out this. Now, all we do with this is we put a piece of sticky backing on the back, self-adhesive backing, and we put our cap, the bill of the cap, into the bill plate. That's what holds it down. And we press that cap right down on that sticky backing, and we're ready to go. And what do you get out of that? Well, here's one example, and I only have a few hundred. So what would you like to see? But this is what you can do. And just to give you an idea, this happens to be done with puffy foam that gives you that three-dimensional look. And here's some other ones. Let me stop for just a minute to talk about the language of caps, because that's very important. A lot of people say, what kind of cap can you do with it and all that stuff? The language of caps, and I'm not a professional, but let me just use my language and hopefully it'll make a lot of sense. The language of caps is we talk about structured and non-structured hats. Now, what does that mean? That only refers to how stiff the cap is, okay? Now, this is as non-structured as you can get. There's nothing here other than, boom, that's it, okay? Totally non-structured. And we'll go from that end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum, where you have things like a trucker's hat that literally on the crown of the hat is just extremely stiff, very, very hard. So we go from non-structured to highly structured and everything in between. The number one question we get is, can you do all different caps with your frame? The answer that we give people is an absolutely correct answer. The cap frame was designed to do from non-structured to moderately structured hats. But here's the factual answer to the question. If you can mash that cap flat, if you can mash the crown of that cap flat, then you can stitch the cap. So roughly, and I hate to even use a number, but a high percentage of the caps that most people wear are moderately structured hats. So can you do most all of them? Yes. And Danielle's reminding me right now that I need to tell everybody, not only do we have cap frames that will work on Brother and Baby Lock, obviously the commercial machines we have, also for the Viking, the Janome MB4, MB7, those types of machines, okay? So just as a reminder, we can do those as well. But right now we're talking about multi-needle only. So with that being the case, we go from non-structured to highly structured and everything in between. Now, so what's the difference about ours? First of all, it's easier to use, okay? You don't have to disassemble your machine. You don't have to take the arms off the machine. You don't have to digitize for round. You're sewing flat. It's just exactly like doing a left chest embroidery. Just exactly, okay? Now, what makes it really great are the things you can do with it. First of all, you remember I said earlier, one of the drawbacks about the round cylinder type thing? Typically 2.5, 2 3/4 inches is all you can possibly do. That's it. That's all you can do. With ours, depending on how structured the hat is, how stiff it is, our maximum sewing field on the front of the hat is 5 inches wide, 4 inches tall. So you can do a very significant embroidery on the front of the hat if you had a logo or design or something you wanted to do. Let me give you a couple of examples. Now, let's talk about, first of all, how does that change? What determines whether you can do something that big or not? The structure of the hat. Because once again, I can take a stiff hat and mash it flat. Let's use this as an example. I can mash it flat, but when I do, I'm going to get a little bulge on either side because it's so stiff. So this is the classical case, and if you watch my fingers, here's a good example. If this was a sewing field and we had a non-structured hat, that's what we could do. The more structured the hat becomes, you see my hands coming in, but you notice the fingers are not coming down, they're just coming in. So you can still do something very tall, but you'll just lose some width the stiffer or more structured the hat is, okay? Just a couple of examples, things you can do. That's 26,000 stitches, okay? And yes, can you do the back of the hat as well? Absolutely. Front of the hat and back of the hat. As a matter of fact, we were at a trade show in Las Vegas last year. We were being questioned about a lot of things about what capabilities and all that. So we just decided to stop and, excuse me, demonstrate all of the capabilities. The front of this cap, it's a beautiful design. I wish you could see it up close. It's got a little logo with DE in it. That was done on a single needle machine. I'm going to talk about those in just a second. Then we turned around, took the cap off, and we did the back of the cap with a multi-needle easy frame that we'll be talking about in a few minutes. And the same thing with the sides of the cap. So that cap was totally decorated, if you will, with Durkee cap frames and easy frames. So we're going to talk about those again in just a minute. Can you do specialty items like visors? Yes, you can. Can you do other products like bucket caps? Yes, you can, okay? And here's the biggest part of it all. Those round devices, and I'm not knocking them, please. I'm not knocking them at all. It's just that they're a little more challenging to use, and they can't exactly do what we can do. But the other thing that's really neat is they cost about 5 times what this costs, okay? So if you're looking for a sturdy, economical way to do caps, here it is, okay? Now, I mentioned education a few minutes ago, so I want to stop right now and say this, and I sure hope, Darren, that you don't mind. A lot of times we tell people about our website, not to sell you product. Use us as a resource, please. If you go to our website, it's durkeehoops.com, and look around. We've got videos on everything. We have probably 55 videos on a variety of things. But you can see what the products are. You can see demonstrations of how they work, introductory videos, et cetera, et cetera. Then go to Mulqueen and make your purchase, okay? You can use us as a resource, but the one resource I want to talk about for just a couple of minutes that's really important, it's important to us. It's our give back to the industry. And I know that sounds altruistic, and it is our give back to the industry. This industry has been awfully good to us, and we wanted to give something back that we feel is pretty special. Let me explain to you what it is. When you go to our website, right at the top, there's a black bar going across the top called a navigation bar. If you go all the way over to the far right-hand side, there's a word videos. Click on videos, there's a drop-down window. If you've got a brother machine, click on brother. If you've got baby lock, click on baby lock. And here's what you're going to find. If you have a single needle machine, you're going to find 10 tutorials done on a single needle machine, brother or baby lock, whichever you got. Tutorials, and these are not snippets or vignettes. These are not those 2-3 minutes, gee, that's nice, how did you do it? This is hold your hand, walk you through true 18, 20, 22-minute tutorials, okay? So we do it on single needle machine, and we do the exact same thing on a multi-needle. So you don't have to be bored watching something that you don't have. Watch multi-needle, watch single needle. Certainly caps is part of that, but there's a variety of subjects. Now, is it our desire to teach you how to do those projects? Yes, it is. And we make no bones about that. Yeah, we want to teach you how to do that project and help you do that. But is that our ultimate or ulterior motive? No, it's really not. The ulterior motive is what do you do? What do you do when you've invested thousands of dollars in a fabulous machine and it's Saturday night at Mulqueen or your store's not open and you don't have a resource to go to, or Sunday afternoon, and you've got a question about your machine? One of the things we really try to do with these video tutorials is not only teach you how to do the project, but also teach you some things about how you use your machine that you may not already know. As an example, I had a lady call just recently, and she was just so excited. She said, you know, I've had my machine now for 6 years. And she said, all of this 6 years, I thought there was only one way to trace the design. I watched your video. I had no idea there were 3 different ways that I can trace designs on my machine. I can't believe it. So please use us as a resource. Look at the products, and then go to Mulqueen to make your purchase, okay? But I did want to point out the educational side of it, because there's a lot that we think we can help you with to get you going with it. So let's talk a little bit about the single needle side. One of the other questions that does come up, let me get this out of the way. Sticky backing. A lot of the product we're going to show you today, we use self-adhesive sticky backing. The second most asked question is, how do you keep them clean? How do you get that stuff off? And what do you recommend as far as a sticky backing? We're not in the backing business, okay? I will tell you that there's a product. I'm not even going to tell you the name of it. You can go to our website. But there's a lot of sticky backing out there. Some of it's probably outstanding. We did a good deal of research, and we want to make sure that people use a product that's a good product. I have been told, I have not seen it with my own eyes, so I'm passing on the rumor. And that rumor is that some of this stuff is so sticky, it's like fly paper, that literally you could take a roll of it and put it in a closet and go back in a month and all of the glues run to the bottom. That's the type of stuff that causes people to not want to use sticky backing, because it will gum up needles and it will damage your machine, okay? We don't want anything to do with stuff like that at all. So a good medium pack, sticky backing, self-adhesive backing is what you want to use. So how do we get it clean? If you're a fanatic about keeping it clean, here's what we suggest you do. And the same thing is true for our cap frames and easy frames, all of our metal products. And by the way, all of our metal products are anodized aluminum products. They have stainless steel brackets, and all of our products come with a lifetime warranty. All of our products are made in the United States of America, more specifically within 30 miles of where I'm standing. So we're very proud of that. But this is anodized aluminum, and anodized simply means you take aluminum, create the product, and then it goes into a chemical process, and it's both sealed and dyed, whatever color, in this case, blue, okay? So what you do, before you do your first project, Most people have heard of Goof Off, Goo Gone, orange oil, citrus oil, totally awesome. There's just a variety of products that you can use. And if you're older like me, you've heard your mother, your grandmother, perhaps you've done it yourself, season a frying pan where you take oil and you rub it in that frying pan up. Same type principle here. If you'll take some of that product, rub it on the back of the frame, and then wipe it off. And then apply your sticky backing. You'll still have a very light coat of that oil on the back. Apply your sticky backing, do your project. Now, what I'm going to say right now, and I could talk about this for a long time, but the next thing I'm going to say is the most important thing at all about keeping your frames clean. When you finish doing your project, now you'll notice I did not say 30 minutes later, tomorrow, when you pick the kids up from school, next week. When you finish doing your project, as soon as you remove your project from the frame, if you will carefully just start pulling an edge and it'll come right off. Wad it into a little ball with the gluey part or the sticky part outside, and if there's any little residue, just tap it off. Put your next piece on and go again. If you'll take the sticky backing off as soon as you finish your project, chances are you'll never have a problem. If you're like me and you forget to do that, which we have all done, again, goof off, goo gone, most anything you want to use. The only thing you cannot do, never, ever, ever use anything metal to clean the frames. Again, it's anodized. You don't want to scratch the surface. So don't do that. Plastic paint scraper, plastic Brillo pad. What's the little Mr. Clean pad? What's it called?
Eraser.
What's it called? Magic eraser. Magic eraser. Anything like that, you can use it and take off the sticky backing. So again, one of the most popular questions we're asked. So let me get off of multi-needle real quick and tell you the next thing we did was go to single needle. And I think Darren mentioned that from the outset. For the single needle, and I hope you can get a good shot of this. This was done on a Brother Luminaire last year, and that's a design that's actually loaded in the machine. So we did that at a trade show. Now, here's how we handle this part. This is an insert. That's our single needle cap frame. Take the 5x7 hoop that came with your machine, take the inside part of the hoop out, and our 5x7 single needle cap frame fits in there perfectly, okay? So that's for the machines that have the adapter like this that slides into the machine. Now I've got to slow down here just a second because what I'm going to cover for the next few minutes gets a tiny bit technical, so hang with me. So if you have a Brother or Baby Lock machine where the adapter like this slides into the machine, that's what you would want to get is the 5x7, we call it 5x7 new, NEW, okay? That's the one that you want. If, however, you have like a PE 770, and it has a different type attachment method. On the side here, instead of it sliding in, it clamps on. Then we have one for it as well. Now, please understand, if this is, whether it looks the same or not, it's not. One will not fit in the other. They're not interchangeable. This is a different shape than the other one, okay? So that's the one for the PE 770, or if you will, the 444 frames or hoops that come with your machine, okay? So from that, and I'm going to come back to that in just a second. Back in September, a brother dealer friend of mine in Atlanta, Georgia, who's been very, very nice to me and thinks I actually have a brain, and he's very confused about that. He called me one day and he said, "Brent, I want to ask you a question." I said, "Sure, what is it?" He said, "With all the stuff that you've invented for the embroidery industry," he said, "why in the world have you not invented a cap frame for the thousands and thousands of machines out there that have a maximum sewing field of 4x4? And I thought about it for a minute. I said, I don't know. I really haven't thought about it. So bottom line, I thought about it. He challenged me to get it done. And we introduced this recently. And this is the 4x4 only cap frame. And this, again, is like the other one, snaps in, slides down like this. It sits sideways in your machine. Rather than like this, it sits like this, okay? Again, video on the website, you can watch exactly how it's done. So if you've got a Brother or a Baby Lock machine with a maximum sewing field of 4x4, we have a cap frame for you. Now, something happened about a year and a half ago. And what happened was pretty significant. Back to this cap frame. We were trucking right along, having the best of times. Everything was going great, never had a problem in the world. But if you look at the design of the cap frame, I'm going to pull it apart so you can see side by side. The sewing field is up here. Now, granted, if this was a full 5x7 hoop, you'd have all this sewing field. But with our cap frame, you don't, because the bill clamp is inside that frame. But again, no problem. You simply load your design, trace your design, make sure it fits. Not a problem. Until about 1.5 years ago. We were at a trade show in Virginia. As a matter of fact, it was a quilting show. And a fellow came by and saw this, and he bought the cap frame, that exact cap frame to go home and put on his machine. He had just purchased a brand new baby lock single needle machine called a Flourish 2. Not a Flourish 1, Flourish 2. And he said, well, I said, it works with all of them. I didn't know any different. He came back the next day and said, no, it does not. Bottom line, real quickly, here we go. Brother and Baby Lock made a change on 4 machines, 2 Brother, 2 Baby Lock. Now, I don't want to bore everybody with this, but if you have one of these 4 machines, it's going to be important too if you want to do caps. If you have an NQ 1600 or an NQ 3600 Brother machine, or if you have a Baby Lock Flourish 2 or Aventura 2, if you went to our website and you looked, it says it will not work. This will not work on your machine. And here's why. The change that they made, I have no idea why they made it, but it's their company. They can do anything they want to do. With the other machines, when it finished stitching a stitch line and was going to move to a new position, on all the other machines, it simply stopped. It moved to the new position. Or if it was time for a color change, or if the project was over, it just stopped. And it moved to the next position. For whatever reason, they made a change. It's their business. They can do what they want to do. And you can imagine what an impact this had on us. They made a change where every time that needle stopped, it brought the presser foot all the way back to the front of the frame. So it was colliding with the bill clamp. Does it work? Okay. So we immediately put a stop on that and said, these machines, it will not work. So for the last 1.5 years, we've had a lot of projects to do. So I finally got around to it, and you are the first people, and I do mean first people literally in the world, to see what I'm about to show you. We just got them this week. I had 2 made earlier prototypes. We tested them, and here's what we've got. Later in the program, I'm going to come back and talk about multi-needle easy frames and single needle easy frames. And this will make more sense then. This is the new cap frame. Now, this will work on all of the machines, okay? You don't have to have this one for all, but if you've got the NQ 1600, 3600, or the Baby Lock Flourish 2 or Aventura 2, this is what you'll have to have. Now, here's the difference. This is a combination of 2 hoops, and you'll understand this shortly. It's 2 hoops. It is a cap frame, which you see here, and it is also a single needle easy frame. Now, this is a 5x7 single needle easy frame. I'm going to come back to this later and explain it, but you will see that these are absolute duplicates. They literally same exact size, okay? So this product will function as both an easy frame and a cap frame. It's brand spanking new. And if you want to see what it looks like with a cap on it, there it is, okay? So that's available to you today through Mulqueen. It's not on our website. We've not had professional photography done, nothing, okay? So that's where we are, all right? So that's the single needle cap frames and multi-needle cap frames. So let's move on to some other stuff. Tell you what, Darren, if you're there, why don't we do this right off? Let's just stop right now. Let's give away a cap frame, all right? So if you can come back in, I don't know how you want to do it, how you want to draw the winner, whatever, but whatever machine the customer's got, Brother or Baby Lock, or if it's a Janome multi-needle machine, MB7, MB4, single needle, multi-needle, let's give one away, okay? That's $225 right off the bat. Let's give that away. Darren, are you there? Or Jay, are you there? Is anybody there? Okay, we'll come back and we'll give it away later. All right, so let's move on to easy frames. The way we got involved with easy frames, I think Jerry's coming back.
Sorry,
Jerry, you there?
Yeah, we were talking. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I'm trying to.
What was it? So you're giving something away?
Let's give away a cap frame.
Okay. Cool.
We were eating birthday cake for Papa, for my dad.
All right, well, I have 2 pictures of me. So where's Darren? There's Darren.
Let me move over here.
Hey, Darren. I'm trying to give away a cap frame, either a multi-needle or single needle cap frame for a Brother or Baby Lock. However you want to give it away, multi-needle or single needle, you give it away, okay?
Well, awesome. So we'll have Jer select somebody, and then we'll go away and let you continue, and we'll announce the winner in a little bit. But if you just click to share the event, and then comment what machine that you have. If you have a Baby Lock or a Brother in a multi-needle or a single needle, just give us the model number. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Brent, would that be it? Okay, because that way you're not winning that prize if you don't have one of those machines. We want you to be able to use it. So just share the feed here so that everybody knows about this event, and just let us know what machine.
All right.
You're awesome, Brent. Thank you very much.
All right, let's move on. So the next product we'll talk about are our easy frames. And a lot of people have heard about our easy frames, know about them. We're extremely proud of them. They've just done a great job. How they came about, it's kind of a funny story. I'll tell it just as quickly as I possibly can. Absolutely true story. I was at a trade show, vendor area back in the back to go get something to eat. I sat down at the table. I was having a hot dog. Two ladies sitting at a table next to me. I'm minding my own business. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help hearing what was said. And we'll just make up names just for the sake of this conversation. And one says to the other one, she says, Ethel, she says, those frames you told me to buy, she said, those things, they're terrible. They don't work good. She said, what's the problem? She said, those things bounce up and down, and they're terrible. And she said, honey, you don't know how to use them. You're not doing it right. She said, well, what am I doing wrong? I'm just sitting here eating a hot dog. Yeah, but she got my attention with what she said next. She said, and she was serious. She said, honey, what you do, get yourself about a 7 or 8 inch piece of fishing line, tie it to the end of the frame, and then tie you a good weight on the end of it, a heavy pair of scissors or something. That'll hold it down. And I looked, I said, are you kidding? And she said, no, I'm serious. That's what you do to keep it from bouncing. So when that happened, I went back and started doing some research. And the result is we came out with a product called Easy Frames. And I want to take a second to show you what they are and what makes our product different from others that are in the marketplace. We don't knock anyone's product. We're not trying to under any circumstances. We're simply trying to differentiate and tell you what the difference is between ours and what you can expect, okay? So here are the differences right off the bat. The competitive products have one little knob right here in the center to hold the frame in place. As you can see with your own eyes, we have two very large fluted knobs. Two reasons for those large fluted knobs. One, more security to hold the frame in place and keep it from doing this. No, but there are other things that do that as well. But number two, once again, carpal tunnel syndrome, arthritis, it's easier for most of us that have those challenges to turn those knobs. So that's the first major change. Second major difference, our products are all 3/16 of an inch thick. The competitive products are 1/3 that thickness. They're 1/8 of an inch thick. Their product is a stainless steel product. Our product is an anodized aluminum product, so it's still light. But because it's 3 times as thick and the frame is also 3 times as thick, the stability that you get out of this product is amazing. Now, most people in this industry, no matter how new you are or how much of a veteran you are, most people in this industry speak the language of X direction and Y. X is the frame moving this way. Y is the frame moving this way. Very few people ever talk about Z. Z is the needle going up and down, okay? So try to picture this. The end result of what we're doing is we're trying to get a finished project with excellent registration. That is to say, as much clarity as possible. Stitches going exactly where they should. How easy is it for a needle to put a stitch in an exact location when the frame is doing this? It's not very easy, okay? But if that frame is moving like this, then you get what you want. That's what we've got. Stainless steel brackets, again, this fits directly into the A arms of your machine. If you have a 6 needle or a 10 needle brother or baby lock, A arms of your machine. Next thing that's different about our frames is we have centering notches on all 4 sides to help you get your project located exactly where you want it to be. Last but not least, there's a red label right here in the center. Now, somebody recently told me a cute joke about a guy that went to work for a landscape company that laid sod. And the guy showed up on the job the first day and he said, boss, what do I need to do to be successful at this job? He said, just remember green side up. So I guess that's good in the sod business. And with the easy frame business, if you'll keep that red label up, you'll be in pretty good shape, okay? One of the things I want to show you is with that red label, we put the actual sewing field on the label. Now, I think that's important. Now, for example, the frame that I'm holding, this is a 6x6 sewing field. If you were to physically measure this frame, it's going to measure 7 inches by 7 inches. We allow 1/2 inch for the presser foot all the way around, okay? But once again, your machine's not going to recognize the frame. Put this into the machine, center your number 1 needle, trace your design. One of the other things that does come up, and it's really, really important. Have you ever tried to put a traditional hoop on a machine and hoop your project with a hoop on the machine? Well, of course not, silly. You do all your hooping off the machine, and then you put the hoop on the same thing here. This always goes on the machine as a unit, and it comes off as a unit. We've had a lot of people try to leave the arms on the machine and try to hoop the project and then reach underneath it. It goes on the machine as a unit, it comes off as a unit, okay? So those are the easy frames. We started off with a 7-piece set of easy frames, and this is the 7-piece set right here, okay? Every set of frames that we do, when we say 7-piece, that means you're getting 7 actual frames. The blue adapter arms always come with it. Our competitors, they call that an 8-piece set. To us, that's a 7-piece set. You have to have the blue adapter arm, and all of the frames are interchangeable. All of the frames fit on the same blue adapter arms, okay? One other question that comes up, if I ever buy another machine, if I've got a set of easy frames and I buy a different machine, can I still use my easy frames? Yes, you can. You'll need to get a different blue adapter arm. You remember, different brackets for different machines, but the frames will fit the new set of arms. So that's possible too. So 7 frames, 7-piece set. The 8-piece set is exactly the same set, plus a 12x8 frame. That's the 8-piece set, okay? Now, I mentioned we moved up here because of the birth of granddaughter. Not too long ago, one of my granddaughters said, Granny, look, we got to go to the mall. There's a brand new store there. We got to go, we got to go, we got to go. Now, for those of you that know what I'm talking about here, you're going to get a chuckle out of this, and you're going to know where I'm going. I said, well, what's at the mall? What's this? She said, there's a place called Build-A-Bear. Build-A-Bear? What? Come on, Granny, you got to go. For those of you that know what it is, you know where I'm going with this. For those of you that don't know, please trust what I'm about to tell you. Build-A-Bear is a place that you go into where you can buy a bear for $19.95. But by the time you get that sucker to the checkout counter, it's going to be $99.95 because you got to have the headband and the basket and the wristwatch. By the time it's fully decorated, it becomes a very expensive bear. So I walked out of there learning a lesson from that experience. And that is, I've been trying to make people purchase the complete bear. Why not let them build their own bear? Why not let them build their own set of easy frames? So for that, less expensive, you may not need all those frames. So Burger King, if you will, have it your way. So what we came out with was what we call a Kickstart combo. It's a 4-piece set, and it's right here. It includes, obviously, the blue adapter arms. It includes 4 of the most commonly used frames, a 2-inch by 4-inch sewing field, 5-inch by 4-inch, most common left chest, right chest embroidery, 7 by 5, and an 8 by 8, okay? At this juncture, well, let me go ahead and say we have a lot of additional frames, a whole lot of additional sizes here, okay? Matter of fact, we have a total of 18. Out of those 18, there's only one that does not pertain to you. And I don't know where it is right now. I lost it. It's this frame.
It's behind.
Have I lost it somewhere?
It's behind that one.
That's here we go. Yeah, thank you. This is the only frame you should not buy from us. And on our website, we specifically say commercial use only. Will it fit on the same easy frames? Yes, it will. Well, why can't it? You can. We're going to talk about size in just a moment. But your machine, if you've got a Brother Baby Lock 6 or 10 needle machine, your maximum Y distance, that's front to back, is 7 7/8 inches. This is 12 inches. This is made to go on a commercial machine, okay? But you can do the same thing. You can accomplish the same project with 2 other frames that we have for your machine. So if you want to do shirt sleeves, pant legs, etc., baby onesies, that's the onesie hoop. So we've got them all. That's the only one that does not go with your machine, okay? So we even have what we call a 12-piece set. So you can kind of get whatever you want. I said I was going to talk about size, so let's talk about that for just a minute. If I was to ask you, and I was visibly where I could see you and you could see me if we were in a room together, and I asked for a show of hands to this question, I bet almost every hand in the room would go up. How many people have ever gone to a building supply company, Lowe's, Home Depot, some local building supply company, and purchased a 2x4? How many people? Raise your hand. And most people raise their hand. Of course, we've all bought a 2x4 sometime in our life. And what I'm going to say to you next, as a means of explanation, no, you haven't. I want to help you understand this thing about size, okay? But no, you've never bought a 2x4. Chances are you've never even seen a 2x4, okay? It's called, there's 2 languages. It's called nominal size and actual size. The nominal size, what's advertised in the paper, it's a 2x4. 2x4's on sale for whatever, okay? 2x4 stud, 2x4. The actual size is 1.5 inches by 3.5 inches, okay? The language, nominal size, actual size. Now, why would I tell you that story? The reason is for simplicity in the embroidery industry, a lot of people will say to you, the maximum sewing field of your 6-needle machine, if you have a 6-needle, is 12 by 8. No, it is not. 12 by 8 is the nominal size. The actual size, the actual sewing field is 7 7/8 by 11 7/8. You say, well, that's just an eighth of it. But that's important. It's important that you know that, okay? So nominal size and actual size. Now, here comes the next little kicker. We have people that, especially when it gets to single needle, I'll talk about it more when we get there, that want to buy a bigger hoop, thinking that a bigger hoop will change the capability of their machine, and it will not. That statement I just made was true 100% until recently. Now it's only 99% true. I can't sell you a hoop to change the capability of your machine. If the maximum sewing field of your machine is 12 by 8, then it's 12 by 8. But here's what happened recently. We came out with a new product. As a matter of fact, Brother liked it so much that they arranged with us to make it an exclusive Brother product for a period of 12 months, and that 12 months ends in July. It affects both the PRS 100, if you have a Brother single needle tubular arm machine, the PRS Persona PRS 100, or Baby Lock equivalent would be the Baby Lock Alliance. Those machines have a maximum sewing field, nominal size 8 by 8, okay? So we came out with a new hoop, or frame, if you will, that is 8 by 14. Now, will our hoop change the capability of your machine by itself? No, it will not. But if you have for your machine, for example, PE Design, this is Brother software, or if you have Palette, Baby Lock software, or Ingredients, there's a number of software programs that will allow you to do what's called a split design. And with a split design, you can now take your PRS 100 if you have the software capability with your machine, and you can purchase this frame, and guess what you can do? You can expand your sewing field from 8 by 8 to 8 by 14. And the way you do that for your software, literally you put the design in, it will split the design, you'll put it in the machine, it will stitch half of it, it will stop, tell you to take it out, turn it around. You physically will turn it around, put it back in, and stitch the other half. And it's done so beautifully that if it's done correctly, I would defy you to find where that split is. Now that's for the Persona PRS 100 or Baby Lock Alliance. Same time, same issue existed with the 6-needle machine. 6-needle machine, maximum sewing field, 12 by 8, 12 by 14. Same exact thing. If you have the software, split design, okay? So with that, I'm going to get out of talking about the single needle, the multi-needle easy frames and the sturdy frames, and move on to something else pretty quickly. Before I talk about single needle easy frames, I want to talk about hooping for just a minute. Again, I'm going to go back to that statement at the very beginning. If you can figure out a way to make hooping easier, then you're going to help a lot of people. We work on that from a lot of vantage points, not only just with the hooping products themselves, but the method of actually hooping something. We have a very professional commercial hooping system that if you're going to do 2,500 shirts or whatever, if you're going to do tons and tons of the same, that's what that's for. But what about the home embroiderer that's doing 1, 2, 5 and wants a simpler way to do it? We created a product called the Easy Framer Max. And Darren and Gary, if you can get ready, hopefully you've got that video ready. I'll show you the product that we have. And this product was designed specifically for the home embroiderer. And rather than be demonstrated on the table here and trying to get close-ups, I'm going to take just a couple of minutes and show you the video introducing the product, and you can see just how easy it is to hoop products at home. So, Jerry, if you're there, and Darren, can you show that video?
Hi, I'm Mike Johns, and I'm excited to be introducing you to the Easy Framer Max by Durkee Embroidery Hoops. The Easy Framer Max is a lightweight hooping station weighing less than 10 pounds that can be mounted to any work surface either permanently or temporarily. It will accommodate any hoop with an outer diameter up to 16.5 inches and works with all different brands and styles of hoops and frames. You're going to love how easy it is to hoop all of your projects using the Easy Framer Max. Let's take a quick look at everything included with your Easy Framer Max. First, you'll receive a simple set of easy-to-follow instruction sheets. You'll receive the framer itself, which does require minimal assembly, but this is usually able to be completed in less than 5 minutes. You'll receive 3 frame holders, and I'm going to show you how these work as I demonstrate the Easy Framer. You'll receive 2 C-clamps. The C-clamps can be used to temporarily mount your Easy Framer Max to any flat workspace. You'll receive your power cord. You'll receive 1 sheet of placement stickers, and you'll receive the embroiderer's helper. The embroiderer's helper can help you find the center for your designs on both collared and non-collared shirts. Let's move over to my workspace where I already have the Easy Framer Max set up, and I'll show you just how easy and quick it is to hoop a project. Let's begin with one of the most common embroidery projects, a left or right chest embroidery on a polo or pullover type shirt. Now, I'm going to be using the 5x5 multi-needle Easy Frame from Durkee, and you'll see that I've used my frame holders to snug up on both sides of that frame, and that's what's going to hold that frame in place while I'm putting the shirt onto the frame itself. I've actually lined up my projected laser grid here so that it matches with all 4 of my centering notches on the inside of my frame, and then on my shirt, I've actually placed a positioning marker exactly where I'd like the center of my embroidery design to be. I've done that using the embroiderer's helper. Now, the embroiderer's helper is included in your kit, and it has instructions printed on both sides. If you would like a more detailed description of how to use the embroiderer's helper, we do have videos available on our website that will walk you step by step through how to use it. Once we've got our Easy Frame on our Easy Framer Max, the only thing left to do at this point is I'm going to pull the shirt up over. I'm going to line up that projected laser grid with my positioning sticker. Once I've got it in place, I'm going to push down so that it adheres to my stabilizer, lift, pull away, and now I'm ready to attach it to my adapter arm and take it over to my embroidery machine. Another fun embroidery project is placing a monogram or embroidered design on a tote bag. For this one, you'll see that I've adjusted my frame holders so that they've accommodating now a 7" by 7" Durkee multi-needle Easy Frame. I've also adjusted my laser so that it lines up with all 4 of my centering notches, and I've placed another positioning sticker on my tote bag where I'd like the center of my design to be. Again, all I'm going to do is lay that over my frame, line up the targeting sticker with that laser, then lift, pull away. I'm ready to attach it to my adapter arm and go over to my embroidery machine and stitch. Next, I'm going to hoop the back of a denim jacket. I'm using, again, the multi-needle Easy Frame from Durkee. This happens to be the 12" by 8" hoop, and I've already marked the center on the back of my jacket where I'd like the center of my design to be. And again, all I'm going to do is place it over, line up that positioning sticker with that grid, that projected laser grid, stick it down, lift. I'm ready to attach it to my adapter arm and take it over to my embroidery machine. So now I've switched over to a typical round or circular hoop, and this time I've changed my adapters. The top adapter now is turned so that I've got the curved end against the hoop itself, and I've replaced the bottom adapter now with the one that has the clip on it to hold our stabilizer in place. So once I remove my inner hoop, I can take my stabilizer, lift it, place it underneath that clip. There's a little brass knob at the top that you can use to tighten that down to hold it in place. We're going to be using a little knitted dress here, or a knit fabric dress. I've got my targeting sticker already in place. All I'm going to do is slide this up and over. I'm going to flatten out my stabilizer here at the very, very top, and I'm going to line that up, take my inner hoop, press it into place, lift, pull away, and now I'm ready to go over to my embroidery machine and stitch. And last, let's look at how perfectly this works with magnetic hoops. I've changed the top frame holder around so the flat edge is against the flat edge of the hoop itself. I still have my frame holder with my stabilizer clip on the bottom here. I've realigned my crosshair here so that it's centered on the hoop. I'm going to pop away the top of my hoop. I'm going to lay down my stabilizer, and we're going to go back to that left-right chest embroidery on our shirt. So I've already marked it again with my embroiderer's helper, holding everything in place, or making sure everything's lined up. I'm going to get it all so that it's in place, and then all I have to do is pop it in place, pull, lift away. I'm ready to go over to my embroidery machine and place my stitches. I hope you've enjoyed this video. If you'd like more information about this product or any of the Durkee products, please visit your favorite local embroidery supplier, or you can visit our website at www.dehoops.com.
Whoops. Hold on, Brent. I think you're muted.
So we'll
Can't hear
we'll
you
just
yet.
wait for Brent to get unmuted. Let's see. How's that? Can you hear me, Brent?
Yeah, they can hear us. But
We're still muted. Until I don't know if we can get Brent back unmuted, but that is a very, very cool hooping tool. I could see a lot of you commenting how much you thought that was a pretty cool way of hooping. Yep, we're just trying to figure out why it's. Just bear with us here.
well, how about we announce the winner of that while they figure that out?
Right. Is that something happening on your side, Brent? I'm not sure. Right? We can't hear you. No, it's not on your side. It's on our side.
No, there's no. You guys can hear us though, right?
Can you take off the video stream? But we do have a winner for the hat hoop.
The winner for the hat hoop is going to be Leah Turner. So, congratulations, Leah. You won the from Durkee. Let's see.
And Leah, please email Jer at mulqueen.com just so that we can get you your email. I'm sorry, we'll have to have your mailing address so we can get that hoop mailed right to you. That is awesome prize. And thank you, Durkee, for offering that prize. Yeah, the hat hoop. This is one of the hat hoops for the domestic regular single needle machines. You just put your bill underneath the bracket, the cap bill bracket. You would put sticky stabilizer on the bottom of the hoop. And I think we're back.
Darren, can you hear me?
Yes, that is awesome. Yes, we can.
I'm so sorry. I have no idea what happened. We just logged out, logged back in, and we're back with you. So let me get to this quickly.
Okay.
This is our absolute #1 selling package. It includes the easy frames, the 7-piece easy frames, and the multi-needle cap frame. I want to give this away. It's only $568. So why don't we give one away, okay?
Well, that's an amazing prize.
So find somebody that's got a multi-needle machine, and we're going to give that away. If you've got a single needle machine, don't you dare go away, because that's next. And we've got a package we're going to give away that costs more than this for single needle. How do you like that?
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
All right.
So you have a brother or baby lock multi-needle machine. And just comment which one you have and what the model number is, just so we know which one you have. And Durkee is so generous to offer this. Just comment how much you like Durkee Hoops, or what you see anyways. That positioning laser is amazing.
Well, thank you. We've once again we've taken a lot of time. That's third generation, and we think we've hit the mark with it. We're very excited about it. It's been a great seller. Couple of questions while the video was playing. Danielle was helping me out with some of the comments, and thank everyone for your fabulous comments. We're so appreciative. So I want to try to answer a couple of questions. One of the questions was, do we have anything for Bernina? Years ago, Bernina bought out Melco. The only product we have is multiple products, but for the E16, which is their multi-needle 16 needle. I'm sorry, for the single needle machines, we don't have anything. So I hope that answers that question. Someone asked about baby onesies. Easy Frame 5x8. We didn't name it. To us, it's a 5x8. Our customers call it the onesie hoop. All right. And once again, those 40 videos, there's a complete video on how to do baby onesies on that frame. There was another question that I needed answered. I'm trying to think of what it was.
School cap.
Oh yeah. What about a skull cap or a cap that does not have a bill or brim on it? Can you do? Absolutely. You can use an easy frame and just put the cap on here with an easy frame and go at it. We had a lady at one of the shows that was a nurse that does embroidery on the side, and it's amazing what people come up with because she was an operating room nurse. She's connected with all the people that do surgeries, and they all wear these skull caps. Guess what? Started using easy frames to start monogramming the doctors' and nurses' names on the skull caps, and it's a full-time side business for her. So yeah, you can do all types of things with the easy frames and with the cap frames. So I hope I've answered most of your questions. Please keep asking, and we'll get to as many as we possibly can. Let me get to the single needle very quickly.
And I just wanted to let everybody know real quick that all of these hoops are on our website, mulqueen.com, and so you can take advantage of our specials. And also, if you have any questions on which ones you want, just know that you can always email Darren@mulqueen.com. Jerry will pop that on the screen in a little bit, but just know that you can email me. So I'll make sure to discuss these with you if you have any questions. But I know Brent's doing a good job of identifying which ones they're for. But I just want to let you know that that I'm here also to help you. So I just let everybody know that they're available on our website. Brent, back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Darren. All right, single needle easy frames. We're talking brother and baby lock only. And we're talking all of the machines that have the adapter where it slides into the machine, not the type that clamps on. I'm sorry, I don't have any single needle easy frames for those machines, but all of the machines where the adapter of the hoop slides in. Once again, we're using a self-adhesive backing. Now, totally contrary to what I said about multi-needle easy frames, listen to this. If you have a single needle easy frame and you put it in your brother baby lock machine, guess what? It recognizes the hoop. It knows, for example, this is a 5x7, and we have all of the sizes available from 4x4 up to the Luminaire 2 and the Solaris 2, the 10 and 5/8x16. So that and everything in between. Now, here's the one thing that's it's really, really important, because I hate for people to waste money and time and effort and all that stuff and shipping. We have put together a number of packages. I'm going to grab one here just real quick, nice and convenient. We have 6 different packages of single needle easy frames. Now, once again, there are 10 different sizes. But what I'm going to say next is really, really important. It's important that you know your machine, at least know this. What is the largest hoop that came with your machine? If the largest hoop that came with your machine, NQ1600, was a 6 1/4 by 10 1/4, please do not buy a frame or a package that has a hoop larger, or an easy frame larger than 6 1/4 by 10 1/4. Your machine won't even read the frame. It will not read it at all. That's why we have 6 different packages, and what drives the package is the answer to that first question. What's the largest hoop that came with your machine, okay? Now, there's one little caveat there that we have to talk about. If you have a machine where, for example, this is package number 3, and the NQ1600, you'll notice the largest frame here is the 6 1/4 by 10 1/4. This package includes a 6x6, 5x7, and 4x4. Your machine will read down in size, but it cannot go up. Now, here's that little old exception. Brother baby lock occasion, they'll come out, for example, if your largest frame is a 7x12, they will come out with a software update and a package that allows that machine to now read 8x8 or 8x12, okay? So if that's the case, if you got a machine where the maximum field was 7x12, but you did the upgrade, then yes, you can go to the package with a larger size. Once again, sticky backing on the back, and you're floating everything. Now, once in a while at a show, I get a big kick out of it. I'll show this to somebody, and they'll say, well, that's no big deal. I float everything. And I say, really? So you already have these? No, I don't need those. I float everything with my hoops. You do? Well, tell me how you do it. Well, you just take the hoop and you hoop a piece of back. Whoa, stop. You said you float everything. And you just said the first thing you do is you hoop a piece of backing. If you're hooping, you're not floating by yourself, okay? With this, again, self-adhesive backing, Float your material right on top. There's no pressing anything together. A lot of times people will pick these up and handle them at a show, and they say, where's the rest of it? That's all there is, folks. That's all there is. That's all that's needed. Self-adhesive backing on the back, float your item on top, press it down, sticky backing, and away you go. So with that said, again, there's 6 different sizes. So very quickly, I want to get through some of the packages. And Danielle, what you're asking me, when what? I'm sorry.
When is this available?
That the new cap frame that I showed you earlier is available today, right now. There's no pictures of it. I just showed you what it is. That's it. That's the combination easy frame, cap frame. And Darren, we've announced this for Mulqueen. You're the first people literally in the world to see it. So if you've got any one of the machines where it slides in, including the NQ1600 or 3600, this cap frame will work for you. And it's a combination cap frame and easy frame. If you were to purchase the regular insert and the 5x7 easy frame to accomplish the 2 different tasks that they do, you'd be spending $280 or $90. But this product combined into one product, it's like $225. So you're saving $55 or $60 getting an easy frame and the cap frame. So I just want to clear that up. All right. So with that said, let me talk about some packages real quick, and then you're probably tired of hearing me. So I'll be quiet here in just a second. So let me go through this kind of quickly for you. I've already shown you the multi-needle power pack, and that's it. That's our most popular package. It includes the 7-piece easy frames and the cap frame. That's our most popular package. So we'll set that aside. This we call an ASK or MSK. That's the Alliance or Persona Starter Kit or the Multi-Needle Starter Kit. Basic starter kit that includes the most popular 3 traditional plastic hoops. If you're doing some heavy-duty commercial stuff, you need that heavy plastic hoop. There it is. And by the way, all their commercial plastic hoops are double height. You got a lot more holding power than you got with standard hoops. It also includes the cap frame and the 7-piece easy frames, okay? That's called the Alliance or Persona ASK Starter Kit or the Multi-Needle Starter Kit. If you have a 10-needle brother or baby lock, we call this the 10-needle power pack. This package includes the cap frame, the easy frames, and the big red frame that you see. The 10-needle machine has a capability that the others do not. With it, brother has a hoop called the jumbo hoop. And not knocking anybody under any circumstances, but if you buy that jumbo hoop, I think it's about $400. Our multi-needle 14x14 jumbo sturdy frame retails for $189.95, and it's warranted for life, okay? And again, what that allows you to do, again, your maximum sewing field with that 10-needle machine is still 12x8. But because of the split design capability, I should say 14x14, 14x8, it will allow you with a split design to do 14x14. So, okay? So that's what you can do with that 10-needle power pack. You've already seen the Easy Frame Max. We have a special package for it that includes the 12-piece Easy Frame set and the Easy Framer Max all in one combo pack. And I'm not going to go through pricing with all this stuff because you can get that from Darren on his website, okay? Just showing you what's available. Now, single needle. If you have a Baby Lock Destiny or Destiny 2, if you have a Brother Dream or Dream 2, we have what we call a single needle power pack. And here it is. It includes the 4 frames for your machine, including the largest frame for your machine, plus a bonus frame, plus the single needle cap frame. That package retails for $659. I said I wasn't going to talk about prices, but I want to talk about this because we're going to give this away in a minute, okay? That's if you have the Destiny, Destiny 2, or the Dream or Dream 2, okay? If you have the Solaris or Solaris 2, or the Luminaire or Luminaire 2, here's your package. This is the single needle power pack 2. And that includes, again, the 4 frames, including the largest, 10 5/8 by 16, 3 additional sizes, plus a bonus frame, okay, and the single needle cap frame. So all of that's in one package for your machine. And gosh, I'm about out of breath, so I hope we're done. I hope I haven't worn you out. So Darren, last but not least, let's give away a single needle power pack, and the person would need to have either a Dream machine or a Destiny machine or a Luminaire or a Solaris. Well, let's give that away, and that's about $750, okay? Excuse me, about 680 some bucks. let's give that away.
Oh, holy cow. Yep, so that is amazing again. I knew you were giving something away, but I didn't know you were giving away all of this. That's amazing.
I wanted to get invited back.
Oh, yeah. And so, yeah, just comment which machine you have of the single needles, and which one do you want to give away? The one for the bigger machine, or just any single needle?
Whichever machine they got. If they have a Destiny or a Dream machine, they would need single needle power pack 1. If they have a Solaris or a Luminaire, then they would need single needle power pack 2. Okay.
Very good. Yep, we have selected the winner for Jer has over here for the multi-needle power pack, and that winner is Patty. Tucson is her. That's her name there. Very good. Patty, make sure you email Jer. We cannot get prizes to anybody if you don't email us, so please email Jer. And it will take a little while to get to you because it has to be mailed, but we'll make sure that we get that to you. And as people are commenting on to win the other prize, I just went to our website, and Jer will show in a little bit how to find these items on our site. We'll do that in a little bit. So,
okay, Darren, if I may, when you get your winners, if you'll please, and I want to say this, everybody hears it and everybody knows, please email us their name, shipping address, et cetera, and specifically the machine they have. We want to make sure we send the right package to the winner.
Yep, that is definitely a good thing to know.
Yeah.
So I always enjoy when you guys are at the events. I can't wait till we get back together again.
I'm with you. We're ready to get back on the road.
And I know that you have a gentleman that travels to do in-store events. That would be also something we would be interested in doing down the road.
Well, as a matter of fact, I started to mention this earlier. If you enjoyed, folks, the presentation that was done on the Easy Framer Max, that gentleman's name is Mike Johns. Mike is one of the premier educators in the country. Any one of the videos that you watch on our website, the tutorials, he's the guy doing it. Background-wise, without a whole lot of foo-foo, he has an MBA from Florida State University in costume design. He has designed costumes from plays from Miami to Broadway. He's a very, very sophisticated educator, and believe you me, he can teach you about your machine, and he can teach you a lot about embroidery. So please use those tutorials. They're free. Enjoy them, learn a lot more about your machine. Okay?
Yep, that is amazing.
Great.
I think we have the last winner. Let's see.
Somebody had a question on the your lineup tool with the laser. That's a whole kit to hold the hoops and everything. That's the only way to buy it, right? You don't buy portions of it with just a laser or anything. You buy the whole kit.
What you saw Mike present in the video is exactly how it comes. That's strictly the Easy Framer Max. That's called the Easy Framer Max, and you can buy it as a kit. Comes with the clamps to hold it to the table if that's how you want to use it. Comes with the laser light. It comes with everything that he showed in the video. And if anybody wonders exactly what that was, again, they can go back to the website, watch the same exact video that you saw, and you'll see everything that comes with it, okay? And by the way, let me go ahead and mention this very quickly because someone's liable to get to the website and get a little bit confused. I told you this is the third generation. If you go to our website and look, you're going to find the 2 previous generations. The first one, and it will be red and silver, the first 2, is strictly the lower part. There's no laser light, nothing. It's strictly a device typically used by commercial embroiderers for hooping the back of caps. After we did it, then I added the laser to it, but with it was a shorter version. So the mat was exactly like this, except it was shorter, so you could only handle a hoop up to 7.5 to 7.25 inches, I think it was. So I expanded it so it would handle all of our easy frames and all of the single needle easy frames. So it'll do it all. So there's 3 generations of this. They're on the website. This one, just remember the word Max, the Easy Framer Max, and that's what this is. Okay.
Easy Framer Max.
Easy Framer Max.
And Cheryl Air is our last winner of the. She has a Luminaire XP2. So congratulations, Cheryl.
Cheryl.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Brent. That was great.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for having us. And if there's any more questions, we'll be glad to address it, or we'll say goodbye.
Yep. Yeah. If
scroll
anybody
through.
has any questions before, while we have the opportunity to have Brent on here, just let us know. One thing, we do sell a lot of multi-needle brother machines. And we've carried hoops that you would put sticky back on the back side for years. And not until we found yours, the other that we were carrying were so thin that they would kind of bend, like you would have to form them. Yours are so solid.
Yeah.
They don't bend.
Well, thank you. This is not, I'm not trying to be bragging about what we do, but we really do focus on quality. I mean, we really, really do. We're trying to focus on solving issues that make people's enjoyment of their embroidery machine what it should be. They shouldn't have to worry about things like you just described. They should be able to put a frame on the machine, do the project, and enjoy the experience, and not try to babysit a frame. So we really do focus on trying to create the best quality product that we possibly can. So I do appreciate that comment.
Awesome. So Jared's looking through to see if there's any questions.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm so thankful that you guys would do this with us, and we'll have to get together again anytime you have anything new. Let's get together and we'll announce it here.
Well,
so I'm thankful for you announcing that new hoop.
Well, thank you, and again, we appreciate that opportunity. We obviously we can't talk about everything. We always have something new that we're working on, and the next one we think is frankly is a biggie. And
oh wow.
And we'll see what happens with it. It's in the testing phase now. So if it works out the way we think it's going to work out, everybody will know about it within the next 2 to 3 months. Okay.
That sounds great.
Great.
Well, Danielle and Brent, thank you so much. Thanks, Durkee Hoops. We do appreciate your time, and I know by looking at the comments, people really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Everybody have a great, safe weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks, Brent.
Well, that was really cool. We love the Durkee Hoops. And Jared's going to give a quick shout out to our website and how to get it, how to get all these hoops, right, Jared?
How do they get to our website?
Mulqueen.com, right?
I think so. I think that's where it's at. Let's take a look. Okay. So we have Mulqueen.com. This is our homepage, so you'll just come to this page when you type that in the browser. You go ahead and click on Live Event Specials. And when you get here, the first thing you see is our YouTube channel link.
One thing I was wondering, so make sure you know where that link is. We'll keep it up for about a week. But if you click that link, because you're questioning which hoop should I get again, because Brent did show a lot of hoops. So go ahead and click that, and you can always watch this video again, our live presentation. But the cool thing is you can fast forward it through the parts that you don't want to watch again.
Who wouldn't want to watch this whole thing again?
I know, I can't imagine. But
all right. So as we scroll down, we're gonna call about maybe 6 or 8 different bingo numbers.
We got to get.
We're doing them one by one, so that way we get enough time in between each one, because we have about 45 minutes until Rob Appell comes on. So we'll call one by one, so that way we space it out. So if someone has a bingo, there's not 40 people saying bingo all at the same time. But as you scroll down, you'll see everything. You'll see everything that we did yesterday and as well as today. So we did OESD twice yesterday, Reliable Iron Company, Gina Perks, Janome this morning, then Ken Mulqueen, and then Durkee Hoops right here. So if you go ahead and click on that, you're going to go and scroll down here.
I was noticing those top 3, it'll kind of let you go right to single needle, multi-needle.
Yep, so right here is the PRS 100, and then this one's the 6 and 10 needle. But then this one's your brother home machines or baby lock home machines. So as you scroll down, everyone was asking about this guy right here, the Plus Easy frames.
Just make sure, like Brent was saying, if you have a dream machine or a Destiny that your biggest hoop is 9.5 by 14. So when you're buying your combo kit. It's a lot less expensive when you buy them as a kit. That you make sure that the biggest hoop in your kit is 9.5 by 14. That way you know you're getting the right kit.
This was one that was in question. So yes, you have to buy. You have to buy that. That's the only one we have on there.
Oh wow, yeah, we need to get just the Easy Framer Max on the site
without the hoops.
Yeah, it's not on there.
No.
Will you just copy that Easy Framer Max and search just to make sure it's not hiding somewhere? But if somebody wants to get that Easy Framer Max and not get the bundle of hoops at the same time, if we don't have it on the site, my brother Ken, who does all of the website adding product for these events, he left to go play music. So he is not here for us to have him pop it on there.
What a slacker. If you do want it, go ahead and email Darren@mulqueen.com. If that's something you're interested in. Do you know the price by chance, Darren? I know all the hoops are probably worth about $500, so it's probably...
I don't, but yeah, if you go back to that and minus the hoops off of that bundle, the rest of it would be just the Easy Framer Max, most likely around there. But if you are interested in that Easy Framer Max, Jared's just searched our site, and my brother Ken is in so much trouble.
What a slacker.
He is in so much trouble.
Oh.
So if you want to buy that laser system to line up your shirt in your hoop, email Darren@mulqueen.com. Jared will pop that up on the screen. All the other hoops are on there, but if you want just that laser alignment tool, please email me. I will get it on the site, and I will make sure we email you to say it's there to complete your order.
So it's $495 for the Framer Max.
Oh, thank you.
That was on Durkee's website. So $495, and we'll have it up on our website here shortly.
We appreciate if you purchase it with us. That would be wonderful of you. Thank you, and we'll get it on there for you.
Do we have a discount on our site for it?
Well, there's only the certain price, so $495. That would be the minimum advertised price. And that was really nice of them to give out those major packages. That was like almost like
$2,000 worth of stuff.
That was cool. So we're gonna keep doing these events. If you guys like them, if you know of any company that you think would do well and keep everybody excited, please always share with us. You can always email Darren@Mulqueen. Any ideas that you have for upcoming events? We are thinking about stretching out a one-day event where it will be all day long. Jared says no. Jared likes the 2 days, but I'm thinking if we did one day, do it maybe a little bit earlier and not so long. But like right now, it's almost time for our next event.
Earlier?
Yeah, like 9, maybe just an hour early. Hey, will you draw some bingo? Oh, yeah. What time is it actually? We need like confetti or something.
I can't believe you sprung that on me and I didn't get to put that. It's bingo time.
Bingo time, everybody. We need like confetti and stuff.
Well, I have that one, and it
takes our picture away.
Yeah, it's not the greatest.
So it's exciting, but we want it to be imposed over the top of us.
We'll figure it out. Time will come.
So Jared is going to grab out his lucky pad over there, and he is going to pick out some bingo numbers. We need some bingo winners here, because after Rob Appell, then it'll be time for us to leave, unfortunately. So I see Jer has put them there. He's going to show all of the numbers, the end numbers. How many is he doing at one time? You want to do 3?
I'm doing 4.
He's going to do 4 numbers. So it is the first person that comments bingo. So
that gets the grand prize.
That gets the grand prize. But everybody after that will be getting gift cards as well. And then Bruce, if you go back to just Jer on the screen. Look at that. Look how.
Oh, look, there's 2 of me.
Oh, look at, there's 2 Jers. So that Bruce and Fabric Confetti, they're giving one of those patterns away. So one of the bingo winners, hopefully you have an embroidery machine, because that is an applique embroidered quilt that we're going to give that away with one of the bingos.
All right, Darren, you want to come back?
Sure. The first person that gets bingo will win $50 Mulqueen gift card.
All right.
And all the others get $25 gift cards.
The new numbers are I-24, G48, 072, and 073.
So hopefully,
We just put out, there's 1, 2, 3.
hopefully there's a winner from those numbers. If there is no winner, then
13 numbers.
Jared's not picking good numbers, even though it is.
I'm not even picking it. It's all random.
Random. I can't read from on this side. I need a.
I don't. There's nothing yet.
Oh, Charlotte Volkman. I want to do caps, but do I buy the cap frame and will I?
Rosanna, the bingo card is on our website, mulqueen.com.
And Charlotte, the hat hoop that you want for your dream machine is in stock right now. We do have that because that's what this is here on our table. That hoop is on our website. It's $195.
Oh, we got a bingo, but I can't tell who it is. So, Facebook user, you have to type your name in the chat as well as your card number, and then I will verify it and then have you email me if it is correct.
Will you go back up to that one question from
Charlotte Volkman?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she just wants to know if that hat hoop was the same, is the only thing she'll need to be able to do caps on her dream.
It sure is.
Yep.
It's $195, and yep, it's on our website. You don't need the multi-needle one, you just need the single needle hat hoop. And you don't need the one that he was talking about that just came out. That is specifically for just the NQ 3600 or the NQ 1600. Or in the baby lock world, I guess he called it the flourish.
These aren't the exact same numbers as yesterday.
They are not the same numbers.
Someone said that they're the exact same except for one number.
Oh, really?
There's no way, because then we'd already be done. Because we only called 12 numbers yesterday. And by that time, it's like 4 people had won.
We use a program called Free Bingo.
No, Bingo Game Manager.
Bingo Game Manager. And it's supposed to be all totally random. And
there's a Facebook user right here that says that they got bingo, but they haven't sent their card number.
Judy Meisner is only one number away from winning the prize.
Should I release 3 more?
Yep. Judy needs one more number as well. Jared's going to get 3 more numbers because we have to have a winner. If we don't have a winner, we can't leave. We have to stay here all day until we get a winner.
They are different numbers today. Yep. If they weren't different numbers, half the people that are watching are still the same people. So if they weren't different numbers, we'd already be done.
If you guys know who Rob Appell is, will you please comment and let us know how excited you are. If you are excited, if you haven't heard of him, also comment just to say, haven't heard of him. We always like to see comments. What did you add there, Jer?
B9, G53, and N40.
There's got to be a Chrissy.
Anyone have it yet?
Christy loves Rob Appell. Rob is such a good guy. I can't wait to have him on here. I have heard of him. One of our employees here thinks he's a hottie. And is so excited. And the other day when we were doing a test with Rob, she left the room because she came in to ask a question or something. And I said, look, Rob's on here. We're doing a test for sound and stuff.
No bingos yet?
And she left the room all aflutter. And it wasn't because of me or Jer, which is good. It was Rob. Melissa has no idea who he is.
I have a Bono with 14, 19 free space, 48, and 73.
Does that mean a bingo problem?
You have a bingo? Well, then send your name says Facebook user. So your comment says, "Hey, I have a Bono with 14, 19 free space, 48, and 73."
It's Bono maybe from YouTube.
Oh yeah, from YouTube.
No, I'm guessing that you
So,
are saying you have a bingo.
Comment your name and your card number.
The only way we can get you the prize is with your email address. So if you want to just give us your card number, we can test it, and then you can still email Jer at Mulqueen in case you are incognito. We have one person that is saying they have bingo, which would be the first person, and then we have Joyce Jesco, who is also saying we're just trying to get confirmation on the first bingo, and so we can make sure we have. We want to get the right winners, the right prizes, and so if you have bingo. Which I think Jer's writing them down. Joyce Jesco, and then there was another gal, Magu, or it could be a guy, Magu Baby. Also says they have bingo, so Jer's checking those.
I claimed it on Facebook, but no response. Okay. Well, hold on.
Okay, so we're not going to draw any more numbers. We're going to try to figure that out.
So card number 431.
431 is
Correct. So if you have card number 431, please email me at jer@mulqueen.com. I'll put that up on the screen.
Is that the first one?
That's the one from Facebook. She said she switched from Facebook to YouTube because she wasn't getting a response from us because it was Facebook user and not a name.
Yeah. So you would be the grand prize winner of a $50 Mulqueen gift card. But we still have Joyce Jesco and Magu Baby that also are winners of.
No, Magu Baby is the Facebook user.
Oh, Magu Baby is the Facebook. It was saying something different on our screen, but we now know that that was the first person that was claiming the prize. And the second place winner is.
So Joyce,
Jesco.
What's your card number?
It's up a little bit higher, Joyce Jesco. And
890.
we're getting close to Rob Appell, so we are going to just kind of recap things. If you're interested in one of the Sergers or the cover stitch machine, we do have a couple people that bought both the cover stitch and the Serger. If you do buy both, we are going to send a special gift, but they're also on sale individually, so it's still a good deal if you just need a Serger or the cover stitch.
You don't need a coupon code to order stuff off our website. It's automatically at a discount.
All notions. Anything that's supposed to be discounted is discounted. You'll see the discounted price already, so that way you don't have to check out with any certain codes. The Janome, the MC 14,000 that we showed early this morning, that gets quite a lot of gifts, of over $600 worth of gifts if you purchase that machine. They also showed the press and the straight stitch only machine.
So do I call a few more numbers to get the last?
How about we just do one more, and that'll be for the new quilt.
Okay.
The unveiling of the quilt.
One more.
And on the Durkee Hoops, they're all on our site. If you have any interest in those, if you have a brother or baby lock machine, or the Baradin or a commercial machine, we only put brother baby lock on our site for our event, but we can get any of the other hoops if you're interested. And if you are confused because there are so many options, just email Darren@mulqueen.com and just let me know what machine you have. If you are one of the lucky winners of that Durkee Hoop segment, make sure that we know which machine you have as well when you email Jer to get us your address to claim your prizes. Somebody's got yesterday's numbers there. Are they the same?
No.
They're close. I mean,
It's 1 through 75, so we've called 20 numbers so far. I mean, so they're bound to be partially the same.
yep. And yesterday, if you can remember all the way back to yesterday,
Whoops, we got a bingo. 332.
we got another bingo. Is this going to be for the?
This is for the pattern.
Hopefully,
Yep.
hopefully 332. Who was that?
Sonia Hyman.
Sonia, hopefully Hellman, if you have an embroidery machine and you win that pattern that we unveiled today, that's beautifully hanging behind Jer. If you don't have an embroidery machine, then we could just offer the $25 gift card instead. But it's a $70 pattern, I believe.
No, Joyce, you won a $25 gift card.
Yep. So the first,
Today, Papa, today is my birthday.
oh yeah, Pat Mulqueen is on right now. If anybody wants to wish him a happy birthday, if you haven't already, or if you want to just do it again. I'm going to give you his personal cell phone number as well, so you can give him a call. It is 480. No, just kidding. We can't go any further than that.
545.
Oh yeah,
0778.
No, but
all right.
it's
Well,
always fun to have a birthday, and Mr. Pat is here joining us. He's in the store, anyways. He's not on right now. But
we'll pull him in when Rob comes on.
oh yeah,
we'll have 3 generations in here, and then another guy who does sewing stuff.
Just like Brent. And so yesterday, those specials are still going. You can watch those. Just go to our YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe when you go to our YouTube channel so that you get updates and further notifications. But you can watch OESD. We did that for 2 segments because one was talking to the designers of all OESD product, all their designs, embroidery designs. And
There's some funny stuff in there too.
yeah, you should see. We pulled off some.
We're gonna do another one here.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do something special here in a little bit with Rob. But so that is 25% off all OESD product. Just click the link on our website and it'll bring you right there. And that is the only one that you actually use the code Mulqueen to check out. Once you click through our website, so just go to our special event page. That's where all the specials are. If you click the OESD tab, you'll go to their site. It's a special portal for event specials. You get 25% off everything. And we are doing a $5,000 prize. We're going to pick some lucky winner from the OESD purchases to win the Spree Club. So make sure you get that. We have to pick that prize. I believe we're going to pick that today.
And bingo's over, right?
Bingo will be over, yeah.
So we're not going to post the numbers anymore because bingo is over. The last winner was Sonia Hyman. So there was only 3 for today.
And let's see, what else did we do yesterday? We did the irons. So if you're interested in an iron, you can always watch that back. The Reliable Iron has a system of creating steam where it doesn't have to be mad hot all the time. So that's a pretty cool, innovative iron. They have the steam generator iron, so you have continuous steam for quite a long time. And then that new ironing board, and who could forget the Uber lights? The Uber lights were uber cool. I have one right here. In fact, I'm going to go grab it. I don't have it on, but I just wanted to, this is the tabletop lamp. I just unplugged it real quick to get it over here, but the Uber light, this one has a nice weighted base. And those are only $49 right now. I'm sorry, this one is $79 because of the base. If you don't need the base, you can buy just the C clamp that would clip onto the side of a table. And that one is only $49. And what else did we do? Yesterday we had, you know what? I'm going to grab my papers from, I do have a sneak peek of who's coming on next month for this same event, but next month. Got my cheat sheet here. Yesterday, how can I forget? We had Gina Perks live in the studio with us yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Gina Perks was pretty amazing. You should definitely check that out. She was doing hand guided, but it was so perfect, and it's all because of these grids that she powdered onto her quilt. And I asked her if she had, if she does that at home, like on her quilts, does she actually use that grid? And she does, which is kind of cool. And so my brother Ken did get the grid up. It's 1-inch grid that you pounce powder onto your fabric that you're quilting. And I think it's around $10, $12, but all the Gina Perks rulers and product, they're all 20% off for our special. And next month, Jer, who's putting that in our search? Or in our comments? Somebody keeps typing in 3.
I don't know. Yeah, but please stop that.
Whoever, Don Maddox. For some reason, there's 100 comments
with the number 3.
But that's okay. At least you're commenting. We love comments. The event next month, it's April 16th and 17th. So it's the 3rd Friday and Saturday. So Jer 1, again, like we're going to do it for 2 days instead of 1 long day, right, Jer? So in the morning, we're going to do creative grids, which they have a whole program called Stripology. And no, we're not stripping, but we are going to offer their rulers on sale and do different specials. I'm going to go out of order because I'm not sure what order they will be in, but we have J. Michelle Watts Designs. And when I saw her Southwestern type of designs that she does, I think that it's going to be a big hit. She is a wonderful gal. I was talking to her. She is very talented, and she creates her own patterns for sewers, and you can use them for hand applique. You can do embroidery, some of her patterns. If you know who Anna's awesome applique is, she takes some of the designs from Michelle Watts and digitizes them. And so that's going to be exciting. We have EQ8, the electric quilter company, is going to be on live with us, talking about how to create your own quilt blocks using your own fabric and do custom stuff. I think that people are going to go crazy over it. It's on special. It's lower price than ever. And we have, if you've ever seen the edge-to-edge quilting programs that we have, it's Emily Scott Designs. It's the creator, one of the educators from the company will be on live with us doing the edge-to-edge quilt product, which I'm very, very excited for. And then we also have talked to Hope Yoder to, she's going to do some cool exclusive stuff with us, which I thought was pretty cool.
I can do when we sign off to wait for Rob, I can put her long commercial on there.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so like when we're done,
how could I forget that too? Like, go to our site if you're interested before they're gone. It's very limited to how many license to create kits that we're able to get. And so if you're interested in license to create, you get 3 Zoom classes out of it. You get 12 projects. You get tons of product. Hope was saying it's over $900 worth of backing and designs and product that you get in the license to create box.
Just that cork alone is like $35 a yard.
Yeah, and you get a lot of that cork, and it was an amazing thing. I'm excited for it. License to Create. Bridget Brucker, one of our educators here and helpers at the store. We love when she comes in. She's going to do the 3 Zoom classes and help everybody through those 12 projects. And so we're going to play the video for License to Create. Just know that it is available on our website under License to Create. Just click the Special Events tab and then License to Create. And we'll be back, right? We're going to have Rob Appell come in here at 4 o'clock. So don't go anywhere.
We know it's been a long winter. For many, it's been really hard. But we have good news. Spring is coming, and we can look forward. And we can feel free to create for your home and for your family. Let your creativity bloom with our latest License to Create projects coming this spring by Embellish and Hope Yoder. Just as the spring season brings new life to trees and flowers, We packed our latest Spring Sewing Summer Growing Kit with a fresh set of sewing projects to breathe new life into your home. Enroll for this season and you'll receive all embellished products needed to make 12 amazing projects. Your kit includes an easy-to-follow manual to use while your instructor guides you. Here's what you can make. When it's time, you can welcome people back to your home. This banner is easy to personalize and features lovely florals. Brighten any room with this happy bee rug. Add summer charm with this bicycle pillow. Bolster your spirits with this beautiful accent pillow. This circular quilt is nestled in a wooden embroidery hoop, creating a three-dimensional way to hang mini quilts. Spring is a time for cleaning up the house and getting organized. A great place to start with these hanging organizers, cute and clever. Plan your week with this project set. Using chalkboard vinyl and corkboard, you can create multiple places for posting reminders, grocery lists, and love notes. Embellish an inexpensive notepad with the spring notebook cover. Fresh food and outdoor fun is on the horizon, so get ready to head to the farmer's market or local grocery with this beautiful and durable tote. This lovely woven cork basket can help keep things organized. And add botanical flavor to your walls with this embroidered paper art project. When friends do arrive, serve up smiles with this scrappy quilted tray liner. It's time to feel good again. It's time to create. Join us for our Spring Sewing Summer Growing season and contact us today.
Oh, we were just dancing to the numbers.
Quite a song there, and it's fun to look at all the people that we've had on past events that are here now. The last 2 days, I'm gonna have to build a whole nother video.
The picture, I mean, most of the pictures had you and I in it, so that was the best part.
But it's been a lot of fun doing these virtual events, meeting a lot of different people, having a lot of fun guests, giving away lots of prizes. And we have a very special guest. We're very excited. There's been a controversy in our store for the last few days, whether Rob Appell is cuter.
Is your mic up?
With the long, how about that? Is a little better. So there's been a controversy in our store whether Rob Appell looks better with his long hair or short hair. It's quite a controversy, so you'll have to let us know in the comments. We had somebody that was quite a flutter the other day in here talking to Rob. This gentleman that's coming on is a legend. No, he's an amazing quilter. He's an amazing person. We're very excited, and I would love it for you to share this event on your Facebook, YouTube. Just give a share and comment. Done.
I got a spot for another $15 gift card.
We have a gift card we're going to give away at the end of this event. So just comment. Done. Once you have shared this, we want as many people on to see Rob. Rob Appell. He is the national sales manager of Michael Miller Fabrics. He is a quilter of many different quilts. Somebody here loves the endangered species collection of quilts that he's done. And if you don't mind, let's bring Rob in. I see him right here. There's Rob. Hey, Rob, how are you? We're just hanging out here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm hoping you can all hear me okay.
Yep, good. Sounds good. So you're hanging out in California?
Yeah, can't you see the sweat on my upper lip? It's pretty warm out here today, actually.
Is it?
Or maybe I'm just nervous.
Yeah. Have you been at the beach today or not today?
No, this was a yard work day, and I do have the little smoker oven going out right now. I've got some chickens going. So it's been a beautiful day in the yard and enjoying getting my chores done, and looking forward to this all day, though. I tell you, I'm really excited to be here.
That's cool. I'm excited for you to explain these cool kits that we have here and everything else that you got going on. We're excited to have you. I know Jer here is way excited too, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're just gonna bow out gracefully to let you take over this cool event, and we're gonna pick a winner here shortly, and then we'll announce the winner towards the end. So just keep sharing our feed here. Let's get everybody to find out all about Rob. Earlier I asked if you've heard of Rob Appell or not. A lot of people love Rob Appell. Everybody loves Rob Appell. And if they don't know of you yet, I'm hoping that we can help a little bit to share the love. So we'll see you in a little bit. Thanks, Rob.
Fantastic. Thank you all. A little embarrassed by that intro, I guess. And I can see in the camera here. I'm just going to stay like this. In a few moments, we're going to move the camera over, and I'm going to do a little miniature trunk show for all of you that are here today. I just want to say thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here this weekend. Thank you for all the other presenters that have been participating in this event. This is super cool. Those of you who are commenting right now, I cannot see the comments. I will go back. I know Jared's watching them. He'll help us get the Q&A going at the end. Stick with me at the after the trunk show, I'll do a little mini demo on the kits that we have, the colorful kits that you saw on the table there, Darren. So this is going to be really cool and just really, really fun. I'm working off of an iPhone, so you're all super, super small in there. So I'm going to do my best to try to stay centered and things, and just tell. I am now the for Michael. Probably a lot of you was blessed to have part of the man Star Quilt channel for several. That move.
I'm coming in real quick. We have some. Your sound is going in and out. So when Jared's going to try to fix something here.
There's nothing. I turned you up a little bit to see if that was doing it, but it was it's kind of going in and out. So try talking again.
Okay. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Can be like me to tell so you can.
Yeah, I think it's completely just over there on that side. I turned off like echo cancellation and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I don't see any other options as to what we can do.
There must be something on your side, Rob. Unfortunately.
How about
going to this?
We can hear you. It's just cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Like, it's going on and off. Now you're off.
Well, we can go to the winner while Rob gets this going. Want to do that?
I'll be right
back. Okay. Yes. Perfect. Yep. So we want you not to miss anything that Rob has to say because he is an exciting character, and so we are going to get that fixed real quick. And Jer is going to come on with me, I think. Who have you picked out, Jer, for a winner for sharing this feed?
Well,
thank you again for sharing. We love it.
I have Karen Shogren. Congratulations, Karen. You are the winner of the $15 Mulqueen gift card. So go ahead and email me at jer@mulqueen.com, and I will take care of you and get you your gift card.
Just in time to maybe buy one of our color wheel kits. These are on our website already. If you go to the special event page and scroll down to Rob Appell, you'll see these kits available there. How's that, Rob?
Better for all.
It sounds like your headphones are cutting in and out.
I'm hearing you.
Oh, you're coming off the phone now?
I don't have the ear.
Let's try.
Here's our master.
So
is that working now?
You hear me?
No, Harry, let's try one more.
Don't we just love this?
Well, technical.
Don't you love it? Yep. Works. It's all. And your phones, I can.
Are you using the mic? Is the earpods?
No, not anymore. No, he took those out because that's what that. I think you and I were on the same page. We thought that's what it was. So let me remove you. Do you want to sign out and sign back in? Like close the browser and go back into it?
Yep. I'm back. It's me. So Rob is we're gonna reset, and hopefully that'll work.
Hopefully, yep.
Otherwise, Jer is gonna drive to California real quick and get him a.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah, he's gonna be there tomorrow. He can bring one of these cameras out. Right, Rob?
Seems like after all these every single one of these lives, I go on some sort of big old road trip. I'm always on some sort of road trip.
Yeah, we're sure hoping that we can get this going.
Rob, just hop in your car and drive to Mesa.
Yeah, we need Rob out here, right, guys?
Yeah, you can hang out with Siobhan.
Yep, the whole gang here. We are just waiting for Rob to hop back on, which hopefully won't be
Let's see.
long. Here he comes. We can see him coming in the back room here.
He's just setting his camera back up, so I'll let him sit there for a minute until he gets his camera going.
We will definitely figure this out.
The only other thing I can think of is possibly maybe a different Wi-Fi connection, but we'll see.
Yep. This is one of the
problem
cool kits.
is I'm with my home Wi.
Yeah, I can't. It's like every other word that we hear from you.
You have another phone?
Wire, but I can have it as minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll hang out. You do what you got to do, and we'll hang out and entertain everyone. Darren and I'll have Darren tell a joke.
Yeah, I think I might do. This might be a good time for my step dancing routine.
Oh yeah.
As I was a wee little child, my dad, whose birthday is today, by the way, used to do step dancing. I would wake up in the morning. My dad is step dancing through the house, all around, twirling. My mom would tell him to stop before you break something. My dad would he would kick up high because he was a high kicker, step dancer, and he was knocking all the pots and pans off the walls and the pictures. And so my mom, she had stopped him from step dancing, which I guess kind of was why I actually never learned to step dance. So I don't know why I said I would start dancing, because I don't know how. If it wasn't for my mom stopping my dad step dancing through the house. Just kidding. No.
So Karen said to tell the seagull in the hotel room story.
Okay. Who is
Karen Shogren.
Karen. So when I was a wee little child, my family went to Hawaii one year. We were really, really young. I think my brother Ken was about 14, 15. So I was probably 12. We stayed at this hotel. My parents had a room across the hallway, and myself, it was Ken, Keith, and Darren. Us three boys were in our separate hotel room. And Keith and I, my middle brother and myself, we woke up early, and we opened the sliding door on the hotel room. It was at the Rainbow Hilton Hawaiian Village. I don't know if you've ever heard that. Big rainbow on the side of the hotel. But anyways, we opened the door, and we put a trail of cookies from outside on the balcony, and cookies all the way into our room. And after there was about 20 or 30 seagulls in our room, we closed the door behind them. And my brother Ken, who was on earlier doing the Serger demo, he woke up to these birds kind of going crazy in our hotel room. They were all aflutter throughout the hotel room. And so we had to get the birds out. Ken was cussing at us, asking what are you guys doing? Like, you think that's funny?
Bunch of seagulls and pigeons in my room.
In the room. But the seagulls, they liked the cookies, and so we did the trail into the room. And from what I remember, we got in trouble because the room was full of bird poop, and so we had to have that cleaned up.
We got Rob back.
Yay! Enough
Can
of
you guys hear me?
Oh, beautiful!
Oh, Rob, that is amazing. Yes.
Yes, I love it.
That's perfect. You're saving all of our wonderful guests out there from any more of my silly stories. So everybody has Rob to thank for this. Yep.
I'm just dying to figure out what the answer is about the hair situation. So I'll do whatever it takes to find out what the winning answer is. I appreciate you
whether it's long hair or short hair.
Exactly. I'm glad you didn't ask if it's gray hair, because that's where it's going, and we're not going to have it.
I think I have that. Yep. I'll let you know. Just to build excitement, I'll tell you towards the end. Okay.
Oh, wonderful! Great. You guys will be tallying the survey the whole time.
Perfect.
Fantastic. Okay, now, gentlemen, because of the technical difficulties and stuff, shall I go a little longer? Do I still need to be wrapped up by 5 for you guys today?
No, you're good. You take what you need.
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay, so we won't cut anybody short. We're just going to have a blast together.
You got it. Yep.
Perfect.
That's
awesome.
it.
Great.
Thanks,
Do we have
Rob.
an audience out there?
Yeah, about 300 people.
300 people about watching.
Awesome. Fantastic. And you guys are all now responsible to share. Let everybody know we got the audio working again. If you've seen my videos before, you know I always have some sort of audio difficulty.
Oh.
It's probably because I talk so much.
I was just wondering if you're triple caffeinated or not.
I did have my afternoon caffeine today.
Okay.
Yes, I did, as a
All right.
matter of fact.
Somebody had told me I
Triple
have to ask you that.
I got mine
Yeah,
right
it is-
here.
A triple. Okay.
Yeah, I am a 3 coffees a day now. I pace them, but I really enjoy my coffee, so I'm hitting 3 a day.
All right, Rob.
We're going to bow out, and the show is yours.
Fantastic. Wonderful, everybody. And I still don't think I can see the comments, so that's where I left off earlier. We were starting to talk about that, but at least I can see now what I'm doing, which should make this a little bit more entertaining or better. So let me just slow down, back up a little bit. Welcome all of you again. Sorry about the mic difficulties. Believe it or not, the team also tested all of this a couple of days ago, and it was working pretty dang well. So, technology, but this is the cool thing about what we can do, what we've learned during this last year of COVID, and how we can get out there and reach our communities while still being together safely, separate, kind of thing. And that's, I think, the thing I've been most excited about this year, because when I started at my mom's quilt shop, it was very apparent to me right away that sewing and quilting is a community sport. And that's one of the things I love so much. I was a young guy working in my mom's shop. I actually got my start doing technical work on sewing machines. And I really enjoyed trying to help all of you that would come into the shop understand sometimes it's the machine, sometimes it's the needle, sometimes it's the thread, it's the fabric, or the combinations of all that are coming together that make it, a little bit of a challenge, or things aren't working as well. So I've loved troubleshooting through all of these years, and I love being part of that community. I love growing up around the quilt shop. And I'll tell you what, when the beginning of the pandemic started, that was one of the things that hurt my heart the most, was thinking about not being able to be out there. I had actually over 40 trunk shows scheduled in 2020 I was supposed to be at, and that meant a lot of hugs, a lot of great stories we were going to share, a lot of wonderful fellowship, and I was just so devastated that didn't happen. And now we have technology, and we can do this kind of stuff, and it's super fun. If you have never seen me before, you've never heard my name before, hey, I don't blame you. It's okay. There's a lot of us quilters out there. My name is Rob Appell. I am now the national sales manager at Michael Miller Fabrics, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful job. A few years ago, I was doing the YouTube channel called Man Sewing, and that was actually a brand that was created by the Missouri Star Quilt Company and Jenny Doan, kind of feed the other side of their audience. And it's where I learned how to do the YouTube videos. And I was actually at that point flying back and forth to Missouri to film all the videos with their team out there and stuff. And what you're looking at right now is my home studio. This was my sewing room that I've converted into a sewing and filming studio, and I'm having a blast. So now I'm doing this channel that's called Making It Fun with Rob Appell, and it is sponsored or owned by Michael Miller Fabrics. They give me all the cloth, and I do it. But the reason I'm doing it is I really want to share with all of you continually my passion for sewing and quilting and education. But I really found that in working, how do I want to say this? The challenges of trying to educate over the internet was it was harder for all of you to find your supplies, right? That's what I'm really getting at, is where do you get your supplies? And so I wanted to be able to focus on the basics, and I wanted to be able to focus on the basics from a specific brand. One, because I love Michael Miller Fabrics. They are my fabric family. I have worked with their stuff for a million years. And that's what you're going to see in the trunk show, is my history specifically around fairy frost today, because I have so many fun quilts you're going to love to see with all of that going on. Super, super cool. But as I was starting to say, I just really feel blessed right now to be in this position in this industry, because I can use my home studio and my silly over-caffeinated energy and my creativity to share with all of you ideas and ways to help integrate the basics, because I do feel like, and I know this sounds a little opinionated, and I could be right, or I could be wrong, or I could be somewhere in between, because it's really based on the individual quilter. But there are folks out there that get fixated, and I'm sorry if that sounds rude, but they get a little fixated on having the project be just like the project they originally saw. And I don't have a problem with that, other than sometimes it's hard to reduplicate the project. Maybe somebody was working out of their stash. Maybe somebody was working with something that was more unique or rare, or they hand dyed their fabric, or something that makes your reproduction a challenge. So I like to focus on the basics, because the basics bring together the life and the energy of all those other themed fabrics. And if it's a trick I really enjoy sharing with all of you that don't know this already, by having quiet parts to your quilt, the quilts that need to speak louder can really shout and yell. And that's why probably I'm a great spokesperson, because I'm so dang loud. We were trying to do this without a microphone earlier. So at any rate, I'm super excited you're here. I was also starting to tell all of you, if you'll stick with me for, I'm going to do about an hour. I've got a trunk show focused on the fairy frost, and we're going to do a Q&A at the very end. But for that, of course, we'll learn who likes the hair better. I'm just going to turn the computer real slowly here. You can see on the design wall, this is the color wheel quilt that's in the box on the table over at Mulqueen's. On the other screen you keep seeing, and it's really, really neat. So this particular panel comes in this little box, and I'm going to do a quick little mini demo at the end of the video as well here for all of you, so you can see how this works if you choose to pick it up. So anyways, I'm super excited. I had other cameras set up for this, so I'm going to go ahead and just rotate the computer that I'm now using. If you get seasick, you may want to take a little Dramamine. This could get a little rocky. We're just going to slide this over. This is really cool in the home studio here. We're just going to get the lights out of your face there, and perfect. Ooh, isn't that Juki looking nice over there? Okay, so fantastic. And if I stand right here, you'll be able to see the quilt. Ouch, that actually really hurt, because I've got my long arm right here, which is actually really, this was the neat thing about bringing everything into the home studio. Sometimes that forces creativity, right? You've got to learn where to put your stuff. Like I'm standing in this little narrow space, but it worked perfect. This is a 7-foot, the Juki J350, the mid arm, we should really call it, I guess, but it's on a 7-foot frame. And that's the cool thing about these frames, is they come in modular sections that are 5 and 2 foot long. So you can go 5, 10, 12, I guess you could go 14 if you really wanted to. I have got the 7 because it was perfect for me. Now, when I'm not quilting on it, it makes the ultimate quilt table for holding the quilts for the trunk show. So let's dive in. Again, I'm hoping you're all still there. I can't see any of the feedback or the comments, but I'm hoping you're enjoying this so far. I will find out at the end. And as I stated originally, this is a primary focus on fairy frost fabrics today. I like to have a theme when I talk, because if not, you'll never get me to stop. You'll never get me to give up the microphone. I just ramble and ramble and go and go. And so let me just start you kind of in the back, the beginning of my experience with fairy frost, the beginning of myself as a quilter. And what I really should say is, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, there was a guy that was working at his quilt shop, and that's me and my mom, Judy Appel. We owned the Cotton Ball out in Morro Bay. Now, what you're looking at here, all of the fabric you're going to see today is all going to be from Michael Miller Fabrics. It's partially the way that I set up the trunk show, but I really have used so much of their fabrics over the last 20 years. It was an actually very easy show to build. So you're looking at our glow-in-the-dark stars, and then if I bring it in nice and close, hopefully you can see my flying Singer sewing machine there with the presser foot rotated forward. That doubles as a laser cannon. And you've got the wings there like the Enterprise and everything. But this is just a really fun, all of the parts and pieces, the planets and the blast off and the earth and everything, that is all made from the fairy frost. And the fairy frost is a fabric that is a model like a batik, although it is a print. And then it's got a pearl essence over the top, sometimes even an additional layer, which is a glitz, and they're fantastic that way as well. So it's really fun to work with, but not always does it work well with other textures. And I found that early on as an applique quilt making artist. And by the way, if you don't know the trick, it's so much easier to glue it, cut it out and glue it down than it is to sew it in a straight line. By the way, that's how I got my start as the applique artist. I was playing with this stuff, and I live on the beach, and I worked at my mom's quilt shop, and so it only seemed appropriate to start learning how to do like landscape style quilts. And I'm an artist. I like to draw. I can't paint to save my life. I like to take photos now. And so I've always been interested in the landscape, and that might be an important piece of information for all of you. So as I dive into this one here, this is where I live. This is Morro Bay, California. That's Morro Rock you're seeing right there. And it's a wonderful place to surf. If you're ever in the town of Morro Bay and you're you're looking for me, come down to the beach about, say 9 o'clock. I should say it between 7 and 9 o'clock in the morning. And you'll see us down there having a great time surfing against that big rock there in Morro Bay. Makes a great break. Now, what you're looking at fabric-wise, though, is some of the fairy frost in the sky, because of that extra sheen, it is very appropriate for things like sunsets and waters, like you see also. Now, the rocks and the grass you see in the background of the town behind and everything, those are actually mostly printed textures, things that look like rocks, things that look like sand, things that look like grass. And that was something that I started doing early on, was mixing different print textures and solids, neutrals, basics, specifically the fairy frost, because it gave you that piece of fabric that no other piece of fabric really speaks like right now. Now, I was goofing around and I was playing in my mom's quilt shop and I was having a blast doing this kind of stuff. And it was one of these, I got to try to keep the story kind of shorter. You will be here all night. But I had an opportunity to start designing fabric, as a matter of fact. And you can still get that fabric online. I think you can buy it for about $1.38 on eBay nowadays. It was terrible. This is mostly what it looked like. It was kind of kaleidoscope. I didn't know how to do repeat very well. So I just kind of took pictures and stuck them and tiled them and repeat and whatnot. And the fabric didn't sell great. It was from Free Spirit way back when, but I picked up the phone one day and I called Kathy Miller. So Michael Miller Fabrics was two folks originally, Michael Steiner and Kathy Miller. I like to say Michael was the money and Kathy was the design, but it's not really true. They both were very involved in each other's partnership. But nonetheless, it was Kathy that I called and I said, hey, Kathy, how would you like to buy a fabric line? And she said, no, not interested. Don't want to work with licensed designers right now. Thanks. And, you know, I actually took that as very good information, because when I said back to her, and I didn't even realize what I was saying at that time, was, you know, Kathy, that's fantastic, because I feel like I really want to focus on making quilts. I'm not a very good fabric designer. I just happen to have a line for sale. I want to make quilts. I want to teach quilting. Thank you for sending me in that direction. And then she said, oh, that's right. You like to work with landscape stuff and tropical stuff. I've got this fish fabric coming out. Would you like to work with our new fish line? So this is one of the early, very, very first quilts I actually created for Michael Miller that became a pattern in their booth. This is what I call Sea Frolic. That was the name of the actual fabric panel. And if you look really close in the center, or just follow those purple corals right up, that's where the seam allowance is, where I stitched together that basically 24-inch repeat panel in the middle. Then I appliqued those yellow fish on top of the seam so you couldn't see the seam. And on the surface of the water, right where those dolphins are jumping there, the light turquoise, the darker blue turquoise, the white, all of that is the fairy frost again, because it looks like the surface of the water. It's fantastic. It has a little bit of sheen. It has a really wonderful glowing effect that works perfect to save water in your landscape quilts. And so I started using fairy frost a lot in my landscape quilts as that portion of an element. And so I started playing. So I'm going to show you a few more of my sea life quilts, because it's something I got really into. And this is where I started to get known, especially in Southern California, because I live in Central California. I was traveling and teaching a lot of folks how to make these kinds of quilts. And it was really a great way to start my career. So now when you look at this one, it's really fun. A lot of times folks will say, oh, that's that cheater panel called Scuba Time from Michael Miller. I've seen that a million times. Well, you really haven't, because if you figured out the size, this is much larger than a 45 by 36-inch piece of fabric right now that I'm holding, because you can see that you can't see me anymore. Now, as I bring it in close, let's just study the waterfall for a second. Oh, sorry, I do apologize. Everything's a little backwards working off of my computer screen this way. Now, the waterfall itself is probably 6 different SKUs of fabric from Michael Miller. There was the rocks in the water, there was trees, there was flowers. And so what I love to do is use the heat and bond light. That was before they had feather light. I now love the feather light. But the heat and bond light, I'd cut out all those shapes and cut out all those pieces, fussy cutting we call that. And then we would build it up, and that would make the scene. So for this particular one, I did not use fairy frost other than in the whites on the water. This particular water you see here is called Peaceful Water by Michael Miller. And then as you get into more of the reef below, the backgrounds are also all of the print. So what you're seeing here is all of the print texture, and it makes for a very nice quilt, but in my opinion, and again, I'm a super opinionated, it doesn't quite offer enough textural variety. It all looks like I said earlier, it's a cheater panel. So then I started doing things like where I would take fairy frost. This is a similar but different version. And now what you're seeing in the background, golly, I told you to take your Dramamine. So now what you're seeing here is the fairy frost in the background. So I can take those same exact elements and I can layer them on there, but I can actually give you more depth and more perspective because I have that open space in the background. And it also, you'll notice, isn't quite as busy. That space, in my best artistic opinion, below the whale there, I'm gonna hold it like this, everybody. So this space right in here, that's that resting space, right? And so as wonderful as fabric is and as wonderful as we like all our prints and stuff, when you're talking about art, we need to have a place for our eye to land and rest peacefully so that we can really engage in the piece that we're looking at, right? So that's one of the things that I kept doing and experimenting with fairy frost, but we could only make so many tropical quilts. There's always so much tropical fabric out there, and I didn't want to be a one-trick pony. So I started trying to do other kinds of applique quilts using fairy frost. And of course, working at my mom's quilt shop, I had the opportunity once a year to create a new design for one of our shop hops. Now, this was one of the most fun weekends I ever had working in a quilt shop because I know now many of you quilters out there are really hippies in hiding because we called ourselves, for our shop hop tour, our theme was the Grateful Thread, and I created this quilt as kind of a knockoff from the American Beauty album, and this was our free pattern for the weekend. And all of you came and you wore your headbands and your tie-dye pants, and we were giving out. Oh, it was so much fun, and we had an absolute blast. So now, as I bring this in closer, I want to point out basically one of the benefits of working with any basic that comes in a bunch of colors. Right now, I think we have about 84 shades of Fairy Frost, but we're making more right now. We have new color cards coming out. They're going to be awesome. So anyways, sorry, I just turned into a sales manager. At any rate, if you look here, you can see by using the different shades, I can give you much more perspective and depth within the rose and in the leaf and all of that. So in this particular quilt, what you're looking at is all Fairy Frost, which again works pretty nice visually, but it kind of strays away from some of that overlying texture. So I was playing with how do I get the texture I want and the colors I want and the shades that I want. But another thing that became very important, excuse me here for a moment, I got quilting fuzz up my nose, I'm sure. When you're working within a quilt shop as a designer, it's really helpful if you can make kits for the quilt shop. As folks come into the shop, they fall in love with your quilts, they want to pick them up, especially on these big event weekends. And so I started getting into making kits, and that's why Fairy Frost was so great, because we had so many different colors we could work with, and it just gave you such a neat range. Now let's fast forward somewhere in this history of all that was going on in my life. Of course, like I said, I was working at the mom's quilt shop. I was working on sewing machines. I was buying fabric. I was creating quilts. I was having a blast. And our national sales manager at that point from Michael Miller Fabrics, her name is Deb, she had flown out to California with the sales rep, and she was traveling around, and we were good friends. We'd known each other for a few years, and she was at my mom and I's shop, and we were discussing just life in general after our sales appointment. And she goes, "Oh, Rob, Michael and Kathy want to make sure that you know we would like you to kind of see if you could start working on a series of quilts, a project, a theme, something that is more than just a single quilt like you had been doing in the past for us." And I said, "Sure, you know, I'm on my way. I get to go surfing in Costa Rica for a couple of weeks with my family. I'm going to kind of just unplug, shut down, and I'll do a lot of great thinking. I always do when I get away that way." And I said, "So let's go ahead and talk when I get home." And I went down on this trip to Costa Rica. And if you're not aware, Costa Rica is the place where they have the most endangered species per capita. Now that's insects and plant life and mammals and all any kind of species that's endangered. They have more of them in Costa Rica than anywhere else. But while I was there, I ran into all kinds of crazy things, one of which was the howler monkey. And we did mention at the beginning of the show that the endangered species patterns helped me gain a lot of popularity in the quilting industry, and for twofold. One, maybe threefold, actually. I didn't know, I almost never do, what I was doing when I got started. I wanted to create some really cool graphic, portrait style quilts. I had done a few of my wife and our children as they were born in fabric. And so I thought, gosh, could I do this that would make more sense and be fun for all of you to enjoy. Now, you're not going to all want to make quilts of my wife and my kids, right? So I needed to come up with a different subject matter. So I happened to take a photograph of this howler monkey while I was down in the jungles of Costa Rica. And I was really excited when I got home, and I started working on this one right away. So this, again, is one of the 12 animals from the Endangered Species Quilt project by Michael Miller, Rob Appell. As I bring it in close, you're going to see it's all fairy frost and the jet black, which is our really heavily dyed black solid that you see on the sides there. Now, with something like this, the really fun part in it was learning to work kind of like the moas were made from the San Blas Islands. They're layered and layered and layered, where each color through negative space actually takes and picks part of the shape. So when you look at this howler monkey here, the background color is the medium, it was called pewter, if I remember correctly, from Fairy Frost. And then the whites and the darks are actually pieces that are laid on top. And this dark with all the holes in it is basically one giant piece that you trace onto fusible web, iron it to the back side of the Fairy Frost, cut out all the pieces on the lines, and you're basically lay it down and you're done. So it was a really fun engineering project. It was a very fun art project, but it was really cool because I said there was multiple reasons we were doing this. I wanted to start a give back project. I wanted to do something more than just sell fabric. I'm a bit of a tree hugger, and it was really important to my mom and I that we were doing things constantly with our business that was somehow supporting other communities. And so we got very involved with the endangered species, and that's when Michael Miller and I started to partner again, a second time in my career. And at that point, Michael was very interested in doing a give back project, and he offered to match all of the donations that I was sending in off of the pattern sales from the patterns from the animals. So as we worked together in the beginning of the project, we focused very hard, and we've donated over $14,000 into different animal charities. And it's just really exciting. Now, the patterns at this point have kind of run their life cycle, and part of it, I shouldn't say this out loud, especially on a recorded video, is the patterns were done before technology improved, and they're just a little sloppy and ugly. So I want to redo them, but please don't ask. And still, certainly don't ask the folks at Mulqueen. They don't have them, so they would be, they would have to only disappoint you. So the endangered species patterns is kind of a thing of Rob Appell history. There are a few out there available, but really this is mostly to show you how that you can use the Fairy Frost. Now, this is the one that was the very most popular. It was the first one I released, and I'll tell you why I think it was so popular. It's the green eyes of this Bengal tiger. Now, I was looking at different photographs when I created this particular pattern, and one of them was actually a painting, and that artist had painted the bright green eyes in the Bengal tiger, and I just loved that. But if you can imagine, now this quilt is a 42-inch square, and this was about the same time that the Big Fork Bay Pattern Company, I don't even know if I get all those words in the right order, they were starting to do some really cool quilts too, but they were very small applique quilts with like the whole animal, and I was doing these giant applique quilts with just the face of the animal. And what happened is if you walked into a quilt shop and you saw this thing staring at you just like that, those green eyes caused you to feel very passionate about the project and the quilt and the whole message behind it. So yes, I got very lucky in creating an image that really worked originally, but this was that catalyst. We have sold more of these Bengal tigers than almost all of the other patterns combined, but it has done phenomenal things. And like I said, $14,000 have been able to be raised just in working within fabrics. So super, super cool. And I started traveling around and telling that story. And boy, I was selling a lot of these kits for a long time. And I was teaching at a lot of different events. This particular one here, the Red Wolf, is my very favorite. And I'll tell you, the Red Wolf here was hanging behind me at a quilt show, a little quilt show they have every October in Houston, as a matter of fact. And this was on the wall at the back of the Michael Miller booth with all 12 of the other animals. It was kind of a big display we were doing. And I was very proud. I was very excited. And there was this crazy woman. Hopefully you're out there tonight, Kelly. There was this crazy woman named Kelly who walked up to me with a, at this point, it was like a point and shoot, like snap, like roll disposable camera. And she starts rattling off shots of the quilt, but of me too. And she's like this close. Like she's taking pictures of my eyes. Like, I'm like, whoa, what is she doing? And she's saying, I can't believe it. you're so passionate, and look at the eyes in that wolf. The eyes in that wolf are so deep, and that's your face, and there's so much passion. And she was going on and on and on. And I'll tell you, folks, I've seen the photographs she took. I was as green in that photo as the eyes of that Bengal tiger I just showed, right? Now, I'll bring this guy in a little closer so you can see the eyes. There are several layers. There's 4 different shades of fabric being used just in the eyes, so that you do see some of that depth. You do see some of that worry in this wolf. And it was back in some tall grass in the photo. It was really a neat picture. But the reason I tell this story and I talk about those crazy eyes is maybe it really was me. And the reason I talk about being so green in that photograph wasn't because I was so embarrassed by the compliments. I like compliments. Don't get me wrong. It's because, and you've probably heard this story before, I was so hung over that day. And now if I can hear you all, maybe you're laughing, right? That's usually what happens if we do this kind of thing live. But then I have to go on to admit the fact is I was hungover every day. And I hope all of you out there do know this story about me at this point, because I just posted it on the internet a couple of weeks ago. I just hit my 9 years of alcohol-free. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, because I know you're out there. Rob Appell is a recovering alcoholic, 9 years and a few weeks since my last drink, and I'm super, super proud of that. And when I hold up this quilt, I always tell that story because it was while I was telling that story, I was in Arizona the first time. It was my 1 year mark, and I just started to talk about my recovery and why quilting was so important to me and why working with my hands was so important to me, especially during that recovery period. Well, the folks I met with afterwards, we all went and had lunch, as you often do after a quilt show, and we were talking, and they told me how important that message was and how it was really neat to see somebody who all of you view as so successful. I'll tell you if I have the same definition. I am incredibly blessed. The Lord has been great to me. But, you know, we all have our different versions of successful. I feel very loved and I feel on top of the game. But there's all of these things I still want to do. So am I successful? In my opinion, I'm on a path to success. All of you out there, I hear this often, you know, wow, you're so successful. And yet, you know, you struggled so much. Yeah, and I struggle every day. And I come into my quilting room, or I go out into my garage where my wood shop is, and I do something with my hands every day. And I do my business administrative, my sales management work in the mornings, and then I always have 2 hours at the end of the day at least that becomes the creative part. That's where I start building the parts for the videos that I film. I take 2 days a week and make all the videos and all the editing. So it's a really neat balance for me. But I got to tell you, and if you haven't heard this whole story before, I did just put out a video a few weeks ago at the recovery anniversary. I believe this truly. Working with our hands helps us settle, helps us calm, helps us process the things that are going on in our minds and our hearts that might be troubling us. And so by working with my hands while I'm doing other things or processing other things, it helps me settle down. A lot of you say, wow, he's so high energy, he's so wild and crazy, and you think it's because I drank so much coffee. But no, it's really my head's going about 10 times as fast as I speak. And there's all of these ideas constantly. And a lot of times it's worry. And it's one of those things that if you let it get a hold of you, it's called the negative feedback loop. And it can really spin you up like the Tasmanian devil. And I am being 100% honest with all of you right now. There are so many times where I start to feel that spin happening. And I just get out of my chair and I go grab my rotary cutter and I just start cutting some strips and I start sewing those back together and I cut them up and I start to make some squares. And my shoulders start to drop and my breathing starts to settle and my heart starts to settle and I don't sweat as much and all of these things because I am a very anxious individual and I need something to do with my hands to process. And when I say do something with your hands, I do not mean take your cell phone out of your pocket or your purse and start looking at that. That does not help most of us process through things like anxiety, depression, frustration. So my message to all of you, and this is why I quilt today, is to teach more and more folks to use exercise and physical crafting, creative work, color, movement, texture to help us process, because the world can be challenging, right? That's not going to stop, but we have great tools that we can all use to really help us process some of those dailies. So at any rate, let's go away from the soapbox, back into the quilt show, the trunk show, right? And let me show you a few more of the Fairy Frost quilts. Now, a few of these that I'm going to blast through real quick here now are free patterns that are available through the Michael Miller website on the Inspirations tab. And the folks at Mulqueen's may have them for you also as well. I wasn't very organized in getting ready for this, so I'm not so sure what all they have from us at Michael Miller. My bad. Anyways, this one here is from our Crayon Box color story from the Fairy Frost. This is a reverse applique quilt, and it is really cool looking. Okay, so as I bring it in close, if you're not sure what reverse applique means, if you look at one of these squares with, I'm going to call it a daisy, it's a flower, whatever it is, or the circles, all of those petals are in perfect position, are they not? So if you had to do that on your very own and you had to position each of those petals, it would be very challenging. Or what you can do is you can actually take a square. Let's take this one, the light green square, and you could cut out those petals and those circles and drop it onto a dark green square. And then those pieces would come through like a relief or a reverse applique and show you the design of the petals. So it's a super simple pattern. That's exactly how this is done. Again, with a fusible applique sheet. I prefer the Heat and Bond Featherlight. It works wonderfully and it quilts beautifully, but that's a super fun one. And I know I was talking a lot about applique, as I often do. I think part of my last name fits in there somewhere, but I do know there are a lot of my patchwork pals out there. So this one is really cool as well. I believe this is the Twilight colorway. Some of these are available in wonderful pre-cuts. Let me see if I can get the sleeves. I know I'm holding it from the top here. Now, isn't that a super fun, but it is also a very, very simple patchwork, right? Let me bring it in close for you all. You get a little bit better vision of it. I'll hold this one still. Now, I did not design this one, and I did not design the last one. These are some of our pattern partners and our team members at Michael Miller, but they are all made from the Fairy Frost. And I just wanted you to be able to see the way that they can work well together, because I believe I made the comment earlier that it doesn't always play well with other fabrics. And I was talking about applique and the use of it, but you can see how nicely this quilt translates and all the different wonderful values you see in there. And that again is all Fairy Frost and has all of that same texture there. Okay, so moving into today's story, the color wheel, So Colorful. As I mentioned earlier, in 2019, we decided we wouldn't do any more of the man sewing videos. So I was kind of figuring out what comes next, and I was talking to my friend Michael Steiner, president of Michael Miller Fabrics, and he asked me what I wanted to do. And I said, I really want to do something that helps support more of all of the quilt shops. I think it would be really fun to come up with a way, maybe using my video. I almost said talents. It came out. There it is. And at that moment, I meant being in front of the camera, not behind the camera. If you don't know, I'm filming and editing all of my stuff you see on YouTube now, and I'm actually really enjoying learning to try to be behind the camera. As a professional quilt maker, that is my working art. So it's my art that I make a living from. So as an artist, I have to have other art that I can escape to. So cinematography for this last couple of years and learning to take photos has been my art that I escaped to. Woodworking was before that. Learning to knit was before that. Learning music was before that. I just, one thing at a time. I like to create. That's all part of my story. So when I came back to Michael Miller Fabrics and started talking to them about doing something that could help support all of their customers, all of the quilt shops that are out there that support all of you customers, my friend Susan Emery had already started on the team. Now, you may know her name from Swirly Girls, an incredible designer. She's done a bunch of wonderful things and also worked in a partnership with Michael Miller for a lot of years. And they had just finished the So Colorful program. And you're like, Rob, what is So Colorful? You keep talking about it. Let me show you this wonderful color wheel. Very simple to do. This is a fused raw edge applique project. And what you're really looking at on this particular sample is the top half of the panel with the pre-fused laser cut cotton couture pieces on there. And then on the back is the bottom side of the panel, which is the working information on color theory. And if any of you are like me, you've seen quilts out there that you absolutely love and you think, my goodness, that is just gorgeous. And then you start putting together your fabrics or your colors and it just doesn't quite. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so I've studied it. And I took a wonderful class from Alex Anderson, and she talked about having a variety of scale and a variety of values in your quilts and how important all of that was. But it doesn't always go right for me. And so I got really excited about working within this So Colorful program because I felt the need to learn more about the color wheel. Let me take a moment and just move the computer slightly so you can see this quilt. This quilt right here is also part of the So Colorful program. And in the demo at the end, I will talk more and more about it. But I want you to see this quilt real quick. I can't hold it. It's on the wall. But I have the other version across. So the colors you're seeing across there and the pieces you're seeing in here are the Michael Miller Cotton Couture. Cotton Couture is our high density solid. So if I'm correct, we still have the highest thread count in our solids versus our competition. That's important to us. It drapes wonderfully. It sews wonderfully. And when Kathy developed Cotton Couture, she was thinking about garment and construction inside of purse linings and all kinds of things like that that wanted that real wonderful fine feel of the fabric. But we learned how fantastic it was for quilting and how beautifully it does quilt up. So the other reason we wanted to use our Cotton Couture in this, not only was it a solid, is so folks could see how beautifully it works as applique fabric. Because if you've done raw edge applique in the past, you know that a lot of times if you're not using batik, you're going to get a raveled edge because a batik is a more dense fabric because of the way it's made. All this stuff you're learning today, by the way, kids. The batik is that more dense fabric. So when we use it often, not only does it give you great coloring in your applique projects, but it also makes it so you're not going to get those raw edges, all those frayed edges, and it works beautiful that way. So our Cotton Couture, our high density solids, works very, very similar, right? Because it has a higher thread count. It just doesn't unravel as much. So you're going to want to know that. I'm going to set this here. We're going to come back to that when we get back to the demo. Let's go ahead and finish out the trunk show real quick, because as I was starting to say, I joined the Michael Miller team, and they were just finishing the So Colorful program. I got involved with it. I wanted to start teaching from it and showing people how to use it. So I made the sample quilt to test our patterns and all of these things. And I really got hooked, friends. I got to tell you, as I started working with it, I felt like my color capabilities started to really grow quickly, and I had a lot of fun. Now, I cheated. I used all their colors, so it was easy. The colors look great when someone else uses them. Might as well just use the same fabrics and keep using them. I did want to add in, now those are all solids. What you're looking on the wall here is all solids. What you're going to see here in a moment is a quilt that is a cityscape, all made from half square triangles, and it uses all of these 18 colors, plus the same 18 colors in our basic textures, such as hash dot and marble and fairy frost. So we actually have a bundle we call Frosty Marble Hash nowadays, so that you can make a crazy project such as something like this. Now I'm gonna have to hold it a couple different times so you can see the beautiful water below. There, I guess that's the Hudson if we're talking about New York. I hope I got that right. My company's out of New York. I should get that right. My son was not, let me hold it still. My son was not fond of the skinny little strip that I did actually piece into that seam because it wasn't a half square triangle, but I said that's the way the Empire State Building would work. And there is my New York cityscape, my skyline. Some of you maybe saw this on the internet a couple of times. When I see it come out of the suitcase, I always want to make another. I call this a pixelated landscape, and it was really, really fun. And it actually was the byproduct of a sewing challenge contest I was in with a bunch of my friends in Sisters, Oregon a couple of years ago. And of course, we won the contest and had beautiful ideas came out of it and this technique for the pixelated landscape. So maybe you all should start watching my show over on Making It Fun if you're not on YouTube, because I'm thinking I got to do another one of those pixelated landscapes pretty soon. I have a palm tree designed in my head because of the way the half square triangles would work. It make great palm fronds, I think. And you can use multiple sizes in the same project. So you know where I'm going with this. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I was able to feel so confident in my color just by making 2 or 3 other quilts and working within this color theory. So I started having just a wonderful time working through it. And at that same period, I was also working on developing a template set. And the template set, I wanted to use the same fabrics, the same colors. This time I've added black in. So this is my Super 60 sampler quilt. Let me see if I can hold it right here for you all, upside down, of course. Okay, see what all you can see. I'm going to go ahead and flip it over. I'll hold it still for a few more minutes because that white section there is one of my favorite parts in the star. The template makes 3 different shapes. It's got they're 60-degree triangles, basically. So it's got a 3-part triangle. It's got a triangle with a circle cut out, and it's got the circle that fits back in. You can do a lot of different shapes and different designs. So this was a sampler, all the different things you could do. But what I also want you all to see is all the different colors, and even how when you bring in some of the fairy frost and some of the other basics. Let me see if I can hold it still enough. I know we're working off of a laptop screen here, kids. But you can see that those textures of those basics actually start to come in and really help complement the way that the fabrics work together. I pulled that quilt because it made the sense. It was in the color story. The last quilt I have for you right now is one of the newest videos. No, that's not true. It's a couple months old as well. One of my favorite videos I did. New fabric we have called Cocoa. It's another basic. It's a beautiful blender, and it also features those templates I just showed you, but only the one of them. This is the Cocoa Star quilt. So it's just using basically 60-degree triangles and the little star template, or the triangle template that I happen to call Bobby. Templates are named Jerry, Bobby, and Phil. You figure that out and you get a bonus point. And they're the Super 60 set. You figure that out, you get 2 bonus points, and we're having a lot of fun. So there is my Cocoa Star, the other side, the other direction. Maybe one of these days I'll get a stage in the back corner of my sewing room and my filming studio as well. But I just wanted to show you all of this because, again, you can see how becoming more confident in working in color, at least in my humble opinion, is making the quilts more and more entertaining and more visually pleasing as well. So I'm very excited to have those for you all. I'm hoping you're all still out there watching away and having a good time. I'm going to take just a quick moment here now, and I'm going to just spin this computer screen and readjust. I don't think anyone's going to get too sick from this. And if we go like this, now you can see the design wall all over again. Okay, I'll stop moving a little bit. Now let's take a little bit more time and talk about what's really going on with this So Colorful project, okay? Because the So Colorful project is so simple that I really think you should consider doing it. And if you're at all concerned about color theory, I have these quilts in my sewing room at all times, and I refer to them constantly. And I personally believe it's really been helping me put better and better fabric combinations together. I'm really excited about where my color growth has gone in these last 18 months. And this really was the tool that I did use. So let's slow down a little bit. Sorry, I get so caffeinated. Now, you saw the boxes on the table there, and there aren't many of them, okay, because that's what there are available. So you got to act fast kind of thing. And I'm not just saying that to sound like an advertisement, even though it does sound like an advertisement. In the box, what you're going to get is the panel, which I already took out, make sure I had it. So the full panel, super simple. It's got the So Colorful. And then I've got to bring it in real close. There, you can see the printed lines. Those are where you're going to place the pieces of cotton couture. And again, at the bottom of the panel, there is the color information. If I step out of the way here, you can see this is one version. This is the one I like because I actually have all of the different names, like the primary colors, the complementary colors, the analogous colors, the triad, all of the different working. And if you don't know, that's the magic. If you put the right colors together in the right combos, the quilt just is lovely. And if you put all of the colors together, you know what happens when you put all the colors together? It just kind of gets muddy, right? So if you don't understand what those names mean, you get the book in the box too. And with the book that comes in the box, I'm just going to dance real quickly to the centerfold. The centerfold is the instructions for how to put the panel together. So all of the pages leading up to that, I know this is probably making you all so dizzy, isn't it? This is all color theory, and it's fun. It's written by Susan Emery, and it's really, really good. And like I said, it's entertaining and it's knowledgeable, and it really helps you understand better how to use the colors and why you would want to use the color wheel to help pull together the colors. And I'm going to stop at the section. I said we're going to do a little mini demo here. So let's pretend like you had just gotten this, right? And you're excited about it. You want to put it together. So I'm going to go into teacher mode, even though I'm not going to really use any tools because now I've got a little bit of a limitation because of my camera system here, spinning this computer around on my table. So what I want you to do first is I want you to go ahead and take this panel out, and I mean, it's been folded in this box for a little while, okay? So you can see those creases in there. Best thing to do, take it out, lay it flat on your ironing board, ironing surface, use a nice hot steam iron, okay? Put some steam on it, let it sit until it's totally cool. If you don't know this, fabric has memory. And so fabric will go back to the position it was when it was last cool. So if you get it hot while you iron it and you pick it up right away, it's going to try to bring those wrinkles back as it cools. But if you lay it flat and you iron it flat and you let it cool flat, it's going to have a harder time bringing those wrinkles back. Okay, so at any rate, that's one thing you may want to do is iron it and let it sit and rest for a while. Now, personally, you probably can't tell, but this piece here, if you've seen my videos, this is my ironing board. So it's a big piece of plywood wrapped in batting, wrapped in some of our jet black, so I can audition my colors on my black fabric that I love so much all the time. Yeah, I know, genius. So at any rate, I just lay this on the board itself and I iron it, but because it's on its ironing board, it's larger than the panel. Yeah, I know, like I said, genius. So then you can take out of the bag, this is what also comes in the box. These are, now I've been in here a couple times, you can tell. These are the pre-cut, right? This is laser fused, and this is one I've already peeled the paper off of. So maybe you can see better. It has the fusible web on the back. That's the cotton couture. Look how clean those edges are. And I've been messing around and playing with this a bunch, right? Now, I will point out, if you've never played with fusible web before, okay, this has already been fused the first time, so you don't need to do anything to this part. Maybe you having a hard time getting the paper off. You know, you want to pick at it with the corner of your finger and start to peel the paper back slowly. As I peel the paper off slowly, I look, and can you see that shiny part there? Oh yeah, you can. I know you can. On the fabric, that purple now has what looks like kind of starch or something on the back. That's the glue. You want to make sure you see the glue going on the back of the fabric, not sticking to the back of the paper. So that's one thing. So you'll peel it away easily. You'll find where it goes in the location. There is an order to it. So you're following the instructions in the centerfold that'll tell you right where to place each color, right? There's a really cool color map. Shows you the size, the color name, and the pieces for all that you're going on through there. Let me show you one more trick. I just feel like teaching right now. Plus, that chicken on the smoker's got another hour. So if you haven't seen this trick before, I just grabbed out of my arsenal a straight pin. Did you hear it drop? I didn't. Sorry, being silly. Okay, so let's say you're having a hard time getting the paper off of any fusible. One of the cool tricks is you can take this and you'll score it. Maybe you heard that. I have to do it sit down on the table now to make it really work. But a lot of times you can score like a line. I don't think you can see there. There you can see it. And that line will help you then tear the paper away, rip at the paper. Sometimes I'll take a tweezer or something and I'll poke at a corner to get that paper to lift up. And I certainly wish I had my glasses on right now to go with the gray hair. Yes, you heard it first right here. Okay, there you go. So same thing. So that's one of the things you're going to want to do. What I like to do is what's called dry fitting. I'm going to go around the entire map and I'm going to put every piece in place, make sure I know that they're all in the right order. Then I'm going to go back and I'm going to peel each piece of paper off as I go off of the end of the applique pieces. Then I'm going to put them all back down there one more time. I'm going to look at it, make sure it looks right. Then I'm going to check the instructions and make sure it is right, because what's kind of cool is if it doesn't look right, it probably isn't right, because your eye will pick up on the way the colors are supposed to work. It's like these things that we know, but we don't understand. And so the more we can be around them, it's like we get more better kind of, but we still don't really know what we're wiring, and all of just happens that way. So at any rate, really cool, really easy project. Once all of the pieces are just laying on your panel, right? I want you to take your iron and I want you to not have any steam in it. I want you to use a dry, hot iron, no steam. And I want you to kind of do like the bend and snap, but it's called the press and lift. You're going to press down and come right back up with your iron. You're going to press down, you're going to come right back up with your iron, right? So that you're not sliding your iron around on those loose applique pieces. If you do that, it may cause the applique pieces to go places you don't want them to, primarily stuck to the bottom of your iron, or just shift around on your project, which you don't want at all, okay? So you're just going to press and lift, get all of those down really nicely. Now,
How many of you out there have or are dreaming about a new sewing machine? This is one of the really cool things, and this is why I really like seeing this kit sold in sewing machine dealerships. You have 18 colors up here. And sure, we put in some monofilament fishing line and went ahead and we just stitched with a blanket stitch around all of these pieces. We did a very small diamond grid pattern. I know you can't see it because I can't see it in a reflection right now. There's a diamond grid pattern in here, and there's just straight line quilting across here. What I would like to see all of you do with your sewing machines, this is a working studio sample for education. I'd like to see all of you load a different decorative stitch for each applique piece, stitch around it with a blanket stitch, a blind hem, a satin stitch, maybe your leaves, maybe your vines, whatever you want to try with your sewing machine. Maybe you even want to do like a 3mm stitch length and a 4mm stitch length and a 5mm stitch length with the same stitch, so you can see the varieties and the differences. If you had an embroidery machine, you could program the number of the stitch, the size, the width, all of that into the stitch, and you could stitch it off right in the middle in the matching color thread. So it wasn't like standing out, but it was right there when you needed to know, oh, I'm going to do some applique right now, and I want a nice tight little stitch that has a good bite over, but really isn't distracting. I'm going to go with the blind hem today. Oh, I'm doing this other, and I really want it to show up and add, maybe I want it to look like stained glass. Oh, I'll do the satin stitch, but how wide, how tight, how dense. So this tool is wonderful for that. If you're playing and or learning, and you know we should all be learning something new each day about those wonderful decorative stitches on your sewing machine. So you could go ahead and take the time to finish that panel out, and you could of course do it as the top, but I do most all of my finishing stitching through all the layers, so it's all quilted when it's all done. One last trick, and then we'll get into our Q&A. So Jared, hopefully you're ready for us out there with the Q&A in about 2 minutes. I have used the black binding and also the white fabric, because one of the things we learned a long time ago working with Kathy in the booth at all of the quilt markets is the bright white really allows the fabric to come to life. It really allows the fabric to bring its full intensity, because fabric is reactive to the colors it's around. If you saw the video I did on making ironing boards, and I just talked about my jet black ironing board, I also have one covered in our Cotton Couture bright white. When I'm auditioning parts and pieces for my quilts, a lot of times I'll put both boards out. I like to set them over on the long arm actually. And then I just lay my blocks on them to see what color sashings, maybe what color bindings, what color parts and pieces I want to add in. So by actually having the black and the white, you can curl this over here to audition against it to see what's going to happen to the colors, and it works really, really terrific as an educational functioning tool, and it is beautiful in your sewing room. So just point out, that's why we did this quilt this way. Maybe you have a sewing room that looks a little bit like the corner of the dining room, and you want to have the same tool available, but you don't want everybody to know it's a tool. It's just a lovely quilt. So you can have this hanging beautifully, and then when you need the information, again, it's available for you right there on the back, and that will really help you, as I really believe it has helped me learn and grow as a colorist and a quilt maker. And if nothing else, boy, it's a lot of fun to work with, and it is incredibly easy to do. It's very rewarding. And I know I keep saying I don't have much else to say, but you know, I also, one of my side stories is always talking about getting others involved in quilting and sewing and helping others feel more confident. Maybe you have somebody out there in your life you're working with already as a mentor for sewing. Maybe it's a friend down the street, it's a daughter, a granddaughter, a son, a grandson, whoever. This would be a really great project to work on with somebody, because you know they're going to be successful when it's done, and they're going to have a tool for color when it's done, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel, the color wheel, pun intended. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the team and do some Q&A.
Rob, hey, we're back.
We're back.
We got a little TV magic going on here.
I'm Darren and Darren's me.
See that? How cool is that? Okay. So when you were talking about this color wheel idea, I was like, That is genius. To be able to create a kit and have something that you'll use forever when you're trying to do colors. I think it's cool. There was a lot of.
It.
Yep. I think that there was a ton of questions and positive comments. So we're very excited for you to be here, as well as I think all these wonderful guests out there.
We got a surprise for Rob, don't we?
Rob, are you ready for a quick surprise before we do the?
Oh, absolutely.
We were wondering where this photo came from.
Ah, I love it. You do have the quilt there. Okay, so that is basically the golf course that is 3 doors away. And my daughter, who is 15, is my backup photographer. And so we come up with an idea, and we go outside, and we try to take the picture. So she holds the camera a lot in the studio for me and takes my picture. And that was just one of those ones I said, I want to try to run and jump, and took about 3 tries. And I think I put the camera on super high speed, like we use for surf photography and stuff sometimes. And she just started rattling, and one of my favorite all-time pictures, but that one was taken by my daughter. Yep.
That's awesome. We thought we'd try a little green screen magic there to show you jumping in the air.
Fantastic.
Okay, so if anybody has a question for the one and only Rob Appell, please. I don't know how much more time he'll give us. But so you are
a few minutes.
Are you an avid surfer, or are you a surfer from the good old days, or?
I still surf quite often. I was going to say, if my friends saw this, they'd be yelling and screaming. I haven't surfed all week because I actually got a little injury last week surfing, and so I've been trying to recover a little bit. We were laughing about the long hair versus short hair versus gray hair, and like anything in life, I am now spending more time training and recovering for surfing than I'm actually doing of surfing.
You must have a wetsuit.
We do. The water here is about 52 to 56 degrees year round. So I wear a 5.5 and 4.5 millimeter neoprene wetsuit. And there have been times where I've been asked to go and speak to like high schools and middle schools about textiles. And that's one of the things I mentioned first is, the different ways we don't think about how cool fabric and sewing really is, because all of these kids around here surf and they all have wetsuits. And so you start talking about, when you go in the ocean, how cold you would be if you didn't have a wetsuit, but did you know why that wetsuit doesn't rip apart when you put it on? Because it's got a flat lock seam in it. We start talking about a lot of these different things, and they get pretty excited about it. Using backpacks or using wetsuits is a good way to get young, especially boys, interested in talking about sewing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So Cynthia has a question. What kind of batting did Rob use on the color wheel information quilt?
Oh, fantastic. The one I made was made with the Hobbs 80-20. So it's 80% poly, 20% cotton. No, I'm sorry, I said that wrong, didn't I? 80 cotton, 20 poly. But I didn't make all of the samples, so it's probably 100% cotton in this one. But I did the big quilts.
We have Leah Turner asking, what is the name of the color wheel kit?
Got it. It is the So Colorful, and it's this 10 steps for choosing color for your quilts is the name of it. Mm-hmm. Really cool.
Said you wants the color wheel kit.
Yep.
It's available on our website, and I will show you guys how to get there.
We don't have that set for unlimited just because we don't know how many more are available. So definitely order while you can. Jared will definitely show you how to get one of the 2 kits that we have here. Kathy Franz is asking, do you quilt exclusively on a long arm, or do you do some domestic machine quilting?
Oh, fantastic, Kathy. Great question. No, actually, I'm a huge chicken when it comes to that new long arm. I've only quilted a few of my about 155 quilts I think I've made at this point in my. Oh, that's not fair. That was before I started doing all the quilts for the show. And I've done 300-400 quilt videos now at this point, I think, if you count both channels. So I have no idea how many quilts I made. So yeah, I do almost all of them on the domestic machine. I preferred domestic for a lot of years, and got into the long arming because I was excited about it. I really wanted to try it. I'd seen my friends doing it. Of course, I wanted to be cool. But it also became a thing for a need. Physically, I was making so many quilts, and I please, if I sound like I'm whining, I'm not. But when I was doing the man sewing quilts, a lot of them were based on pre-cuts. So the pre-cut makes a certain size quilt, which is about a twin a lot of times. So if I'm making that size quilt and I'm quilting that size quilt on a domestic machine, I was doing like at least a quilt a week. Right? So a lot of quilting, a lot of arms up, and a lot of bad body mechanics. And I started getting some real tendonitis and having some problems with my elbows. And so that's when I approached Juki, and we made a partnership up, and they were excited to have me on the long arm. And I really, really like it, but I'm not all that confident on it. So if you asked me to quilt your quilt, I'd probably do it domestically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the sit down with the stitch regulator.
Yeah.
The Juki 3, the same one, but it's a sit down versus the long arm. That
Absolutely.
is quite a fun machine.
I was really impressed with the build on that machine. Yeah.
Yeah, that new stitch regulator for a sit down, that's pretty amazing. Juki really did a good job on that.
I have had zero problems with mine. People ask me every now and again in the show because they don't see me using it a lot, But yeah, of all of the Juki equipment they've sent me, it's just been flawless.
I will say it probably relieves a lot of people hearing that you're scared of your long arm.
Oh yeah. I am. And I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you why you shouldn't be scared of your long arm. But it's like anything, you've done something so many quilts on the domestic, that the long arm has its different challenges.
Well, you go from moving the fabric to moving the physical machine, so it's a completely different world.
Yeah, Jared, and that's what I'm really struggling with. And so maybe there's something that somebody could recommend to me. I'm overshooting, and so what it is the machine moves so smoothly. If I was trying to do an applique or something, I sometimes will overshoot my target. So I'm actually starting to do more driving with one arm and keeping a hand on the fabric. And that helps slow me down and regulates a little bit better. But at first, especially going one direction, like when I started to lead with my left hand because I'm so right-handed, it was terrible.
That's what like Gina was talking about. Gina Perks was talking about it yesterday. She was saying that she typically uses one hand because she's doing a lot of ruler work, but when she's free motioning, she primarily will use her right hand and kind of feather it with her hand. Like she lets it almost bounce around inside of her hand.
She has a little
the Control Freak,
called a Control Freak ruler that you put under your foot, and it helps you control your machine at the needle for long arm. She was on live with us last night for the same time slot. And it was amazing to watch her.
I'm sorry I missed that. Yeah, I got to see her perform at a quilt event, and she was doing a great job demoing her rulers there. Yeah, it was really cool to see.
And she has this grid pattern that it's just a stencil that she pounce powders, and then that helps her identify where she wants to go before she turns. So she kind of helps her.
Right. And I feel terrible. I forgot to mention that that was, you'd mentioned your kits and the quilts and all of that kind of stuff. And we were talking about the panel. I got so excited about, answering some of the questions. I forgot to mention that the only place to get the pattern for this was at the back of the book or in the kits that you have there. And this particular just is a great place to practice some of that, either ruler quilting or regular. Yeah. So this was all done with that same kind of concept, just some real basic straight and curve lines. And I believe this one was done within the ruler on the long arm, where the one on the other side of the wall I did on the domestic seated, and I only quilted in the white spaces so that the color would stand out. So a couple of different little things that I'm always trying to figure out, and this is where I was going with the long arm too, is I try to choose a new thing I want to learn and practice with each quilt that I'm on the long arm. So I've been doing a lot of echo quilting right now on the long arm, and it's to learn control before I get into the applique quilts on the long arm.
Magoo Baby had asked if you made your own wetsuit. Do you have a quilted wetsuit?
No, but boy, that would certainly get me laughed off the beach pretty quick. Yeah, I do have all my friends that think it's funny that I sew until their lawn chair breaks or their favorite board shorts breaks. No, I have not ever stitched my own wetsuit. It has come up in theory a couple of times, but really they're so well engineered and the way they fit your body. And I just interviewed a garment pattern maker on my show, and the same thing. The pattern drafting for garment is quite challenging, and so I will go ahead and make a couple of quilts, and that will earn me the money to buy a nice wetsuit.
Nancy has a question for you. Where can I get the Cocoa Star pattern and Bobby template?
Fantastic. Thanks, Nancy. The Cocoa Star was one of my free YouTube tutorials at Making It Fun with Rob Appell. And there is a free pattern there and on the Michael Miller website. And then the templates are available as the 3-pack set. And you probably could ask for them at Mulqueen. When we decided to do this, I said, I can't really promote the templates and patterns through the shop because I didn't have an order fulfilled, but I got that order since the last conversation. So if you guys want templates, it's a $30 template set, and you can let the gentleman at Mulqueen's know, and then we could get you a template through them. How's that sound?
That sounds great. Yep. Just email Darren at mulqueen.com. I'll get those.
Yeah.
What is your YouTube? I know that a lot of people follow you already, but anybody that doesn't, I'm sure they're going to want to. How do they follow you on your YouTube channel?
Yep. Making It Fun with Rob Appell. Making It Fun is the name of the Michael Miller blog, because when Kathy and Michael started the company, that was their mojo and always has been. If it ain't fun, it ain't worth doing. And so even the bolts of our fabric all have Making It Fun printed on the selvage. So I'm actually kind of riding those coattails because it's really for branding for Michael Miller. And I just get to be the one blessed to be the creative and the person that's always on air. So yeah, I guess I'm very lucky that way.
Patty is asking, do any of your kids quilt?
Absolutely, Patty. As a matter of fact, the quilt here on the door, I'm going to go slow. This one here is my daughter's second quilt. And so it hangs in my studio. I have very few quilts hanging in my studio, and my daughter's second quilt is one of them. I used to get to teach at a lot of retreats. And so there's one we would do every year, and the guests would come, and one morning I got up and we started taking the little featherweight with us because that was a machine Ruby my daughter's comfortable on. And I got up, and one of the guests and my daughter had started on a quilt project, and they decided they were going to do it all on their own. And so that was it. She made that one. She's made a little quilt for her mom. My son knows how to sew also. He's now, so Ruby's now 15 and a half. She's been on a couple of my shows. Braden is 17 and a half, and he does a lot of the music. You'll hear in the background of the show that I do. He's a musician. He does like to do a little bit of sewing. He's made a couple of his teachers when he was back in middle school and stuff, some cool tote bags for Christmas. I remember once he did this cool fish applique pocket that was very special to him that he wanted to do for this special teacher. And so, yeah, the rules are, and like right now I've got these little signs on the outside of my door that say, recording in process. But if that sign's not on the door, the kids are really welcome to come in anytime. And I really get a kick out of it when they're having their friends over and they want to hang out in my sewing room and they want to play with different stuff. And it's as a parent, it's pretty exciting to see your kids come in and like turn off the TV and wander into the craft room and start making stuff with you. It's pretty cool.
That is way cool.
Yeah.
Marie, the question's not on the screen though, but it does. She's asking, what is the template set?
Oh, I got it. Certainly. And sorry, Marie, I realized as I'd pull in the quilts, I was trying to not promote it so much because I didn't have them available. But like I said, I do have some. It's a 3-part series, and you're going to have a hard time seeing it there. This one is a triangle with the circle cut out. That is Jerry. This is Phil. So it's the half. There you go. Maybe that's a little bit better. That's the fill-in part.
Phil is actually one of my favorite bass players.
That's where the name comes from, sir. Yep, Phil Lesh. And then this is Bobby, for Bobby Weir. So because it was called the Super 60 set, we were trying to come up with start writing patterns for these, and you're like, take the third of a triangle, take the half semicircle, no, I'm like, no, that's Bobby, that's Jerry, that's Phil. They're the Super 60 set. And because we couldn't think of the third name of the Charlie's Angels, Sabrina and a couple of the others, we couldn't think of the other names. So we were like, let's go with Jerry and the boys. So
that's cool.
Yeah, that. All three of them come in one package. Like I said, it's a $30 retail or MSRP on that. And then some of the quilts you can use just Bobby. The sampler quilt that I also have the video on, you use all three templates. Plus, you can use this particular Jerry as just a regular 8.5 inch 60-degree triangle. I like the Creative Grids rulers a lot as well, so I use my 8.5 from my Creative Grids and these in combos, and they're flawless.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, it was a fun project. It was really a fun project to create. I really wanted to get some really cool circles going. I try to go from one challenge, to the next. And so for me, getting better at straight patchwork piecing, it was important to me. And I started getting better. My points started lining up closer and things like that. And I really wanted to get into curved piecing. So I took one of Ricky Tim's classes on the curved piecing, the caveman style. That was really cool. And then I started working with and trying to get stuff that would line up and match up. And I'll tell you a quick little funny joke about the templates, though, because you forget there's got to be a 1/4 inch everywhere on the template to account for so the template itself has got a little bit of an oververt right here. It accounts for the extra 1/4 inch, but I didn't add the 1/4 inch across the bottom. So I got all of them put together and all of the templates made, the first prototypes, cut out all the pieces, sewed it together, and I had created egg shapes. Because I lost that 1/4 inch in the middle and they went back to ovals instead of circles. I was like, oh no, I had to re-engineer the entire thing. So,
well, at least you're making it perfect.
That's right. That's right. And they actually sew together pretty well too. It's pretty fun.
No, he's making it fun.
Making it fun. Making it, but not perfect, but not making it perfect.
Perfectly fun.
Something like that.
I did see that Linda said that you are the face of fun. So that's cool.
Oh, Linda, thank you for that compliment.
Earlier, people were commenting how they thought you would look good with longer hair. They probably haven't seen you. So I think short hair was the winner, though. Jared did a tally, and short hair wins. So that's perfect.
Fantastic. I appreciate that, everybody. I know a lot of you out there were voting against the hats. I had a year where I was wearing different hats on the set. I'll tell you my real reason behind it is because I was having to film at all different times of the day to get my other work done. And I edit myself. And so I didn't like it when my hair was wet and then dry and then it was the next day. And so I thought, if you wear a hat, you can't tell what time of day or if it's a different day altogether when you're filming the second half of the video and stuff. But there was so much negative feedback on the different hats I was wearing. And my wife came in one day and she's like, well, yeah, you look terrible in those hats. I'm like, oh,
you should have told me.
Why did you tell me 2 years ago? She's like, didn't the audience tell you? I'm like, actually, they have been telling me that for a long time. So all of you out there that are happy with the short hair, you actually have my wife to thank for, I can't see a damn thing. But I'm not wearing the glasses anymore. And the hats are off too. So here we go. We're going back to chasing our youth, however we can do that.
That is way cool. Let's see there. Joyce is asking, what is the what is the pattern on the quilt behind you? It must be the Michael Miller. That is quite stunning with the
not great
like fire.
Yeah, it is. Again, cotton couture, marble, hash dot. I do not know the actual pattern for it. It is one of the most requested things on the comments on my show. Stick with me, gang. We are actually rebuilding it right now. There's a cool quilt shop up in Alaska that wanted to partner on a project, and they said, we love that quilt on the back wall, and I think it's one of the Creative Grids rulers and all that. Here's the answer, and this is what I want you all to really hear. I did not invent this quilt, and I do not have permission to teach this quilt because we haven't been able to track down permission. I would love to teach this quilt, but I think it's very important in our industry. We really try to represent and respect is the word I'm looking for. Respect copyright and other people's teaching rights and all of these different things. So the only reason I haven't taught this exact quilt is I just don't have the artist's personal permission to do so. And I won't do it until I have the artist's permission. So any video you see of mine has always been in collaboration with the artists that I'm working with, because I feel like it's very, very important. So we have a quilt coming out very soon that another artist is putting together that was very inspired by this one, that is very similar. So it will probably give everybody the information they need to then pursue. But again, that's why I really haven't taught this particular quilt. What I really need to do, gentlemen, is make myself a fantastic quilt to put on the back wall. When I started, it was one of those things like we're like, okay, we need videos yesterday. And same with the other quilt on the other side here. This quilt is beautiful. I just love it, right? With the circles in it and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Just another fantastic quilt. So these were all quilts that were made for our trade show booths. And so we threw them on the wall, and this one translates really, really nicely. And I just haven't taken the time to make my own version of a Michael Miller quilt for the back wall that we can teach. No excuses other than like, man, when you're just going to choose one quilt, which one would you choose?
Yeah.
That's my excuse.
Teresa Leonard is saying that this has been so insightful. Amazing,
Great.
Rob.
Thanks,
There's a lot
Teresa.
of comments.
Oh,
I know you
great.
can't see them, but if you go back to YouTube and watch, there's a ton of comments, hundreds and hundreds of comments.
Oh, great. Great.
So
good. Our
saying
technical
32.
difficulties didn't frustrate everybody.
Nope.
Nope, we didn't really lose anyone either.
Wonderful. That's great.
Ellen
Thanks
is
for sticking
thanking
with
you
us.
for respect to the copyrights. Cynthia just ordered the So Colorful kit.
Great.
Trish
So,
is saying 32 is a great age. Are you 32?
Am I 32? I have been 32. Yep, I was 32. Yeah, no, I'm 48. What month is it? March?
March.
Yeah, I'm 48 and a quarter.
Wow. I'm 49 in April. So
Nice.
we're the same age.
Oh, it's coming in
Way
there.
cool.
Yeah. It's
look who
funny.
the
I
last
still think I'm like 18.
What's that?
I still feel like I'm 18, you know?
Right? Ashley's asking if you designed the So Colorful kit. But you're saying you
No,
didn't.
that was Susan Emery designed the So Colorful kit. Yep. I just get all the credit for teaching it.
That's Ashley that works the register.
That is cool.
Oh, that's
Please ask any questions you have, because we get a few more moments, I believe, with Rob before he gets back to his chickens that
That's
are
right. I was gonna say,
smoking.
it's now time to flip the chicken. Yep. Oh yeah, and we're not videoing on the cell phone. I could actually check it from now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are you doing
Yeah,
you doing beer can chicken?
No, I tried that. Well, okay, so being a recovering alcoholic, I didn't have the beer cans around, but I saw the beer can chicken and it looked really good. So I actually just took red onion and apples on one of my very first ones. I took 2 whole birds and filled them with wonderful fruit and vegetables and put them in the smoker. My Christmas present this year from the family was a little portable smoker, and it's really been fun. I've really been enjoying it. So.
Yeah, I got one a little bit ago, and I love it as well.
Yeah.
Did our turkey for dinner or for Thanksgiving.
Oh, did you do the turkey this year for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, but it sure made a mess of the smoker. Make sure I didn't have it in a tray. I read videos or watched videos, and they said just put it on the grate, and I shouldn't have. Put it in a tray.
Right, because juice everywhere. Oh, and then you can't make the gravy.
Yeah, that's true. Just so everybody knows that this is going to turn into a cooking show before too much longer.
They would love it.
Okay. Where do you find the template trio, Marilyn? Anybody, if you're interested in those templates, just email Darren at mulqueen.com. You could probably find them through Rob Appell, I'm guessing, as well.
I have them on my website, but remember, everybody that's watching, my real job and goal in this industry is to help promote all the other stores. So if you buy it from Mulqueen's, we both get a little bit of support. If you buy it from me, I only get support. So please buy it from Mulqueen's, and I'll ship them what they need, and then we both get a little bit of support.
Thank you for that. That's awesome. But yeah,
Michael,
if you
Michael
email me,
takes good care of me. You guys take care of your quilt shops out there.
Quilters and Seamstress Cook. That could be our name of our show.
I shouldn't say this again on the recorded video because another one of these wonderful teachers out there should steal this idea right away. But I was thinking about doing a quilt book that had a recipe with every quilt, and the recipe was based on the remainder of time in the day after quilting. So like you've got this.
Oh, that's cool.
Right? You've got a very large and I did this in a couple of my videos. I'm like, okay, we're going to do a long quilt today. And I put a frozen lasagna from Costco in the oven, right? A couple hours later, you pull the cost. So, but one night this happened. My wife's a dance teacher also. And so she was running home to get from her school teaching job to her dance teaching job. And I was late. I'd been working in the studio. And I was like, what are we going to make? What are we going to make? And I thought, oh, let's do fish stick tacos. Because I wanted to do tacos. I thought fish sticks. I almost didn't have enough time to get the beans and the cilantro and the cabbage all ready in the time it took to cook the fish sticks. So that's when the whole idea was born that I would start creating these ridiculous recipes that went around quilts. And, you know, it basically like, this is going to be your favorite quilt all day. You know, start your crock pot. You're not going back in the kitchen for 8 hours.
Yeah. You know, since it is time stamped, we know that you invented this. So if anybody tries to take that idea, it's like
there you go. Yeah, if we
They
find
have to respect that copyright.
Yep.
That copyright, yeah. So if any of you go out there in the next few months and buy the book that has the ultimate quilt recipe for fish stick tacos, you'll know it was inspired here today on the Cooking and Quilting show.
Here's my mom again. They're trying to sneak in here. They can't sneak in here without saying hi to everybody. And this is, I guess I have to go like that to get under Jer. That's Bernie and my mom. They're still here.
That's my mom and my grandma.
That's great.
We showed a picture of you earlier putting the fabric away.
Oh, yeah.
Was it the fabric you just got?
You want to see it again?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's see Nana work. I don't think I've ever seen her work.
There she is. She had 3 pallets of fabric that she... Did you get through all of it?
No. 2 pallets.
2 pallets of fabric put away.
And the pallets were
That's what keeps us young, right? Schlepping all those bolts of fabric around.
That keeps you young. Keeps
Oh,
you young.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
My mom is an official fabric fondler. I like to make sure everybody realizes that. Yep. That's what they call it. Yep. Yes. And so my mom is the first generation of the family business. There was somebody that says they love that we're a family business. And I'm the 2nd generation, and our DJ, Master of Ceremonies over here, Jer, is 3rd generation, all working full time, which is really cool.
Yeah, aren't we blessed to be able to be in this industry where we can do this together?
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, we really appreciate it, Rob. I know you have a lot of stuff going on, and you took your time out. It is such a blessing to have you do this. So we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila Arnold, sorry to interrupt you. The birthday boy is...
Yeah, it's my dad's birthday today, and he's, I guess he's finishing up doing repairs on the back.
Yeah.
You guys only had him do half a stack of machines today because it was his birthday. You let him out early?
Yes. Yep. We let him go to play some golf. I just want to make sure that we're not missing any questions. So you got just one last chance. But Rob, I do appreciate it. I love these kits. I'm glad you brought those to our attention because they're amazing. And just want to make sure that there's no last questions. But please, everybody, also go to Making It Fun with Rob Appell on YouTube and subscribe and hit the little notification bell. Right, Rob?
You got it. That's right. Almost every Wednesday, we'll put out something new for you.
That is cool.
That's great.
How long will the featured items be on sale on our website?
Till Monday or Tuesday.
Well, yeah, we're going to stretch it a little bit into next week. But on these, on the kits, you did talk about the difference between a little bit.
I can do it. That's what I kind of forgot to do. I got so excited about the wall. You want me to do a real quick 1, 2, 3, and we'll end it with that?
Okay, that's perfect.
information. Yeah, that's important because I didn't cover that real well.
This one,
okay, so
kind of the
what's in
same
the
idea,
bag?
right?
Yeah, well, exactly. We'll start with the box. So what's in the box is going to make the panel. And the panel has got the book with all the instructions, but where I got distracted is I forgot to show you that after the centerfold, that now we're going to get into the instructions on how to make the actual patchwork quilt. Okay? So technically, if you have the box, then you need about 3 yards of white and 18 fat quarters to make this quilt. Or they have the bag right there, and that bag has the entire pattern, like the book, and all of the fat quarters, plus the binding, plus the white to make the patchwork quilt. Patchwork quilt's about twin size. And so the only 2 places to get the instructions for this video, or this quilt, I should say, is in the box or in the bag with the quilt. I did do 2 videos on what I'm calling block 1 and block. So there's a pinwheel block and there's another block. So there's block 1 and block 2. But because it's a paid for pattern that many of you have already purchased and are purchasing, I don't give away the size information in the videos because I want to protect those of you who've purchased the patterns and things. Like I was saying earlier, when I have permission to do something for free, you get all the information in the video. If I have permission to promote the project, we don't give the sizes. We talk about how to, so you can have the book and the pattern and be following along perfectly with the videos I have. But if you don't have the pattern in the box or in the bag with the kit, you won't have the actual knowledge to put together the project within the video. And I actually even use different colors in the video and stuff just to make it so that all of you that get the kits have your special kits. That's what they're for. That's why we like to do that. So,
all right, and we're gonna finish it off with Pat Mulqueen real quick. So, Rob, thank you for explaining that.
Yes,
Rob was amazing.
great job.
Yep.
thanks, Pat.
Yep.
Just awesome. Darren, get off the chair.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
All right. There you go. All right. You guys have a great night. I'll get off the screen. Thanks for letting me be here.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Good job, Rob.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
We'll talk to you. So that was
Amy Meek wants me to say hi to her. She's watching right now. She just texted me.
Oh, Amy.
Amy Meek is she our favorite educator?
I'd say so.
Oh yeah. Okay. So
She's got to be.
Amy Meek is a Janome
Well,
educator, and she's saying
I think it's a decent trade-off. I know I'm her favorite Mulqueen, so she has to be my favorite.
Yeah. So this has been 2 wonderful days of wonderful guests, and what a finale having Rob with us. Wasn't that cool?
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
Rob is.
I watched the whole thing. I
Yep.
can't believe it.
Yep.
You didn't work at all
I'm
today?
home to make a quilt tonight.
Yep. Rob inspired my dad to do some quilting. That'd be wonderful.
That's right.
So I hope you had a wonderful birthday here at work.
It was just awesome. Thanks for all the
They're pouring in right now.
remarks and
Yep.
that everybody made. I appreciate it very much.
Thanks for starting this company so we can continue it. And
That's right. I need another 76 years and I'll be out of here.
yep. Why did you only have 3 boys? You should have kept going. So
We're
we
working
Put the
on,
mic
a
between you.
couple more, but, it's not looking good. I said we're looking on for a few more kids, but it's not looking too promising.
So, yep. Because
We're up to Jerry now. Come on, Jerry.
yeah, Jerry's the 3rd generation here.
4 generations.
So Jared, do you want to show real quick how to?
I can do that.
He's going to
Thank you
show.
all.
Yep. We're going to just show real quick before you go. Thank you, Dad.
All right.
I'm going to show you how to shop.
You go to mulqueen.com, and at mulqueen.com, you're going to slowly scroll down. You'll see live event specials. When you click on that, it'll bring you to the page with our YouTube at the top. So you go ahead and click that, and it'll bring you to our YouTube page. You can go ahead and subscribe. You can view any of the videos that you want to see from the past broadcasts that we've done, as well as if you hit the notification bell, you'll get notified every time that we are live or we post a new video. This first one, disregard that. That one's over.
That was the bingo one.
That was our bingo. And then as you go down, you can see all of the sales that were from this week. So the first two were OESD, then Reliable Irons, Gina Perks with all of her rulers, Janome with all the machines, Simplifying Sergers, that was with my dad. He had all the Sergers on there. Next was Durkee Hoops. And then finally, we just had Rob Appell. So go ahead and click on Rob. When you click on that, it's going to bring you to all of his patterns. So you can click their free patterns that we have on there. As you scroll down, you get to the Color Wheel bagged kit, which is this one that Darren's about to show.
That's the one with all the fat quarters.
Yep. And then you get the So Colorful kit, which is that one that was wall hanging. So the Colorful Wheel kit is the one in the bag, and it comes with the entire quilt. And then the So Colorful kit is for the cheater sheet, basically. So
take advantage of the specials.
Yeah, do that.
These are kind of limited, which I was kind of shocked to hear, but so take advantage of them while you can. Did you have fun?
I did. I'm going to come over by you.
Oh, good. Bear's going to come on this side. You know, after doing this for 2 days, I'll continue to look up, and I'll keep seeing Jer like kind of. Oh, you're right next to me now.
I used to be right here.
Yeah.
I can go stand here if you want.
No,
in the corner.
Yeah, there's Jer. But we appreciate you. You guys there's still a couple hundred people out there. Thank you so much for your time this weekend, and hopefully you'll take advantage of some of our specials. And Jer and Nana and Ken and Kay, they'll all get your orders out right away. Just give us about 7 days at the minimum for some of them, maybe up to 2 weeks. Just know it will come, and thank you for supporting our family, as always.
And then next month, so
can I tell them again, or do you want to tell them?
I'll tell them.
Yep.
So we're going to be doing this again next month, as promised. I mean, we said that we were originally going to be doing it every month on the third Friday and Saturday of the month. So now,
look, Sheila Arnold is asking, when is your next?
There we go. We're answering it right now for you, Sheila. So it's going to be Friday, April 16th and Saturday, April 17th. We have everyone from Creative Grids to J. Michelle Watts Designs, Electric Quilter, Emily Scott Design, a few more to keep coming, as well as we're going to have Hope Yoder.
I'm going to go grab something.
You're going to go grab something? Yep. There we go. Darren's just full of surprises today. But yeah, next month we've confirmed that Hope Yoder is going to be doing an embellished demo kind of class type of thing. And then we have Creative Grids with the Stripology ruler, and Darren has.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that book in the store for the edge to edge quilting by
Emily Scott.
Emily Scott. It teaches you how to do edge to edge quilting with your embroidery machine. That's the Emily Scott design. The name might not stand out, but if a lot of people have seen this and they know about edge to edge quilting with embroidery. I know we showed some of that today with the Janome machine.
Yep.
But if you already own a machine and you don't need to purchase the Janome, even though we would like you to, if you need one, Emily Scott Designs the Edge to Edge is going to teach you how to do this, and she's going to have an exclusive class for us. That will be a Zoom class with their main educator, and that'll be exciting. Her name is Christine. Christine will be the one that teaches that Zoom class. But what else? Is it time to do our farewell song?
And goodbye.
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah. Is there a song? We should have a going away song. I don't know if you liked our video that we played in the morning or in the right before this last segment, but we now need to create another one.
We do,
because we got more guests.
8 more guests.
Yep.
We can put Ken in there. Turn him upside down. Are we going to be there next month? Or are we just going to let them fend for themselves and figure that out?
Oh no, we'll be there.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
let's
right.
do it.
Yeah, we can do it.
If you have ideas of other guests, because we still have 1, 2, 3 spots available for our next go round. Always email us if you have a company that you really would like to go live with us. Oh yes, Cynthia is asking for an Irish song. So why don't you go ahead and start it off? And well, I think it's time to say farewell for one more fun, exciting event. Thank you all for joining us. And come and see us at the store. We're open 6 days a week. Our website is open 24/7.
Well, yeah, only if you're awake.
Yep. So our website is all the time opened. All of our fabric is, I think over 10,000 bolts of fabric is on our website. If you haven't seen that, I'm sure you have. AccuQuilt, Jane Wilcox is saying AccuQuilt. I'm trying to get them to join us. John Deere. Thank you, Ellen. So we will look back at the comments to take them into consideration, and they're all good. John Deere would be fun.
If we hang out for 38 seconds, we'll hit 8 hours on the dot.
All right, so we're going to sign out in 30 seconds. So that means that we have gone live for 8 hours today. Westerly rulers, that would be good, where they actually are using them.
Doing a class.
Yeah, not just talking about them, but yes, thank you, Karen. We do want to do that. Yep. Magoo says we need a theme song. We do. So our 8-hour time of being live today is almost over. And so I want to say thank you. Say thank you, Jer.
Thank you, Jer.
No, say to them.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you later.
8 hours.
Bye-bye.
Bye.